5 years in Konoha. Lienyi, Madarasama has really left. A hedgehog-headed cub said, with a complicated look to the cold and arrogant cub in front of him who was holding a weed in his mouth. Lienyi once said that Madarasama would leave Konoha in a few days. At that time, he didn't believe it, but he didn't expect that it would come true after just a few days. The hedgehog-headed cub is called Uchiha Shun, and he has a good relationship with Lienyi. Okay, I know. Lienyi spit out the weed in his mouth, his expression calm, as if he had known it for a long time. Lienyi, how did you know the news that Madarasama left? The hedgehog-headed cub asked curiously. Even the powerful ninjas in the clan didn't know the news that Madarasama had left. So how did Lienyi know? It should be so. Lienyi looked at Shun and said, Lord Madara had called the tribesmen to leave together before, but they did not intend to give up the hard-won peace. And no one was willing to follow Lord Madara. And Lord Madara is so arrogant that he will definitely leave alone. So that's it. Uchiha Shun suddenly realized, and then said angrily, if I knew that Lord Madara was leaving today, I would definitely follow him. Even if you are willing to follow Lord Madara, he will not take you away. Lienyi curled his lips. Uchiha Madara has great ambitions, but he will not take a burden with him. Hearing this, Uchiha Shun was immediately unhappy. He looked up and down at Lienyi, muttering in a low voice, TSK, you are not even as tall as me. Lienyi, this was the truth, hitting his pain point, so he couldn't refute it for a while. Lienyi is 6 years old this year and is 1.2 meters tall. On the other hand, Uchiha Shun, who was also 6 years old, was an astonishing 1.4 meters tall, a full head taller than Lienyi. This height doesn't look like a 6-year-old child at all, and no one would object if he was said to be 10 years old. Lienyi was sometimes very curious. What did this guy eat to grow so fast? He also observed for a while, but did not find the reason. Lienyi finally attributed it to Shun's development faster than himself. Okay, you can leave. Lienyi waved his hand, signaling Uchiha Shun to leave. Seeing this, Uchiha Shun hesitated for a while and said, Lienyi, why don't you go back to the nursery? Lienyi frowned and said impatiently, I won't go to the nursery. I can take care of myself, so you don't need to worry about it. Okay. Uchiha Shun sighed and turned to leave. Seeing Uchiha Shun leave, Lienyi closed the courtyard door and returned to the room. Uchiha Madara defected. Lienyi whispered in a low voice. Lienyi has been hiding a secret in his heart. He is actually a time traveler. When he first learned that he traveled to the Uchiha clan, he was a little scared. He was worried that he traveled to the wrong time. What if he came to the night of genocide? Wouldn't that be the end of the matter? Later, after asking around, he learned that this was the founding period of Konoha. This made Lienyi feel relieved. The founding period was relatively peaceful in the history of the ninja world, with a low risk factor and a long period of development. After all, with Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, which country dared to attack the Land of Fire? Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama did not attack them, which was good enough. The original body's parents were killed by the Senju clan before Konoha was founded. When he was young, he was placed in the nursery of the Uchiha clan, which was equivalent to an orphanage. There were all Uchiha orphans who had lost their parents. Uchiha Shun was the one the original body met in the nursery. After crossing over, Lienyi proposed the idea of leaving the orphanage. The director of the orphanage was worried about Lienyi living alone, but he agreed to it after his unremitting efforts and arranged a small courtyard for him. Every Uchiha orphan can receive a subsidy every month. Although the money is not much, it is enough for food and drink. Lienyi sat cross-legged on the ground and began to refine chakra. Chakra refining method is not a secret in the Uchiha clan. As a large clan in the Warring States period, this resource is still available. Every Uchiha clan member can receive chakra refining method for free after reaching the right age, which is equivalent to testing whether they have ninja talent in advance. Although the founding period is relatively peaceful, no matter when, strength is always the most important. Only when you are strong can you have the power to protect yourself. So Lienyi practiced hard every day. In addition to chakra refining, he also needs to do physical training. He is still young now and cannot train excessively, otherwise his height will stop at 1.5 meters in the future and his life will be over. Hokage office. Why did Madara do this? After learning about Madara's defection, the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, looked at the Konoha village logo hanging on the wall with mixed feelings. He slowly stood up and propped his hands on the desk, his knuckles turning white due to the force. Every bit of his time with Madara emerged in his mind, from their childhood encounter to the oath to build Konoha village together to the various disagreements later. It has finally come to this. Senju Tobarama snorted coldly, with undisguised disgust in his eyes. He has always been wary of Uchiha Madara. Although his brother Hashirama has been trying to maintain the friendship between Senju and Uchiha, he is still worried that the Uchiha clan will bring danger to Konoha. Sure enough, Madara is as ambitious as he guessed. At the beginning, he should have ignored his elder brother's advice and forcibly killed Uchiha Madara. Seeing the distraught look of Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobarama was furious and ordered, "Brother, notify all the Jonin except Uchiha to gather immediately and closely monitor the movements of the Uchiha clan. I don't want any more trouble in the village." Hearing this, Senju Hashirama looked at Senju Tobarama unhappily and scolded. "It is because you have always been resentful of Uchiha and targeted them everywhere that caused Madara to leave. It's all your fault." Obviously, Hashirama attributed Madara's defection to Tobarama. Senju Tobarama. He looked at Senju Hashirama in disbelief, his eyes full of shock, as if he didn't expect his elder brother to say such a thing. He didn't know what his elder brother was thinking, attributing Uchiha Madara's defection to himself. Just as Senju Tobarama was about to retort, Senju Hashirama said earnestly, "Tobarama, the war between Senju and Uchiha has long ended. You must learn to let go of hatred." Senju Tobarama did not speak, but listened to his elder brother's chatter with a cold face. This situation has happened more than once. It's nothing more than giving up hatred. Accepting Uchiha. Konoha is a big family. Unity is the most important thing. He was too lazy to listen. But what Senju Hashirama said next made him completely dumbfounded. "Tobarama, I think you are prejudiced against Uchiha, so I want you to adopt an Uchiha orphan. I hope that in the process of getting along with this child, you can let go of your hatred for Uchiha." Senju Hashirama said, "Brother, you are not kidding." Senju Tobarama roared, "I'm serious." Senju Hashirama looked serious. "No, absolutely not." Seeing that his elder brother was not joking, Senju Tobarama was furious. He just couldn't understand why his elder brother would come up with such a stupid suggestion. Could it be that his head had been caught by a door? Chapter 2. Adoption. Konoha's founding father, Hashirama Senju, arrived at the Uchiha clan territory, accompanied by his younger brother, Tobarama Senju, who wore a dejected expression. Upon learning of their arrival, the Uchiha elder hastily led the clan members to greet them, following the defection of the clan leader, Uchiha Madara. The Uchiha clan was left without direction, with the elder managing the clan and Appos' affairs. "Lord Hokage, what brings you here?" the elder inquired, trembling with trepidation. Fearing repercussions due to Madara and Appos' actions. After all, Madara had betrayed Konoha. What if Hashirama intended to take advantage of Madara and Appos' absence to strike against the Uchiha? Fortunately, the elder and Appos' apprehensions were unfounded. Hashirama harbored no such intentions. "Ah, there is no need for concern, elder. I have come to discuss a matter with you. Would you be amenable to it?" Hashirama replied with a jovial smile. "What does Lord Hokage wish to discuss?" The elder cautiously probed. "It concerns my younger brother, who wishes to adopt an orphaned Uchiha. Would you be willing to consider this?" Hashirama and Appos' words left everyone present in astonishment. The Uchihas exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions seemingly questioning. "Are you jesting?" In Konoha, few harbored as much disdain for the Uchiha as Tobarama Senju. Naturally, the Uchiha clan reciprocated this sentiment. It was difficult to fathom that he would wish to adopt one of their own. As shock gave way to suspicion, the Uchiha scrutinized Tobarama, pondering if there were ulterior motives behind his desire to adopt. Under their intense gaze, Tobarama felt the blood vessels on his forehead throb, his embarrassment and anger prompting him to lower his head in silence. Had it not been for his elder brother's insistence, he would never have come here. Ignoring Tobarama's discomfort, Hashirama turned his attention back to the elder, pressing further, "Elder, what say you?" Upon hearing this, beads of cold sweat formed on the elder and Appos' brow. Truth be told, he was reluctant to acquiesce. If word spread that the Uchiha had been adopted by the Senju, how would they maintain their standing in Konoha? Yet, standing before him was the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju. Refusing was not an option. With Madara having defected, no Uchiha could contend with Hashirama's might. The elder regretted not leaving with Madara, but such thoughts were fleeting. After enduring years of war, the Uchiha had finally found peace, and they would not easily relinquish it. With a heavy sigh, the elder conceded, "Very well, Lord Hokage. I shall take you to the orphanage." The Uchiha clan members wore complex expressions, silently observing the trio depart. They understood that this was a compromise made by the elder for Konoha. Had Madara not fled, such a situation may never have arisen. At the orphanage, the headmaster, a bearded man, quickly gathered the children upon learning of Hashirama and Appo's visit. Over 50 children stood in line, their faces filled with curiosity, unaware of the impending developments. Having spent their lives in the orphanage, they did not recognize Hashirama. "Children, this is Lord Hokage," the headmaster announced. Instantly, gasps of awe erupted among them. Hashirama and Appo's name had long resonated throughout the ninja world. In Konoha, nearly everyone revered him. Even the proud Uchihas were no exception, for it is human nature to admire strength, especially when that strength is wielded for their benefit. Hashirama greeted the children warmly, explaining the purpose of his visit. However, they were taken aback. While they admired Hashirama, none wished to be adopted by him. The thought of an Uchiha being taken in by the Senju was an utter disgrace. If word of this spread, it would be forever etched in infamy, a mark of shame they could never escape, particularly for orphans like them, who owed their plight to the Senju. Under his brother's orders, Tobirama approached the children with a grim expression, one that seemed to express profound displeasure. He surveyed the group, shaking his head. "Brother, I do not favor any of these children." The children exhaled in relief. As long as they were not chosen, they were content. Hashirama frowned, admonishing Tobirama, "Do not play games." With arms crossed, Tobirama muttered, "What can I do? I do not like any of these children." Wait, Hashirama began, but the headmaster interjected, "Lord Hokage, there is actually one more child, though he recently moved out." Hashirama's interest piqued, and he eagerly responded, "Then please lead us to this child." With a serious expression, he turned to Tobirama, invoking the rarely seen authority of an elder brother. If these children did not meet his brother's approval, then the last child he must come to like. Upon hearing this, Tobirama ground his teeth in frustration. His expression darkened as he glared at the headmaster, wishing to convey his disdain. His earlier comments had merely been a ploy to dissuade his brother from pursuing this matter, yet now the headmaster had intervened, leaving him no choice but to adopt this child. Enraged, he thought, the Uchiha truly were a malevolent clan. The headmaster, sensing the murderous intent emanating from behind him, involuntarily shuddered. Tobirama, a gentle reprimand dispelled the ominous atmosphere. At Renya and Appo's residence, Renya opened the door. "It's the headmaster." Renya, engaged in chakra extraction within, hurried to open the door. Upon doing so, he immediately noticed 3 figures standing behind the headmaster. One was an elderly man he recognized as the Uchiha elder, while the other 2 were unfamiliar yet imposing figures. One donned a green kimono with black hair, while the other was clad in blue armor with white hair. It did not take long for him to deduce their identities: Hashirama and Tobirama Senju. A wave of panic washed over Renya. Why were these 2 seeking him? Had his identity as a time traveler been exposed? That seemed implausible, as he had never confided in anyone. He steeled himself, attempting to maintain an air of ignorance. "Elder, headmaster, what brings you here?" The headmaster explained, "Renya, someone wishes to adopt a child, so I brought them to you." Renya's pupils dilated, his expression one of disbelief. What was happening? Hashirama Senju wanted to take him in? His mind went blank, leaving him standing there in shock. What does Lord Hokage think? The elder inquired. Hashirama assessed Renya, nodding in satisfaction. A fine choice. This child exhibits a commendable sense of independence at such a young age. Without seeking Tobirama and Appo's opinion, he made the decision unilaterally. "Brother," Tobirama seethed, "you truly intend for me to adopt an Uchiha?" At that moment, he realized his brother was not jesting. Hashirama patted Tobirama's shoulder, offering gentle encouragement. "I hope that in your interactions with this child, you can set aside your animosity towards the Uchiha." Turning back to the still-dazed Renya, Hashirama continued, "From now on, he will take care of you. If he bullies you, come to me, and I shall assist you in teaching him a lesson." Only then did Renya snap back to reality. He looked at Tobirama, bewildered, realizing that it was Tobirama who was to adopt him. This was utterly absurd. Tobirama also stared at Renya, both of them in a state of utter bewilderment. Ultimately, with a grim expression, Tobirama seized the bewildered Renya and strode away. Lien Yi could never have imagined that Senju Tobirama would take her in, considering that this old man was notoriously averse to the Uchiha clan. The elder observed this scene with a sigh of resignation, hoping that Senju Tobirama would not mistreat the child. Chapter 3. Cooking 2 dishes for me. Senju Tobirama strolled towards his residence, accompanied by a boy named Renya. The news of his decision to adopt a child from the Uchiha clan had spread throughout the Senju clan. Along the way, the Senju members regarded Renya with a mix of curiosity, astonishment, and disdain. Ignoring their reactions, Renya followed closely behind Tobirama, contemplating his future plans. Rather than being taken in by Tobirama, he would have preferred to remain in the Uchiha territory. With Tobirama's evident wariness towards the Uchihas, Renya knew that his privacy within the Senju clan would be non-existent, hindering many of his endeavors. He gazed at Tobirama and Appo's back, a look of sorrow etched upon his face, pondering why Tobirama had chosen to adopt him. Before long, they arrived at their destination. Tobirama and Appo's home was situated in a tranquil area of the Senju clan, far removed from the bustling marketplace and commercial streets. "Come in," he said, pushing open the door to enter the courtyard. Rinya curiously surveyed the yard, where several tall cherry blossom trees stood, their blossoms in full bloom, pink petals cascading gently to the ground and carpeting the courtyard. Quite charming, Rinya murmured softly. Tobirama, clearly having heard Rinya and Appo's remark, replied, "This will be your room from now on," gesturing towards a particular room. "I understand," Rinya nodded, pushing the door open to step inside. Seeing Rinya and Appo's haughty demeanor, Tobirama couldn't and Appo's helped but think of someone else and retorted, "That insufferable Uchiha brat." As they walked, Rinya came to a realization. Despite Tobirama and Appo's disdain for the Uchiha clan, he would never go so far as to harm an Uchiha child. Of course, this was contingent upon the establishment of Konoha. Had it been during the Warring States period, Tobirama might have relished the opportunity to send an Uchiha child on their way prematurely. Since Tobirama was unlikely to cause him harm, Rinya felt a sense of relief. Moreover, with Hashirama, the kind-hearted elder, around, as long as he did not act foolishly, Tobirama would have no means to contend with him. Rinya examined the interior of the room, finding it significantly more comfortable than his previous accommodations. Tobirama leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, looking down at Rinya with a low voice. "Impertinent Uchiha brat, you have yet to introduce yourself." Feeling inexplicably irked by Tobirama's tone, Rinya replied coldly, "I am Rinya, Uchiha Rinya. And you are?" "White-haired uncle." Tobirama was taken aback by Rinya and Appo's response, pausing momentarily as he thought, truly a wicked Uchiha child. Not one to be trifled with. "Rinya, you say?" "I am Tobirama, Senju Tobirama." He introduced himself. "Oh, white-haired uncle, could you refrain from mimicking my speech?" Rinya pouted. "Is this what the future second Hokage is like? He seems rather juvenile." Tobirama and Appo's lips twitched, and he instinctively clenched his fists. "Well, little brat, you should consider yourself fortunate to be living in a good era," he replied coldly. "If it had been 5 years earlier, he wouldn't have needed to engage in such banter. Fortunately, I am living in a good era." Rinya nodded in agreement. "Otherwise, I would truly fear that you might lay a hand on me." Tobirama, he suddenly realized that this child did not appear as innocent as he seemed. "Enough standing around. Uncle, I am hungry. Go cook me 2 dishes," Rinya commanded. Tobirama looked at Rinya in disbelief, exclaiming, "You want me to cook for you?" Rinya shrugged, saying, "I'm only 6 years old. You can't expect me to cook for myself." With that, Tobirama stared at Rinya with a blank expression before turning to leave. As he departed, Rinya cheerfully called out, "White-haired uncle, make sure to add plenty of chili. I love spicy food." Tobirama nearly stumbled at that remark, almost losing his balance. Upon entering the kitchen, Rinya closed the door, a grin spreading across his face. Just as I suspected, he muttered to himself. It seemed that Tobirama was being coerced by Hashirama, though the specifics remained unclear. Perhaps in the future, he could glean more information from Tobirama. For now, it appeared that Tobirama would not harm him and might even fulfill some outrageous requests. Rinya's earlier antics had been a test of Tobirama's limits, a measure of compliance. He concluded that, although Tobirama had reluctantly taken him in, aside from his disdain, he wouldn't actually mistreat him. With a sigh of relief, Rinya settled onto the floor, beginning his practice of refining chakra. Regular practice would enhance his mastery over the balance and integration of physical and mental energy, making him more proficient in utilizing chakra when performing jutsu. After reluctantly preparing dinner, Tobirama resolved to call Rinya to the table. "This is absurd. I can hardly believe it," he thought bitterly. The man who despised the Uchiha clan would now personally cook for one of their members. While cooking, he had nearly lost his composure and spat into the food. Did that wicked Uchiha brat truly wish to eat his cooking? He can have my spit instead, he thought, relieved that he had managed to hold back. Tobirama glanced at the closed door, curiosity piqued. What is that child doing in there? Utilizing his sensory abilities, he discovered Rinya seated cross-legged, diligently refining chakra. Tobirama was momentarily taken aback, murmuring, "This child." He had not anticipated such diligence from someone so young. The efficiency of Rinya and Appo's chakra refinement indicated a depth of training rarely seen in children of peace. As a result, his impression of Rinya shifted significantly. Approaching the door, he called out, "Kid, it and Appo's time to eat." Rinya opened the door, raising an eyebrow. "Uncle, how is your cooking? I'm rather picky." Tobirama, his opinion of Rinya plummeted once more. Entering the kitchen, Rinya surveyed the dishes on the table, grimacing. "Uncle, your cooking leaves much to be desired." Tobirama's expression darkened as he coldly replied, "I have rice balls. Do you care for them?" He produced 2 rice balls. "Just kidding." Rinya promptly knelt at the table and began to eat heartily. Although the presentation of the food was lacking, the taste was even less appealing. It seemed that he would have to take on the task of cooking himself in the future. Chapter 4. Unsolicited kindness after dinner. Lian Yi stood up and walked towards his room, not even bothering to say goodbye. Perhaps due to the influence of his original personality, he found it impossible to fawn over Senju Tobirama. On the contrary, he instinctively felt a strong aversion towards him. After all, the original Lian Ye's parents had perished at the hands of the Senju clan. The animosity between their families was indeed the root of the ongoing conflict. Noticing Lien Ye's demeanor, Senju Tobarama's expression darkened as he coldly remarked, "Kid, can't you at least wash the dishes?" Lien Ye waved his hand dismissively without looking back, replying, "Uncle, your cooking is so dreadful that I would rather not help with the dishes." "Are you dreaming?" Senju Tobarama and Appo's temper flared instantly. Losing his usual composure as he shouted, "What do you mean, kid?" He begrudgingly acknowledged that his culinary skills were lacking. But to call it inedible was pushing it too far. This little brat was clearly seeking trouble. Those Uchiha were the most insufferable, and this one was no exception. Lien Yi turned around, observing the furious expression on Tobarama's face, and said with an air of exasperation, all right, I'll wash the dishes today." His tone resembled that of someone pacifying a child. He had merely spoken casually, yet here they were, with Tobarama getting all riled up. At his age, he should be able to control his temper. Senju Tobarama was left speechless, staring blankly as Lien Yi picked up the dishes and headed for the kitchen, replaying Lien Ye's words in his mind. After a moment, he snapped back to reality, feeling a mixture of embarrassment and irritation as he watched Lien Ye's small figure bustling about in the kitchen. Had he just been comforted by a mere child? The sink was rather tall, and at only 1 meter in height, Lien Yi could barely reach it, requiring a stool to wash the dishes properly. This was precisely why he despised dishwashing in the first place. Once Lien Yi finished washing the dishes and dried his hands with a towel, he walked into the living room. At that moment, Senju Tobarama was pretending to read a book, all the while observing Lien Yi's actions. When Lien Yi entered, he didn't even lift his head. Washing the dishes meant he could return to his room. Lien Yi ignored him, pursing his lips in disdain, and declared, "White-haired uncle, your cooking is truly lamentable. From now on, I and Appo's LL cook, and you can handle the dishes." Senju Tobarama raised his head, looking at Lien Yi with skepticism. "You can cook?" Just a short while ago, this brat had claimed he couldn't and Appo's cook, and now he was asserting he would take over the kitchen. Haha, typical of that Uchiha brat. Truly clever in his manipulations. "Originally, I had no intention of cooking, but your food is simply too terrible. I have no choice but to step in." Lien Yi sighed. Senju Tobarama's culinary skills were indeed dismal, even inferior to his own. "Fine, I dislike spicy food," Senju Tobarama stated. "Please refrain from adding chili to future dishes." "Who cares? I will add chili regardless, eat it or not," Lien Yi retorted, walking towards his room. Senju Tobarama's mouth twitched as he watched Lien Yi's departing figure, seething with anger. That insufferable Uchiha brat. If it weren't for his brother's insistence, he would never have taken this child in. No, he must find a way to persuade his brother. With that thought, Senju Tobarama vanished from his spot. Upon returning to his room, Lien Yi did not rush to train. Having just finished dinner, he needed a moment to unwind. He lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling, feeling disheartened. How had he ended up being adopted by Senju Tobarama? Lien Yi was perplexed. He could not fathom why the Uchiha clan had agreed to this arrangement. As a time traveler, he was aware that the conflict between the Uchiha and Senju clans had persisted for millennia, dating back to the era of Ashura and Indra. Given this backdrop, how could the Uchiha consent to Tobarama adopting him? It seemed utterly absurd. Although Senju Tobarama would not harm Lien Yi, he was not fond of living under constant surveillance. With Tobarama's immense strength, monitoring Lien Yi would be child's play. The thought of a future devoid of privacy left Lien Yi feeling despondent. "Forget it. I won't dwell on it. I'll take it one step at a time." Lien Yi rolled off his bed, sat cross-legged on the floor, and began to refine his chakra. As long as he possessed sufficient strength, no one could pose a threat to him. With this mindset, he dedicated himself wholeheartedly to his training. Despite being only 6 years old, Lien Yi and Appo's chakra reserves exceeded those of his peers in the Uchiha clan. If he had access to ninjutsu, he would already be eager to begin learning. He estimated that with his current chakra capacity, he could easily perform 2 C-rank jutsus. Having traversed into the ninja world without any system, he relied solely on his own efforts. Perhaps due to being a time traveler, Lien Yi's physical and mental energies were significantly greater than those of his contemporaries. Coupled with the soul of an adult, he understood the importance of strength. His expectations were modest. He only sought the ability to protect himself. After all, shortly after Senju Hashirama and Appo's demise, the first great ninja war would erupt. And even someone as formidable as Senju Tobarama would perish in the conflict, let alone Lien Yi. The Uchiha clan was a major family in Konoha, and if war broke out, they could not remain uninvolved, but would have to charge into battle. Not to mention, Lien Yi bore the identity of Tobarama's adopted son. When the time came, even if he wished to avoid the fray, he would be thrust onto the battlefield. Unless, of course, Lien Yi was utterly talentless, lacking any ninja aptitude, relegating him to the status of an ordinary person. Yet reality dictated otherwise. Lien Yi and Appo's ninja talent far surpassed that of his peers. With diligent effort and training, becoming a Jonin was nearly a certainty, and even reaching the rank of Kage was not out of the question. With this in mind, Lien Yi intensified his training. Having already crossed over into this world, with such an advantageous start, it would be a shame to squander his talents by not working hard. He need not dream of defeating Kaguya or kicking the Sage of Six Paths, but at the very least, he should survive several ninja wars, right? By the time Senju Tobarama returned, it was well past midnight. Given the dejected expression on his face, the outcome was all too clear. He had spent hours arguing with his brother in the Hokage's office, nearly wearing his mouth out. However, his brother remained stubborn, insisting that Tobarama must care for Lien Yi until he reaches adulthood. Senju Tobarama felt as though the sky had fallen. After only a brief interaction with that Uchiha brat, he had been thoroughly exasperated. The thought of having to endure the company of that child for over a decade left him breathless. Damn brat, if I'm miserable? You won't have it easy either. Senju Tobarama and Appo's eyes flickered, as if struck by an idea, and a manic smile spread across his face. It was clear he was up to no good. He glanced toward Lien Yi and Appo's room, noticing the light still on, and a smirk crept onto his lips. He strode into the kitchen and soon emerged with a cup of milk, approaching Lien Yi and Appo's door. Kid, open up. While Lien Yi was immersed in training within his room, he heard Tobarama and Appo's voice and felt puzzled. What could Senju Tobarama want at this hour? With a furrowed brow, he opened the door. To his surprise, Senju Tobarama stood there, holding a cup of warm milk, offering it to Lien Yi. Drink this milk and get some rest. Lien Yi was taken aback, unsure of Tobarama and Appo's intentions. Why was he bringing him milk at this hour? Had he experienced a change of heart? He instinctively accepted the milk, muttering a thank you. Drink up quickly. I'll take the cup back, Tobarama urged. Lien Yi remained silent, downing the milk in one gulp before returning the cup to Tobarama. As Tobarama took the cup, he reminded, get to bed early. With that, he turned and left. Lien Yi watched Tobarama and Appo's retreating figure, bewildered. What was this old man up to? Such unsolicited kindness must surely have ulterior motives. Yet, after pondering for a while, he could not decipher Senju Tobarama and Appo's true intention. Ultimately, he shook his head and lay down to sleep. Perhaps it was the awakening of conscience for Senju Tobarama. Not long after Lotus Knight had fallen asleep, the figure of Senju Tobarama appeared outside the window, revealing a meaningful smile. That mischievous little rascal. Chapter 5. Lien Yi and Appo's craftsmanship. The following morning, Lien Yi lay exhausted in bed, having experienced a peculiar dream the night before. In this dream, he found himself in a laboratory, sprawled on a cold dissection table, surrounded by shelves filled with various biological specimens and jars. He attempted to rise from the table, but his body remained completely immobile, leaving him to silently observe his surroundings. What was the meaning of this dream? Lien Yi pondered. Could it possibly be a manifestation of a transcendent ability? The thought ignited excitement within him. If it were indeed a special ability, it would be nothing short of exhilarating. As a traveler of worlds, lacking any such gift would be rather disheartening. However, Lien Yi quickly regained his composure. One dream could not be taken as definitive proof. If it turned out to be nothing, he would only feel foolish for his fleeting joy. He decided to wait and see if he could dream of it again. If so, he would then embark on further exploration. With this determination, he rolled out of bed and exited his room. After wandering around the courtyard, he found no sign of Tobarama Senju, concluding that the latter must have gone to the Hokage's office to assist Hashirama Senju with paperwork. Thus, he made his way to the corner of the courtyard where the shuriken throwing area was located. The area was a perfect circle, approximately 20 meters in diameter. At its center stood a row of meticulously crafted wooden targets. These targets, about the height of a person, were made from sturdy wooden planks. Their surfaces painted with striking concentric circles, starting with a red dot at the center and radiating outward in orange, yellow, blue, and other vibrant hues. On one side of the area was a simple wooden shelter, inside of which were a table and several chairs, neatly arranged with various types of shuriken, triangular and cross-shaped. Protective gear, including gloves, wrist guards, and chest protectors, hung from a rack against the wall. Lien Yi marveled at Tobarama and Appo's generosity. Such resources were impressive indeed. Reflecting on his previous living expenses, he realized he had only managed to afford meals, without any spare funds for shuriken, let alone for training in their use. Gazing longingly at the shuriken on the table, he felt a surge of desire. Although he wished to train with them immediately, they were not his to use without Tobarama and Appo's permission. After a brief observation, he resolutely diverted his gaze and commenced physical training. His young body was not yet capable of strenuous exercise, so he engaged in simple bodyweight workouts, push-ups, squats, and pull-ups, to strengthen his chest, legs, and arms. Such strength training was crucial for a ninja to maintain stability and explosiveness during missions. By the time Lien Yi concluded his training, it was nearly noon. He lay on the ground to rest for a moment before dragging his weary body to the kitchen to prepare lunch. Uncertain whether Tobarama would return in time for the meal, he decided to cook for two. Notably, the portion he prepared for himself was particularly generous, double what he had eaten the previous night. After intense physical training, Lien Yi found that he had a voracious appetite. This pleased him. as a larger appetite indicated he had expended significant energy, affirming the effectiveness of his training. Moreover, ample food intake would aid in muscle growth, enhance endurance, and improve recovery. Due to a lack of ingredients at home, Lin opted for a simple menu: mapo tofu and kung pao chicken, both dishes spiced to perfection. He brought a bowl of rice, filling a second bowl for Tobarama, and began to devour the meal with gusto. The smaller bowl of rice was, of course, reserved for Tobarama. Having been Chinese in his previous life, Lianya was unaccustomed to Japanese culinary culture. He much preferred Chinese cuisine, which he found to be deliciously spicy and fragrant. Just then, Tobarama returned. As he stepped into the courtyard, he was greeted by an enticing aroma wafting through the air. Intrigued, he peered into the house, murmuring, "What smells so good? What has that little rascal cooked?" It dawned on him that Lianya was not exaggerating. He truly possessed culinary skills. Instinctively, Tobarama swallowed hard and hastened into the kitchen. "Welcome back, old man," Lianya greeted, continuing to relish his meal. Without wasting a moment, Tobarama took a seat at the table, where 2 plates of delectable dishes awaited him: mapo tofu and kung pao chicken. The white tofu, drenched in vibrant red chili oil, was adorned with specks of peppercorn and fresh green scallions, exuding a rich, spicy aroma that tantalized the senses. The kung pao chicken, too, was a sight to behold, with golden pieces of chicken combined harmoniously with bright red peppers and tender green scallions, emanating an irresistible sweet and spicy fragrance. He picked up a pair of chopsticks and sampled the mapo tofu. The moment it touched his tongue, the scorching heat and intense spiciness erupted in a delightful explosion. Tobarama was not accustomed to spicy food, yet he found himself conquered by the mapo tofu. He then tried the kung pao chicken, where the tender chicken, crunchy peanuts, and fiery peppers melded together, offering a rich and unparalleled taste experience. Were it not for Lianya and Appos as presents, he would have cried out in sheer delight. "This is simply too delicious," Lianya exclaimed. "Old man, don't just eat the dishes, it's best enjoyed with rice." Hearing this, Tobarama feigned nonchalance as he picked up a bowl of rice, imitating Lianya's actions by scooping up a spoonful of mapo tofu, allowing the red oil to cascade down and envelop the rice. As he savored each bite, the spicy tofu mingled blissfully with the sweet rice, each mouthful drawing him deeper into a state of satisfaction, oblivious to the sweat pouring down his face from the heat. Tobarama closed his eyes, relishing the flavors of the 2 dishes, experiencing for the first time such extraordinary cuisine. This little rascal's culinary prowess was indeed commendable. Perhaps adopting him might not be such a burden after all. "Hey, old man, don't just sit there in a daze. Once you're finished, don't forget to wash the dishes," Lianya urged, patting his full belly. Tobarama snapped back to reality, obediently gathering the bowls and chopsticks to head to the kitchen. Lianya was somewhat surprised by how agreeable Tobarama was. Little did he know, he had successfully won over Tobarama's stomach. The fact that Tobarama, who usually shunned spicy food, had devoured 2 plates of fiery dishes spoke volumes about Lianya's culinary talents. Before long, Tobarama emerged from the kitchen, his gaze landing briefly on Lianya before shifting away. Lianya thought he detected a hint of admiration in Tobarama's eyes, but he shook his head to dismiss the notion. Surely, Tobarama would not commend him. Remembering the training ground, Lianya cautiously inquired, "Old man, may I use the training area in the courtyard?" "Feel free if you wish," Tobarama replied nonchalantly. Lianya felt a surge of joy, reflecting, "This old man is surprisingly accommodating. I have matters to attend to," Tobarama stated, turning to leave. Just as he reached the door, he seemed to recall something, pausing to glance back at Lianya. "Little rascal, be sure to cook extra rice for dinner." Lianya? Chapter 6. The Art of Shuriken Throwing. After departing from Shinji Tobarama, Rinya took a brief respite before eagerly making his way to the training ground. This marked his inaugural practice in shuriken throwing, and he could hardly contain his excitement. In the realm of ninjas, shuriken are a staple weapon, allowing for remote assaults on enemies, making them particularly suited for stealthy strikes and lethal ambushes. Simply put, if one can eliminate foes from a distance, why engage in close combat? The ultimate goal is to neutralize the enemy, and stealth is the most efficient means to that end. With a heart full of anticipation, Rinya envisioned a future where his throwing prowess would be unparalleled. Envisioning a battlefield where a single shuriken could fell an adversary, such a scene ignited a fervor within him. He inhaled deeply to steady himself, then gradually raised his arm, leaning slightly back to perfect his stance before exerting all his strength to launch the shuriken. This was his first training session, and he hoped for a promising start. His expectations were modest. Hitting the target was all that mattered, regardless of the score. However, reality proved less forgiving. The shuriken traced a crooked arc through the air before landing in the ground well short of the target. Not only did he fail to strike the bullseye, but he did not even hit the target itself. The smile on Rinya and Appos' face froze instantly, his cheeks flushing with embarrassment. As if doused with a bucket of cold water, he instinctively glanced around, relieved to find no one watching, and he murmured to himself, "Thank goodness no one saw that." It would have been utterly humiliating. He picked up another shuriken and resumed his attempts. A mere fluke, just a fluke. Let an Appos' try again. Time and again, the shuriken either veered off course or fell short. Beads of sweat dotted Rinya and Apos' forehead, and his arm ached from the repetitive motions, yet he persevered. In this perilous ninja world, personal strength was paramount. Unlike other transmigrators endowed with systems, he relied solely on his own efforts to grow stronger. To achieve this, relentless training was his only path. Rinya felt fortunate to belong to the Uchiha clan, whose chakra levels, ninjutsu talent, and combat skills far surpassed those of other families. Bolstered by the presence of the Sharingan, a coveted bloodline limit. Aside from the Uzumaki and Senju clans, none could rival the Uchiha. Had he been born into an ordinary clan, it would have been a true catastrophe, leaving him with no outlet for his despair. After all, the potential ceiling for ninjas from common clans was painfully evident. No matter how hard they strived, they would scarcely break through to the level of J-Nin. Talent dictates the upper limit, while effort determines the lower. After an indeterminate time, Rinya steadied himself, inhaling deeply to center his mind. This time, his gaze was resolute, and the shuriken in his hand felt as though it had become an extension of himself. Through persistent practice, he seemed to have found his rhythm. With a swift motion, the shuriken flew through the air in a perfect line, embedding itself firmly in the target's red bullseye. At last success, Rinya collapsed to the ground, his arm throbbing as if to remind him of the intensity of his training. Sweat trickled down his forehead, cascading down his cheeks to drip onto the ground. Despite his exhaustion, a satisfied smile crept onto his face as he gazed at the shuriken lodged in the target, a joy born from his labor and perseverance. As dusk approached, Rinya took a brief respite before rising to gather the scattered shuriken, returning them to their rightful place. Completing this task, he trudged back to his room, his clothes soaked with sweat. He desperately needed a refreshing cold shower to alleviate the fatigue of his training. The afternoon and Apos' endeavors had made Rinya acutely aware that mastering shuriken throwing was not an overnight accomplishment. This was merely practice against a stationary target in real combat. Enemies would not remain still. He resolved to refine his skills against fixed targets before progressing further. Considering the timeline, it seemed that Madara Uchiha and Apos' defection had occurred not long ago, and the Valley of the End battle was unlikely to transpire in the near future. Senju Hashirama appeared to have passed away shortly after defeating Madara, leading Rinya to surmise that Hashirama sustained severe injuries during their confrontation, which ultimately led to his demise. The First Shinobi War would erupt approximately 17 years after the establishment of Konoha, implying that Rinya had a decade to hone his skills. Yet 10 years felt insufficient. Clenching his fists, he murmured to himself, to become a formidable fighter in a decade seems nearly impossible. Even 10 years hence, he would only be 16. And unlike Naruto or Sasuke, he could not rely on extraordinary circumstances to elevate his strength. Unless he awakened the Manjiki Sharingan, his gaze flickered with determination. But he quickly regained his composure. Before considering the Manjiki, he had yet to even unlock a single tomo. With a resigned sigh, he decided, never mind that. It and Apos' time for dinner. He made his way to the kitchen to prepare the evening meal. Following Tobarama and Apos' request from the morning, he had cooked an ample amount of rice, 2 large pots to be precise. The dishes remained the same, mapo tofu and kung pao chicken. Although he wished to diversify the menu, the available ingredients were limited to these options. He would have to ask Tobarama to procure more supplies soon. Just as Rinya set the dishes on the table, Tobarama returned, arriving punctually. He surveyed the 4 plates before him and nodded approvingly. These were indeed his favorite dishes. Rinya divided the food into 2 servings, one for himself and one for Tobarama, due to his obsessive cleanliness, as he preferred not to share a plate with anyone. Tobarama accepted this arrangement with gratitude, appreciating the young boy and Apos' thoughtfulness. He, too, preferred not to share a meal with those of the Uchiha clan. At the dining table, silence reigned between the two. The Uchiha and Senju had little in common to discuss, and neither was inclined to initiate conversation. After the meal, Tobarama took the dishes to the kitchen. White-haired uncle, we and Apos, out of ingredients, Rinya called out to him. While the mapo tofu and kung pao chicken were delightful, they could not sustain such a monotony in their meals. Tobarama paused his dishwashing, contemplating for a moment before replying, I and Apos, go shopping tomorrow. What ingredients do you want? Anything will do, Rinya replied, stretching lazily. I and Apos, am heading back to my room now. Noticing Rinya and Apos' intention to leave, Tobarama quickly emerged from the kitchen holding a glass of milk. Drink this before you return, he urged. Rinya was taken aback. Another glass of milk? He hadn't expected this thoughtful gesture from Tobarama, aware that he was still in his growth phase. Accepting the milk, he drank it in one go, and then retreated to his room. After a long day of training, he felt utterly drained and needed a good night's sleep. Tobarama watched the emptied glass with a slight smile, a hint of satisfaction gracing his features. Chapter 7. Uzumaki Mido. As dawn broke, Lianyu was abruptly awakened from his slumber, a cold sweat soaking his back. His chest heaved violently, and remnants of terror and confusion lingered in his eyes. That dream again. Lianyu murmured uncertainly, what exactly is that place? In the eerie dreamscape, He found himself in a completely unfamiliar environment. A pungent odor of medicinal concoctions filled the air, and he lay upon a frigid examination table. His limbs bound by inexplicable devices, rendering him immobile. The laboratory walls flickered with a strange crimson light, surrounded by an array of bizarre specimens that emitted a nauseating aura. A figure clad in a white lab coat circled around him incessantly, their features obscured from Lien Yi and Apos' view. The individual scribbled notes in a notebook, each movement inducing an unsettling sensation within Lien Yi, as if he were a lamb awaiting slaughter, subjected to scrutiny. Is this truly my golden finger? Lien Yi pondered, puzzled. In the myriad of novels he had perused prior to his transmigration, some protagonists possessed a golden finger related to dreams. For instance, a certain character endured nightmares of being pursued by various monsters for over a decade, only to discover that this was indeed his golden finger. Contemplating this, Lien Yi resolved to inspect any changes within himself. After prolonged scrutiny, however, he found nothing. Could it be that I must act within the dream? Lien Yi furrowed his brow in contemplation. He decided to see if he could uncover anything in Tonight and Apos' dream. With this thought, Lien Yi exited his chamber. And after partaking in breakfast, he commenced his morning training. The morning routine mirrored that of the previous day, beginning with chakra refinement, followed by physical conditioning. Just as Lien Yi was engrossed in chakra refinement in the courtyard, a voice resonated unexpectedly at the gate. Little one, are you so earnest? Startled by the sound, Lien Yi opened his eyes and turned to investigate. There stood a woman with striking red hair at the entrance. Her locks styled into two bun-like formations adorned with talisman-like embellishments. A prominent purple diamond mark graced her forehead, and her gaze radiated warmth. She donned a white qipao that accentuated her graceful figure, exuding elegance in every movement. Lien Yi recognized her instantly. This was none other than Uzumaki Mito, the wife of Senju Hashirama. Why has she come here? Although Lien Yi acknowledged Mito's identity, he feigned ignorance and asked, Who are you? Uzumaki Mito smiled, gracefully approaching Lien Yi and crouching before him, her voice gentle as she said, I am Tobarama and Apos' elder sister-in-law. I heard that he adopted a child from the Uchiha clan. So I came to see. You must be the child Tobarama adopted, right? For reasons unknown, Lien Yi felt as though Mito could see through his innermost thoughts. A sensation that left him quite uncomfortable. He instinctively took a step back to create distance. Yes, I am indeed the Uchiha adopted by the white-haired uncle. Mito and Apos' expression shifted slightly, and she covered her mouth, chuckling softly. Why do you refer to Tobarama as an Apos, white-haired uncle and Apos? Lien Yi pouted, explaining, that guy looks down on me. Coincidentally, I feel the same way about him. It's a miracle I didn't call him white-haired. Mito laughed at Lien Yi's words, shaking her head. What a proud little one you are. In truth, she was perplexed as to why Hashirama insisted on adopting a child from the Uchiha clan. Given his well-known disdain for them, Tobarama had frequently come home, lamenting various grievances about Lien Yi and Apos' behavior. Mito and Apos' curiosity piqued. She resolved to ascertain just how troublesome this child truly was. After spending a short while together, she realized that while Lien Yi might be a bit proud, he was not nearly as troublesome as Tobarama had painted him to be. It was likely that Tobarama harbored biases against the Uchiha and was exaggerating the matter, likely hoping to send Lien Yi back. With this thought, Mito reached out to pat Lien Yi and Apos' head, only to have him dodge away. She paused, taken aback by his reaction. Auntie, please do not touch my head, Lien Yi remarked. Don and Apos, do you know that a man and Apos' head is off limits? Mito was momentarily stunned by Lien Yi and Apos' statement. She chuckled lightly. All right, anyone to touch you. That and Apos' more like it, Lien Yi replied, crossing his arms defiantly. As a proud Uchiha, how could he allow others to touch his head? If word of this got out, what would become of Uchiha Lien Yi and Apos' dignity? By the way, I haven't asked your name yet. Mito suddenly remembered, realizing she had not inquired about Lien Yi's name. My name is Uchiha Lien Yi, he stated, looking at Mito. And you, auntie? Mito smiled faintly. Little Lien Yi, I am Uzumaki Mito. Lien Yi nodded, acknowledging her introduction. Auntie Mito, I still have to train. With that, he began to dismiss her. He had no time to waste on idle chatter, as he needed to grow stronger swiftly. Seeing this, Mito's delicate face displayed astonishment. She had not anticipated being asked to leave. What an interesting little boy, she mused, finally understanding why Tobarama had come to her with complaints. Lien Yi was indeed unlike ordinary children. With that, she stood up slowly and exited the courtyard. Once Mito had departed, Lien Yi opened his eyes, pondering her vanishing figure thoughtfully. At the Senju residence. Brother, I implore you, could you possibly send that child away? Senju Tobarama pleaded. Known for his calm demeanor, Tobarama exhibited a remarkably humble side. Those familiar with him would undoubtedly be taken aback by the sight. Ever since a Uchiha child had entered his home, he found himself unsettled in all his endeavors. Tobarama, you must learn to be tolerant and accepting, Senju Hashirama advised earnestly. He genuinely hoped that his brother could forge a harmonious bond with Lin Yi, ideally establishing a connection that would help Tobarama overcome his resentment towards the Uchiha clan. Tobarama. He had rushed over as soon as he awoke, hoping his brother would retract his decision. However, no matter how he pleaded, Hashirama remained unyielding. At that moment, Uzumaki Mido entered the room. Upon seeing her, Tobarama quickly turned to Mido, seeking her assistance. Sister-in-law, please persuade my brother. If persuading his brother was futile, then he would turn to his sister-in-law. In matters of family hierarchy, Mido held considerable influence. Once she spoke, Hashirama would have no choice but to comply. Yet Mido's subsequent words left Tobarama utterly dumbfounded. Tobarama, I have met that child, and I believe your brother is right. You should spend time with him. Ha. Mido is absolutely correct. Hashirama chimed in cheerfully. Tobarama. He had not anticipated such an outcome. In an instant, he felt as if the sky had fallen upon him. Tobarama was oblivious to how he left the room. His brother and sister-in-law had unanimously decided that he would adopt Lin Yi until adulthood. The mere thought of his future life left Tobarama feeling utterly despondent. What a ridiculous joke. Chapter 8. Living expenses. As noon approached, Lin Yi glanced at the time, estimating that Senju Tobarama would soon return. He decided to pull up a chair and wait for his return in the courtyard. Why wasn't Lin Yi cooking? The reason was simple. There were no ingredients left at home. Last night, Senju Tobarama mentioned he would go shopping today, but it appeared he had forgotten. What could that old fellow be so busy with every day, coming and going at odd hours? Lin Yi rested his chin on his hands, feeling utterly bored. He had been living here for 3 days, and aside from mealtimes, he hardly saw Senju Tobarama, who seemed intentionally distant. Does he really think I want to live with him? Lin Yi muttered under his breath. With Uchiha and Appo's elder and Senju Hashirama both speaking, if given a choice, he would never willingly share a roof with Senju Tobarama. Before long, Senju Tobarama's figure appeared at the door. Upon seeing Lin Yi sitting in the courtyard, he paused slightly and inquired, Kid, is lunch ready? Lin Yi shot him a glare, replying curtly, How can I cook when there are no ingredients? At this, Senju Tobarama finally remembered the grocery shopping he had forgotten amidst his discussions with his elder brother this morning. Clearing his throat, he explained, I and Appos, been quite busy lately and completely overlooked it. You and Appos, just the brother of the Hokage, not the Hokage himself. What could possibly keep you so busy? You probably just crawled out of some kunoichi's bed. Lin Yi scoffed, visibly displeased. After training all morning, he was ravenous. He had planned to treat himself to a delightful meal, only to discover an empty kitchen. He was just a kid with no source of income, lacking the funds to buy groceries, and could only endure his hunger while waiting for Senju Tobarama's return. Observing Senju Tobarama's nonchalant demeanor fueled Lin Yi's resentment. Who knows where that old fellow had been enjoying himself? Senju Tobarama's mouth twitched in irritation, suppressing his anger as he stated, Let us skip cooking today. I'll take you out to eat. It was already too late to prepare a meal, and if he let this kid cook, who knew what outrageous remarks he might make? Having lived a clean life for half of his existence, he would not tolerate being slandered by this boy. Lin Yi's eyes brightened at the suggestion, though he feigned indifference, saying, In that case, I want grilled meat. Senju Tobarama. In the commercial street of Konoha village, Senju Tobarama soon led Lin Yi to a barbecue restaurant wafting enticing aromas. The air was filled with the savory scent of meat, making Lin Yi and Appo's eyes sparkle as he involuntarily swallowed. Having traversed the ninja world for months, his living expenses were solely allocated for basic meals, leaving no spare change for indulgences like barbecue. To be honest, he had been craving this for quite some time. Senju Tobarama guided Lin Yi to a corner table, where a friendly owner promptly approached with a menu. He tossed the menu to Lin Yi, saying, You order. Without hesitation, Lin Yi ordered a dozen plates of grilled meat, including signature beef, tender pork belly, and pork kidneys, finishing off with a few plates of vegetables. Senju Tobarama stared in astonishment, asking, Are you really going to finish all of that? Don and Appos, worry, I can eat it all, Lin Yi assured him confidently. The amount he ordered was roughly enough to feed 3 adults. He had considered ordering more but decided against it. Wasting food would be a shame. He would see how much he could eat first. Seeing Lin Yi and Appos' determination, Senju Tobarama held his tongue, his curiosity piqued about the Uchiha clan and Appos' capacity for consumption. Before long, sizzling plates of meat were served, the vividly red slices curling and changing color upon contact with heat, sending oil splattering and the aroma intensifying. Senju Tobarama picked up his chopsticks and methodically tended to the meat, while Lin Yi, arms crossed, watched with keen interest, occasionally offering commentary. Despite his outwardly calm demeanor, he was ravenous. As the meat reached the perfect doneness, Senju Tobarama placed it onto Lin Yi's plate. I can serve myself, Lin Yi replied, grabbing a piece and popping it into his mouth. The moment the grilled meat touched his palate, sheer satisfaction washed over him. This barbecue was simply exquisite. At that moment, he could no longer maintain his Uchiha pride, devouring piece after piece, letting out soft sounds of contentment. Senju Tobarama quietly observed Lin Yi and Appos' every move. his eyes wide with shock as he watched the boy consume all the grilled meat on the table at an astonishing speed. But it didn't end there, Lianya. Feeling unsatisfied, waved for the owner to bring out more plates of grilled meat. Senju Tobarama? When had he not noticed that this little rascal could eat so much? Burp, I'm full, Lianya said, patting his belly with a look of utter satisfaction. This meal had truly delighted him. It was clear that meat was the way to go. Senju Tobarama instinctively glanced at Lianya and Appo's slightly bulging stomach. How was it even possible for this child to consume so much food? Lianya had eaten enough for 5 people, and he was still just a 6-year-old kid. Senju Tobarama began to question his understanding of reality. Was this truly just a child? It seemed necessary to conduct a thorough investigation into why this kid could eat so much later that evening. Unbeknownst to Lianya, who was blissfully savoring the lingering flavors of the barbecue, Senju Tobarama considered the matter of living expenses. Old man with white hair, time to settle the bill. Lianya called out, noticing Senju Tobarama still staring at him. Snapping back to reality, Senju Tobarama summoned the owner to settle the account. The two then left the barbecue restaurant together. Just as they stepped outside, Senju Tobarama suddenly recalled something, pulling out a wad of cash and handing it to Lianya. Saying nonchalantly, "This is your living allowance. I have something else to attend to." With that, he disappeared in a flash, leaving Lianya staring at the thick stack of bills in his hand, speechless for a moment. Eventually, he tucked the money into his pocket. A faint smile gracing his lips as he softly remarked, "This old fellow is quite interesting." He had not expected Senju Tobarama to give him pocket money. This money indeed alleviated his immediate concerns. He could now indulge in whatever he desired without the dreariness of his previous existence. Well, perhaps he should go easy on the chili when cooking in the future. With that, Lianya set off, his small legs carrying him away. Once Lianya and Appo's figure had completely vanished, Senju Tobarama emerged from around the corner, observing Lianya and Appo's departing silhouette, his tone icy as he remarked, "Don't get the wrong idea, kid. This is merely your experimental fee." He would never engage in such acts of generosity towards an Uchiha child without purpose. This money was simply compensation for Lianya's role as a test subject. Poor Lianya remained oblivious to this reality. When he eventually uncovered the truth, one could only wonder what expression would grace his face. Chapter 9, The Uchiha Observation Manual. Uchiha Clan Territory, Orphanage. After dinner, Renya did not rush back but instead strolled to the clan grounds. Compared to the Senju clan, he felt more at home in the orphanage. "Renya, you're back," Uchiha Shun exclaimed upon seeing Renya, rushing to greet him with excitement. He had already learned that his friend had been adopted by Senju Tobarama. "I and Appos am just here to check on all of you," Renya explained. This visit was not solely to see his friend. He also intended to request a ninjutsu scroll from the headmaster. The Uchiha clan possessed their own storeroom, safeguarding various strategic resources, including an abundance of ninjutsu scrolls. These scrolls were a uniform reward for the younger generation of clan members and a means to showcase the family's heritage, motivating them to contribute more to the clan. Typically, every Uchiha member, upon being able to extract chakra and demonstrating potential to become a ninja, could claim a ninjutsu scroll. However, acquiring additional scrolls generally required merit or equivalent exchange. At present, Senju Tobarama had not established a ninja academy. The clan and Appos ninjas were self-sufficient, and there were virtually no civilian ninjas. Civilian ninjas would only begin to emerge once the ninja academy was founded. After all, without a ninja academy, it was nearly impossible for ordinary people to become ninjas. Renya and Appos chakra levels were now sufficient to perform some basic ninjutsu, making it imperative for him to obtain a scroll to enhance his abilities. Ninjutsu represented the most commonly used and vital means of offense and defense in battle for ninjas. Mastering several powerful ninjutsu was essential for augmenting one's strength. With these thoughts in mind, Renya chatted with Uchiha Shun for a while before bidding farewell and heading to the headmaster's office. The bearded headmaster appeared somewhat surprised upon Renya's arrival. "Renya, what brings you back? Have you been mistreated by the Senju clan?" He began to regret allowing Renya to leave with the Senju brothers, but felt powerless. Given that Tobarama was the Hokage, ever since Madara and Appos' betrayal, he had noticed an increasing wariness from the village towards the Uchiha. In such circumstances, they had no choice but to comply. As the headmaster pondered these thoughts, Renya spoke up. "Headmaster, I would like to request a ninjutsu scroll." Snapping back to reality, the headmaster inquired curiously, "Renya, do you possess enough chakra now?" "Rest assured, headmaster. I am confident that I can manage a few ninjutsu," Renya assured him. Hearing this, the headmaster nodded in satisfaction, his eyes reflecting admiration. "Excellent. It seems you have been training diligently." Renya's training speed was among the most exceptional in the orphanage, rivaling even some of the clan and Appos prodigies. Children of the Uchiha clan began receiving specialized instruction from J-nin after the age of 8, while prior to that, they were taught by family elders. The orphanage was somewhat unique. Lacking parental guidance, the headmaster could only allocate limited time to teach them, which naturally resulted in lower efficiency compared to regular Uchiha education, an unavoidable circumstance. "Renya, I hope you continue to work hard in your training," the headmaster said. Opening a drawer to retrieve a scroll. "I will," Rinya responded solemnly as he accepted the scroll. After bidding farewell to the headmaster, he exited the office. Once Rinya left, the headmaster sighed helplessly. What a fine child. Such a pity. Had Rinya not been adopted by the Senju, he would have eagerly provided one-on-one guidance, as he was indeed a promising talent. The headmaster understood well that Rinya was not valued in the Senju clan, otherwise, he wouldn't have returned specifically to seek a ninjutsu scroll. Tobarama was powerful. How could he possibly lack fire-release ninjutsu scrolls? Perhaps Madara's actions were indeed justified. Senju clan territory. Rinya returned to the Senju clan territory clutching the scroll, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to learn ninjutsu. He wondered what kind of ninjutsu it contained. Suddenly, two slightly stocky boys burst forth, arms crossed, blocking his path. The taller one raised his chin defiantly. Hey, are you the Uchiha that Lord Tobarama adopted? How did they know Rinya and Appo's identity? It was evident from the Uchiha fan emblem emblazoned on his clothing. The glaring clan symbol made it nearly impossible for him to remain unrecognized. Rinya frowned, a flicker of displeasure stirring within him. He had not anticipated encountering troublemakers, as he was eager to return to his ninjutsu training. Step aside. I have no time to play with you, he retorted. The two boys, undeterred, pressed on, with the taller one throwing the first punch. Rinya deftly sidestepped, avoiding the attack with ease, causing the taller boy to stumble dangerously close to falling. The shorter boy, seeing this, drew a kunai from his waist and lunged at Rinya in a frenzy. A glint of cold light flashed in Rinya and Appo's eyes as he swiftly grasped the boy and Appo's wrist, causing him to yelp in pain as the kunai clattered to the ground. You really are annoying, Rinya exclaimed, delivering a kick that sent the shorter boy flying. Given that this brat had resorted to using a weapon, Rinya showed no mercy. The taller boy regained his composure and charged again, only to find that they were no match for Rinya. Soon, both boys lay groaning on the ground. Rinya picked up the kunai and threw it at the shorter boy. With a whoosh, the kunai grazed the boy and Appo's cheek, leaving a thin line of blood, before embedding itself into the ground beside him, still quivering slightly. The shorter boy's face turned pale with fear, frozen in place, and unable to utter a sound. He had narrowly escaped death. The taller boy was equally shaken, cowering nearby and too afraid to make a sound. This Uchiha was undeniably ruthless and terrifying. Rinya dusted off his clothes and looked down at the two, his voice icy and devoid of emotion. If you dare trouble me again, I will kill you. The boys were instantly paralyzed with fear, sensing that Rinya was not joking and truly capable of carrying out his threat. Ignoring their pain, they scrambled to their feet and fled as if their lives depended on it. Rinya watched them retreat, shrugging his shoulders in resignation. Why must you force me to resort to violence? In the shadows, Senju Tobarama observed the scene quietly, pulling out a notebook to jot down his observations. The page read, Uchiha Observation Manual. Once Renya's figure had disappeared into the distance, Tobarama vanished in a flash, appearing before the two boys. Upon seeing Tobarama, the boys wailed. Wah, Lord Tobarama, he was too ruthless. They had been specially recruited by Tobarama to observe Rinya and Appo's reactions. Well done. Here is your reward, Tobarama said, handing them a stack of bills. Thank you, Lord Tobarama. The boys beamed with joy upon receiving the money. Dealing with Uchiha children is truly challenging, Tobarama reflected, his expression complex as he reviewed the notes in his notebook. Chapter 10, The Killing Intent of Senju Tobarama and the Senju Tobarama Residence. Rinya eagerly entered the courtyard and unrolled the scroll. The scroll contained records of 3 ninjutsu techniques, the Great Fireball Technique, the Phoenix Fire Technique, and the Dragon Fire Technique. These 3 techniques were the hallmark fire-release ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan, classified as C rank. Rinya was elated. Possessing these techniques would undoubtedly enhance his strength significantly. The immediate priority was to learn and master these ninjutsu. After noting down the theoretical aspects of the Great Fireball Technique, Rinya closed the scroll and began preparing to practice the release of the ninjutsu. The crux of the Great Fireball Technique lay in transforming the chakra within his body into a fire attribute and controlling it with precision. This required a profound understanding and mastery of chakra. Rinya closed his eyes, calming his mind to sense the flow of chakra within him. He attempted to guide the chakra, gathering it in his abdomen, but the process proved challenging. The chakra was as unruly as a mischievous child, darting about. Yet, Rinya did not relent. After numerous attempts, he finally managed to stabilize the chakra's gathering in his abdomen. Next, he needed to convert this chakra into a fire attribute. Although Rinya had not tested his chakra's attributes, he instinctively knew it was predominantly fire, possibly with other undiscovered attributes. He planned to acquire chakra test paper to verify his attributes later. For now, his focus remained on mastering these 3 ninjutsu. Concentrating intensely, Rinya began to alter the nature of his chakra gradually. As the transformation took place, he distinctly felt a surge of intense heat in his abdomen, as if a flame were igniting within. Once the chakra was transformed, he commenced channeling the fire attribute chakra to his throat. This was a crucial step, demanding meticulous control over the quantity and flow rate of the chakra. A moment's inattention could not only hinder the ninjutsu's execution, but also risk self-injury. With utmost care, Rinya propelled the chakra, feeling warmth accumulate in his throat. Sensing a powerful energy converging there, With preparation set, he swiftly formed the hand seals. His speed was remarkable, having practiced diligently beforehand. In battles, the swiftness of hand seals is pivotal. The faster side can execute ninjutsu first, gaining the upper hand. His hands danced rapidly, completing the hand seals for the Great Fireball technique. Fire release, Great Fireball technique. Harnessing the power of his lungs, Renya forcefully expelled the chakra gathered in his throat. In an instant, a fireball half a meter in diameter erupted from his mouth, accompanied by a wave of heat and brilliant flames, hurtling forward and stirring a fierce gust of wind across the training ground. Renya stood transfixed by the awe-inspiring spectacle before him, his lips parted in disbelief. Could it be that I am a genius? He had never anticipated executing the Great Fireball technique successfully on his first attempt. Mastery of ninjutsu is heavily reliant on innate talent. While those with high aptitude may learn a technique in mere moments, those with lesser talent could take an arduous amount of time. Reflecting on this, a proud smile crept upon Renya's face. He resolved to attempt the Great Fireball technique once more, realizing that the previous attempt had consumed a third of his chakra, leaving enough for 2 additional releases. This time, he intended to increase the chakra output to test the technique's potency. Fire release, Great Fireball technique. Renya formed the hand seals again, and a colossal fireball several meters in diameter, akin to a colossal beast breaking free from its confines, erupted from his mouth, roaring ahead. Wherever the fireball traveled, the air ignited instantly, crackling with sound and creating a fierce gust strong enough to upend sand and gravel within the training area. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Senju Tobarama, who had just returned home. His gaze fixed intently on Renya, his expression betraying unmasked astonishment. As a prodigy of ninjutsu, he had observed countless ninjas in training, yet a child so young executing a C-rank ninjutsu flawlessly on the first attempt was an extraordinary rarity. Senju Tobarama couldn't help but recall the countless days and nights he had dedicated to refining and perfecting ninjutsu during his youth. He mused privately that this child's future was boundless. However, he quickly remembered Renya's affiliation with the Uchiha clan. Tobarama's expression darkened instantly, his concern that Renya might become the second Uchiha Madara surfacing. He scrutinized Renya, brow furrowed, silently vowing to remain vigilant regarding this child's development and temperament. Should Renya ever pose a threat, Tobarama was prepared to eliminate him without hesitation. Having spent his life wary of the Uchiha, he would never allow the emergence of another malevolent and formidable Uchiha. Renya remained immersed in the overwhelming power of the Great Fireball technique when he suddenly sensed a potent killing intent locking onto him. A shiver ran down his spine, and he instinctively turned to look. There stood Senju Tobarama, his countenance dark and foreboding. In that moment, Renya swallowed hard, anxiety coursing through him. What is happening? What is this old man thinking? Renya genuinely feared that Senju Tobarama might suddenly choose to eliminate him. As a mere weakling, Renya knew he would have no opportunity to plead for mercy if Tobarama decided to strike. For an elite shinobi to extinguish a child who was not even a ninja would be as effortless as squashing an ant. Fortunately, Senju Tobarama soon reined in his chakra, donning a facade of normalcy. Lifting the groceries in his hand, he said, "Kid, I've brought the ingredients." Renya remained silent, his face drained of color. He had nearly been paralyzed by fear moments earlier. Tobarama said nothing further and proceeded to the kitchen, fully aware that Renya would take time to recover from the shock. Once Tobarama left, a wave of relief washed over Renya, his tense body relaxing instantly. It was then he realized his back was drenched in cold sweat, and a chill swept through him. He understood that Senju Tobarama was not the benevolent figure his brother Hashirama was. It would be wise to tread lightly around him. Otherwise, if he inadvertently provoked Tobarama, he could find himself in a predicament with no refuge, should the man choose to strike him down. "You despicable man. I will have my revenge." Renya clenched his fists, gritting his teeth in determination. At that moment, his desire to grow stronger surged to its zenith. The sensation of life and death resting in another's hands was profoundly unsettling, one he would never forget. In the kitchen, Senju Tobarama set down the groceries, an embarrassed expression crossing his face. He had lost control of his killing intent, inadvertently frightening Renya. Such a blunder was beneath him. Yet the presence of the Uchiha had rendered him unable to maintain composure. Recalling Renya's terrified expression, Tobarama couldn't help but stifle a chuckle. Chapter 11. A battle of wits and courage. As evening descended, Lian Yi glanced at the clock, realizing it was time for dinner. Without needing a reminder from Senju Tobarama, he instinctively made his way to the kitchen to prepare the meal. After experiencing the murderous intent emanating from Senju Tobarama, Lian Yi had completely subdued his rebellious spirit. In the past, he would have defiantly added chili peppers to the dishes, but this time he refrained. In the face of his current inadequacies, he resolved to play the part of the submissive one, biding his time until he could return as the dominant force. During dinner, Senju Tobarama noticed that Lian Yi, unusually quiet, was not engaging in their usual banter, leaving him feeling a bit bored. He preferred the spirited defiance that Lian Yi typically displayed. Contemplating this, Senju Tobarama slowly inquired, "Little brat, why have you fallen silent?" At this, Lian Yi paused mid-bite, setting down his chopsticks. "What do you want me to say?" "Whatever you like, feel free to speak your mind," Senju Tobarama responded, his interest piqued as he observed Lian Yi. The once defiant boy now behaved as docile as a quail under his guidance, and this sensation was immensely satisfying. Please refrain from speaking during meals, Lianyi replied, his expression impassive. He was not inclined to converse with Senju Tobarama at the moment, harboring suspicions that the white-haired man was attempting to provoke him into a confrontation. As expected from the inherently wicked Senju Tobarama, his heart is indeed tainted, Lianyi thought to himself. Senju Tobarama, taken aback by Lianyi's retort, felt that familiar sense of exasperation return. It was evident that the Uchiha boy had not changed his ways. How old are you, little brat? He asked, realizing he had yet to learn Lianyi's age despite having taken him in for some time. Lianyi cast a sidelong glance at him. 6 years old. It was clear that this white-haired man was merely stirring up trouble. It would be prudent for him to finish his meal and leave. With that in mind, Lianyi hastened his eating. Meanwhile, Senju Tobarama quietly observed him, lost in thought. I'm done, Lianyi announced, rising to head back to his room. Noticing this, Senju Tobarama called out, little brat, you haven't had your milk yet. Lianyi halted, watching as Senju Tobarama emerged from the kitchen with a glass of milk. Why do you drink milk every day, white-haired uncle? Lianyi questioned, feeling a sense of resignation. Each large glass of milk after dinner left him feeling bloated by bedtime. You are still in your growth phase, and milk is essential, Senju Tobarama explained. Lianyi took the milk but eyed Senju Tobarama with suspicion, sensing that the older man harbored some ulterior motive. Seeing Lianyi hesitate to drink the milk, Senju Tobarama, understanding his doubts, chose not to press the issue. It's entirely up to you. Just know that milk aids in growth and development, especially at your age. With the absence of pressure from Senju Tobarama, Lianyi felt relieved. It seemed the milk was harmless. If it were not, the old man would have undoubtedly forced him to drink it. Feeling quite clever, Lianyi downed the milk in one go. I'm heading back to my room now, he stated before turning to leave. As he witnessed this, Senju Tobarama's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. The naive Uchiha brat still wishes to contend with me? With just a slight maneuver, he had successfully disarmed Lianyi's suspicions, coaxing him into consuming the milk laced with a sedative. This tactic was aptly named advancing by retreating. However, unbeknownst to Senju Tobarama, once Lianyi had turned away, his eyes flickered with determination, and his expression darkened. He had been aware that Senju Tobarama's intentions were dubious, and the milk was undoubtedly compromised. Upon returning to his room, he went to the restroom and discreetly expelled the milk. After completing this task, he casually lay on his bed, closing his eyes. He was awaiting Senju Tobarama's arrival. Yet, after a prolonged wait, the older man never came. Lianyi began to ponder whether the milk was indeed safe. Had he truly overthought the situation? To be cautious, he refrained from sleeping, concerned that Senju Tobarama might choose to come in the dead of night. Thus, he waited until dawn, and still, Senju Tobarama had not appeared. Damn it. Perhaps I was overthinking things, Lianyi muttered to himself. How foolish he felt, having admired his own cleverness, only to realize he had been engaged in an intellectual duel with thin air all night long. Having spent a sleepless night, Lianyi rose, his heavy body dragging him to the mirror, where he beheld his bloodshot eyes, encircled by dark circles. How amusingly naive I am, he chuckled bitterly. With dawn breaking, he had no intention of returning to slumber. Lianyi made his way to the training ground in the courtyard, commencing his morning exercises. At that moment, Senju Tobarama opened the door and observed Lianyi training earnestly. Little brat, would you like me to prepare breakfast for you? That would be great, uncle, Lianyi replied. Continuing his training, Senju Tobarama proceeded to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Upon seeing Lianyi's dark circles, he nearly burst out laughing. You are still too young, he remarked smugly. When Lianyi had hesitated to drink the milk the previous night, Senju Tobarama had anticipated that the boy would begin to harbor doubts. Ever cautious, he had refrained from acting that night. He surmised that Lianyi had indeed expelled the milk, for one could not gauge an Uchiha's intellect by conventional standards. As expected, his suspicions proved correct. He intended to continue administering the sedative to Lianyi, but decided against immediate action, opting to wait for a more opportune moment. Breakfast was simple, bread and fried eggs. Just as he was about to call Lianyi in for the meal, a wicked smile crept across his face. He retrieved a bottle of milk, pouring a glass and placing it on the table. Little brat must drink more milk. Having completed this, he beckoned Lianyi to join him for breakfast. Upon entering the room and catching sight of the milk on the table, Lianyi's expression immediately froze. Damn it. More milk, he thought, recalling how the milk had robbed him of a night's sleep. Contemplating this, he felt an overwhelming urge to hurl the milk away. Senju Tobarama observed Lianyi's reaction with a keen eye, relishing the sight of his expression. How naive the little brat remains. I'm off for a bit, little brat. Remember to wash your bowl after eating, Senju Tobarama declared, satisfied as he turned to leave. He feared he might burst into laughter if he stayed any longer. Seeing the Uchiha boy flounder brought him immense joy. A splendid day began with witnessing Lianyi's misfortune. In high spirits, Senju Tobarama planned to experiment with a forbidden technique today, all while keeping it a secret from his elder brother. As a master of forbidden techniques in the ninja world, creating new jutsu was akin to play for him. Chapter 12. The establishment of the ninja school as the seasons transitioned. It had already been a year since Renya arrived at the Senju clan's territory. Throughout this year, Rinya maintained a remarkably disciplined routine, dedicating nearly every day to training. It could be said that he was either engaged in training or on the path to it. Even Tobarama Senju, renowned for his strict standards, could not help but commend Rinya's diligent efforts. However, Rinya had traversed many a circuitous route in his training. Tobarama often observed Rinya's practice, but never considered offering guidance. Rinya, too proud to inquire, refrained from seeking his counsel. In the spirit of the Uchiha clan, known for their haughty demeanor, Rinya chose to remain silent. Whenever faced with challenges, he would seek out the orphanage's director, a seasoned jonin from the Warring States period, who effortlessly assisted Rinya in his training. After a year of arduous practice, Rinya had achieved the rank of a genin. At the tender age of 7, he was considered a prodigy within the Uchiha clan. Yet, rather than basking in his achievements, he intensified his training. Acutely aware that his current abilities were insufficient for self-preservation in the ninja world, he aspired to attain the rank of jonin. Since Rinya's crossing into this world, he had intermittently experienced dreams of being trapped in a laboratory, unable to move or recall the specifics of what transpired. He found himself perplexed, questioning whether this might be his hidden potential. Initially, he entertained thoughts of exploring the secrets of the laboratory within his dreams, but despite his efforts, he remained immobile, unable even to utter a word. As time passed, his resolve waned. However, recently, these dreams had grown increasingly frequent, evolving from once or twice a week to now occurring every 2 days, leaving him troubled by their meaning. A year had elapsed. Yet he remained uncertain if these dreams were indeed indicative of his latent abilities. Shaking his head, he resolved to set aside his confusion, recognizing that some matters cannot be forced and that understanding would come in due time. With that thought, he commenced today's training. Clad in black, Rinya stood tall, resembling a pine tree. Tobarama had not been mistaken. Drinking milk indeed aided in growth. Over the span of a year, he had grown from a diminutive 1.2 meters to approximately 1.3 meters tall. He activated the mechanical apparatus in the courtyard, a shuriken launcher typically used for evasive training. Rinya fixed his gaze on the contraption, fully aware of the need for vigilance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the launcher sprang to life, a flurry of shuriken hurtled towards him at astonishing speed. Reacting swiftly, Rinya moved with the grace of a cheetah, dodging, twisting, and leaping in a fluid sequence. His long, dark hair whipped about him, and the corners of his attire fluttered with each precise evasion, narrowly missing the razor-sharp projectiles. As the training progressed, the frequency of the shuriken launches increased, their trajectories becoming increasingly complex. Rinya's breaths grew labored, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. His eyes and body struggled to keep pace with the onslaught, each maneuver becoming increasingly arduous. He stumbled momentarily, barely evading a shuriken shot from a particularly tricky angle. As the apparatus completed its barrage, Rinya collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. He mused that if he could awaken his Sharingan, the training would not be so arduous. He lamented the fact that awakening the Sharingan required a significant emotional stimulus. When the Uchiha understood the essence of love and subsequently lost that affection, it transformed into a potent hatred, or in moments of dire peril, intense emotional turmoil would trigger a unique chakra response in the visual cortex, leading to the awakening of the Sharingan. This phenomenon was why the Uchiha clan was often referred to as the clan of love. Though Rinya understood the theory behind this process, practical application proved far more challenging. The attainment of profound emotional turmoil was a rare occurrence, if it were that simple. The Uchiha clan would have long since been universally blessed with the 3-tomo Sharingan. If they could eliminate the Senju and unify the ninja world, they would surely have done so by now. In reality, the probability of awakening the Sharingan was quite low. Many members of the clan might never achieve it in their lifetimes. Those who did awaken their eyes faced the arduous path of evolving from 1 to 3-tomo, requiring continuous battles and intense emotional experiences, coupled with the enhancement of their chakra and proficiency in their ocular techniques. With a sigh, Rinya lamented his uncertain wait for the day he might awaken his Sharingan. Following the morning training, he set about preparing lunch. Lately, Tobarama had been preoccupied with various matters and rarely returned home for meals. Although he was unsure if Tobarama would return for lunch, he prepared enough for 2. It seemed that the establishment of the ninja school was imminent. Rinya was aware that Tobarama had been diligently working on the school's arrangements. Recently, he had glimpsed the plans laid out on Tobarama's desk, which included the academy's layout and detailed educational programs and curricula. Tobarama had personally selected a group of exceptional ninjas to serve as instructors, responsible for imparting ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu. Currently, Tobarama was in the process of establishing the academy, and it would not be long before the Ninja Academy would come into existence. The thought of attending school filled Rinya with dread. Having spent over a decade in school in his previous life, the mere mention of it sent shivers down his spine, leaving him with lingering psychological trauma. At that moment, Tobarama entered the room, appearing fatigued. He approached the table, taking up chopsticks and devouring his meal with vigor. Having been consumed by the school's preparations, he had scarcely had time to eat, but thankfully, the matters were finally resolved. He had enlisted his elder brother to aid in establishing the school. confident that it would be completed in a couple of days. Once established, enrollment could commence. Presently, Konoha was predominantly comprised of clan ninjas. Tobarama's intention in founding the school was to bridge the gaps between clans and foster a sense of community among ninjas that transcended familial ties. The existence of the Ninja Academy would not only cultivate a plethora of foundational Chunin and Chunin for Konoha, but also provide opportunities for many talented and capable civilian ninjas. It was undoubtedly a venture with countless benefits and no drawbacks. It must be noted that Tobarama possessed an astute political acumen, truly a formidable statesman. With the school nearing completion, Tobarama's spirits soared, and he surprisingly initiated a conversation with Rinya. Kid, the ninja school will commence in a few days. And I have registered you. Do remember to attend. The chopsticks clattered to the floor as Rinya stared at Tobarama in disbelief, exclaiming, "You signed me up." He had been contemplating avoiding school altogether, only to find that Tobarama had taken the initiative to enroll him. Tobarama nodded, stating, "Indeed. You are at the perfect age for schooling. It is unwise to remain idle at home all day." Rinya replied, "I appreciate it." "Not at all," Tobarama responded. Tobarama's actions were motivated by a desire for Rinya to forge bonds with his peers at school, thereby making him more manageable. After all, with such connections, one would be less inclined to make extreme decisions. Chapter 13. The beginning of school a few days later. The establishment of the ninja school had already become common knowledge throughout the village of Konoha. The townsfolk were filled with excitement upon learning of this development. They understood that with the advent of the Ninja Academy, their children would have the opportunity to become ninjas, thus enabling them to transcend social classes and transform their destinies. The reactions among the ninja clans varied. Some were astonished, others bewildered, while a few dismissed the idea altogether. Hokage Senju Hashirama had issued an announcement stating that, upon the school's opening, all eligible children in the village could attend classes. The birth of the ninja school would swiftly cultivate a new generation of lower and middle-ranking ninjas, a matter the Senju brothers took very seriously. However, there were certain prerequisites. Firstly, children typically needed to be around 6 or 7 years old, though slightly older was acceptable. Secondly, possessing chakra aptitude was paramount. Without the talent for ninjutsu, all efforts would be in vain. Moreover, candidates needed to be physically and mentally sound, harboring a deep love for the village and a willingness to contribute. Today marked the inaugural day of the ninja school. Senju Tobarama left his home before dawn to prepare for the opening. Linya, clad in dark attire, reluctantly made his way to the academy. Typically, he would still be training at this hour. To his dismay, he found himself attending school. If it weren't for Tobarama's unilateral decision, he wouldn't have to endure the early rise. The thought of possessing an adult soul, yet being forced to attend classes with a gaggle of children filled him with irritation. The only silver lining was that children in the ninja world tended to mature faster, which might alleviate some of his discomfort. After considerable mental persuasion, he finally managed to accept the situation. Yet, as he walked, his agitation grew, prompting him to halt and turn back towards home. He despised the thought of school, preferring to practice at home. Clearly, Linya had developed a distaste for education even before it began. Konoha was bustling with activity. Members of various clans donned splendid attire as they converged towards the ninja school. Although they believed the academy's educational quality fell short of their family standards, they brought their children to enroll, compelled by the Hokage's decree. After all, the Hokage was none other than the legendary ninja, Senju Hashirama. This sentiment was shared predominantly among the larger clans, such as the Uchiha and Hyuga. In contrast, smaller families were eager for their children to attend the ninja school, as their own educational offerings might not be superior. A multitude of parents gathered at the school's entrance, with clan leaders present to show their support. Signifying their allegiance to Konoha, clans such as Uchiha, Senju, Hyuga, Yamanaka, Nara, and Akimichi were all in attendance, creating a throng at the school entrance. Everyone awaited the opening of the gates. In the early days of Konoha, clan ninjas constituted over 90% of the total ninja population, leaving less than 10% comprised of civilian ninjas. On the rooftop of the school, Senju Tobarama stood with his arms crossed, nodding in satisfaction at the throngs below. "Tobarama, may we open the doors?" Hashirama inquired. "Brother, it is time," Tobarama replied. He had refrained from immediately opening the doors, wishing to observe if any clans were absent. If any families chose not to attend, it would imply a lack of respect for the Hokage, thus giving him grounds to question their motives. While he was unaware of which clans were present, he was acutely aware of those who were not. From the looks of it, nearly all the major clans had arrived, which pleased Tobarama greatly. Only through unity between the clans and the village could Konoha thrive. He pondered whether that young boy had shown up. As he scanned the crowd, he failed to spot Linya. Remembering Linya's earlier reluctance to attend school, a peculiar expression crossed his face, and he murmured, "Could that boy be attempting to skip school?" Tobarama considered that Linya just might be capable of such an act. With this thought, he vanished from his position. At the Senju residence, Linya was practicing ninjutsu techniques in the training ground when he suddenly felt a chill behind him. Instinctively, he turned to see Tobarama, arms crossed, with a stern expression fixed upon him. Linya stiffened, awkwardly touching his nose and attempting to change the subject. "Uncle, why are you back so early?" It's not even mealtime. He made no mention of the school opening. Young man, why are you not at school? Tobarama's voice was icy. School? What school? Lianya feigned ignorance, hoping to delay the inevitable, but Tobarama was not granting him that opportunity. Heh, Tobarama scoffed, seizing Lianya and disappearing from the spot. At the ninja school, Hashirama's voice echoed across the campus. Greetings, citizens of Konoha. Today, we celebrate the opening ceremony of the ninja school. This marks not only the beginning of knowledge for our children, but also a vital moment in the succession of the Will of Fire. Lianya had just been brought over when he heard Hashirama commence extolling the principles of the Will of Fire. School was already a burden, and now he had to endure this monotonous lecture on ideology. He scoffed, thinking, is this truly the Will of Fire? The essence of the Will of Fire lies in protection, inheritance, and selflessness. Lianya was unimpressed. To him, strength was the only true currency. It was only due to Hashirama's formidable power that everyone gathered to hear his speech. Had it been anyone else, attendance would surely dwindle. To Lianya's surprise, Hashirama spoke for over an hour. When he finally concluded, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. Finally, it's over, Lianya exclaimed, tears of joy welling in his eyes as he clapped fervently. Little did he know that Hashirama had noticed Lianya's expression and misinterpreted it as being moved by his rhetoric. He looked toward Lianya with a beaming smile, thinking, little Lianya is indeed a good child. Lianya, witnessing Hashirama's expression of approval, was utterly confused. A large question mark hovering above his head. Why is the Hokage looking at me like that? Could it be he heard what I just said? Danzo, did you see that? The Hokage is looking at me with such admiration. Hiruzen, don't flatter yourself. The Hokage is clearly gazing at me. Hearing this exchange, Lianya turned in astonishment to see two children of around 8 or 9 years old engaged in a spirited debate. These two were none other than the future 3rd Hokage and the 5th Hokage. Chapter 14. Conflict. Lianya was somewhat taken aback, curiously observing the two individuals before him. Judging by their appearances, Saratobi Hizashi and Shimura Danzo seemed to be around 8 or 9 years of age. The enrollment age for the Ninja Academy typically ranges from 6 to 7 years, indicating that both were evidently beyond the acceptable age. The two, embroiled in a dispute, turned to Lianya upon sensing his gaze. Hey, what are you staring at, kid? Shimura Danzo frowned, visibly displeased. He was in the midst of a heated argument with Hizashi regarding whom the Hokage was observing, and naturally felt irked at being scrutinized by a child. Lianya retorted, what's wrong with looking? Is your family running the ninja school? Caught off guard, Danzo faltered momentarily. He had not anticipated such a bold response from this child, nor the sharpness of his tongue. Having never engaged in verbal sparring before, Danzo felt a mix of embarrassment and fury, glaring at Lianya as if he wished to consume him whole. And what about your mother? Lianya shot back. This remark stunned the surrounding children, who displayed expressions of disbelief. They had not expected Lianya to utter such coarse words in this setting. You little brat, you're asking for trouble, Danzo bellowed, raising his fist and charging towards Lianya. However, Lianya had already assessed that Danzo's abilities were roughly on par with his own, both being mere genin, and thus he had no reason to fear. Just as the confrontation seemed imminent, Hizashi grasped Danzo firmly from behind. Calm down, Danzo. Let go of me. I need to teach this brat a lesson. Danzo struggled against Hizashi's hold. The Hokage is still watching, Hizashi reminded him. At this, Danzo suddenly composed himself, as the realization struck him that this was indeed the opening ceremony. His face turned ashen at the thought of the repercussions. The commotion had not gone unnoticed by Senju Hashirama on stage, who turned his curious gaze towards Lianya and inquired, what's the matter, little Lianya? Nothing, Uncle Hashirama, Lianya replied with a smile. The Hashirama couple frequently visited Lianya, concerned that Senju Tobarama might not be taking good care of him. So they checked in from time to time. After a year of acquaintance, Hashirama had developed a fondness for Lianya. Haha, I see. As long as everything is fine, Hashirama said, casually walking off stage as his speech concluded, making way for Senju Tobarama to take the podium. The children present were utterly astonished, their expressions reflecting sheer disbelief. What was happening? This child seemed to have a good rapport with the Hokage. Danzo's previously pale face now appeared even more drained of color. This was disastrous. This child had an extraordinary background. What kind of entity had he provoked? Regret began to wash over him for his earlier impulsive actions. Seeing this, Hizashi breathed a sigh of relief. It was fortunate that he had intervened before Danzo's actions escalated further. He scrutinized Lianya, pondering his true identity. Once on stage, Tobarama discreetly cast a sidelong glance at Lianya. What a troublesome little rascal, causing disturbances right at the beginning of school. He proceeded to outline the rules of the Ninja Academy. Given that these were mere children, any reckless behavior could lead to dire consequences, while challenges could be issued. A teacher's supervision was imperative. Following the regulations, the entrance examinations commenced. The assessments consisted of 4 categories. 1. Basic knowledge, simple questions regarding the history of ninjas, ninjutsu theory, and chakra knowledge. 2. Ninjutsu and chakra, evaluating the student's grasp of fundamental ninjutsu and their ability to extract and control chakra. 3. Physical ability, testing physical attributes such as strength, speed, coordination, and flexibility. 4. Psychological quality, presenting situational problems to assess the student's mental resilience. Lianyi easily passed the tests and was assigned to Class A. Beside him stood Hisashi and Danzo. Hisashi nodded with a smile as Lianyi approached, to which Lianyi responded briefly, adhering to the adage of not striking a smiling face. He would not instigate trouble as long as others did not provoke him. Danzo, however, glared at Lianyi with a sullen expression, unconsciously clenching his fists. He had already inquired about Lianyi's background and learned that this child was the adopted son of Tobarama Senju. This filled him with envy and resentment. Why did this Uchiha child receive Tobarama's favor? Noticing Danzo's dark demeanor, Lianyi smirked, "You're still attending school at your age. I suppose your family pulled some strings?" At this remark, both Danzo and Hisashi displayed awkward expressions. Lianyi had hit the nail on the head at 9 years old. They were indeed past the standard enrollment age. Their fathers had spent considerable sums to secure their admission. Seeing their silence, Lianyi scoffed disdainfully. This provoked Danzo's anger. Were it not for the school's regulations, he would have long since taught this insolent child a lesson. Hisashi's expression also soured as he cast a reproachful glance at Danzo. If it weren't for his friend's poor attitude, would things have escalated to this point? Before enrollment, Hisashi's father, Sarutobi Sasuke, had informed him of a child adopted by Tobarama Senju, hoping Hisashi could foster a good relationship with him. Given that Uchiha Madara had defected, it was likely that the second Hokage would be none other than Tobarama Senju. Establishing rapport with that child could potentially lead to an opportunity to connect with Tobarama and perhaps even become his disciple, a promising prospect indeed. Hisashi had intended to approach Lianyi to strike up a conversation. However, Danzo's furious roar interrupted him. "Damn brat, do you dare accept my challenge?" Hisashi was taken aback, incredulously turning to his friend, his expression suggesting, "Are you serious?" Given that Danzo was older and had trained longer, this seemed like bullying. "Danzo, calm down," Hisashi urged. Resorting to brute force against a younger opponent could backfire. If Danzo lost, he would forever bear the shame. Hisashi attempted to reason with Danzo, but to no avail. "Kid, do you dare?" Danzo's pride as a prodigy of the Shimura clan could not allow him to be looked down upon by a mere child. With numerous children from the Shimura clan present, he felt compelled to salvage his dignity. Lianyi, having been provoked multiple times by Danzo, was thoroughly annoyed. Since Danzo had voluntarily approached him, he saw no reason not to deliver a profound lesson. Chapter 15, Victory. Since you wish to engage in combat, I harbor no fear. Lianyi's gaze was as frosty as ice. Being dragged here to attend school was already vexatious enough, and now, to be provoked by someone else was intolerable. It was imperative to teach this oblivious fool a severe lesson. Upon hearing this, Shimizu Danzo displayed a cunning smile. "Heh, you little brat. You shall soon learn the consequences of inciting my wrath." Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed helplessly. Danzo was indeed impulsive. Lianyi was a child raised by Lord Tobarama, and under his guidance, his strength was undoubtedly formidable. Hiruzen was genuinely concerned that Danzo would not be a match for Lianyi. Unbeknownst to Hiruzen, Lord Tobarama had never offered any instruction to Lianyi. Soon, news of the impending duel spread, attracting numerous onlookers among the children who had passed the tests. Even those still undergoing evaluations would occasionally glance over. A teacher clad in a Janine vest approached with a look of dismay. He was the homeroom teacher of Class A, having been occupied with assessments when this incident erupted. The fact that the matter had reached the ears of Lord Tobarama made him feel as though the sky was collapsing. "Are you two really going to fight?" the homeroom teacher asked in a somber tone. Lianyi noticed the teacher's grim expression and merely nodded, wisely refraining from further comment. In contrast, Danzo lacked such discernment and eagerly turned to the teacher. "Sir, I want to battle him. Announce the commencement at once." He was itching to thrash this little brat. Upon hearing this, the teacher's face darkened, and he instinctively glanced at Lord Tobarama. Seeing Tobarama nod, the teacher finally breathed a sigh of relief and announced, "Both parties, prepare to seal your hands." The crowd parted, creating a space for combat. Lianyi and Shimizu Danzo faced each other, the atmosphere tense and electric. Neither party seemed inclined to seal their hands. "Little brat, don't you dare cry later." Danzo's expression was fierce. Lianyi remained silent. He had no habit of exchanging taunts before a battle. "Fool." Danzo struck first, swiftly forming hand seals as wind chakra converged in his palms. The spectators gasped in astonishment, for they did not expect Danzo to employ ninjutsu. Furthermore, he initiated with a B-rank technique, which could be perilous if executed carelessly. It was merely a sparring match. The teacher's expression darkened, ready to reprimand, but was halted by Lord Tobarama. Somewhat astonished, the teacher refrained from further comment. Tobarama, with keen interest, remarked, "Let me see the fruits of your training, little brat." He had observed Lianyi's diligent efforts over the past year. It must be said, this child truly worked hard. Had Lianyi not been Uchiha, perhaps he would have considered taking him as a disciple. Alas, it was not meant to be. It was that Tobarama was unwilling to accept an Uchiha as a student. Rather, the majority of the Uchiha clan exhibited overly radical tendencies, which dissuaded him from doing so. There might be some Uchiha capable of becoming his disciples, yet Lianyi was not among them. Tobarama understood Lianyi well. He was more challenging than the average Uchiha, who could predict what reckless actions he might take once he grew stronger. This was also the reason he hesitated to mentor Lien Yi. Wind release, vacuum bullets. Several wind bullets shot towards Lien Yi at breakneck speed, each possessing formidable penetrating power. Lien Yi's expression hardened. He had previously underestimated Shimizu Danzo. With the swiftness of lightning, he darted left and right, evading the barrage with remarkable reflexes. Without delay, Lien Yi quickly formed seals and shouted, "Fire release, great fireball technique." In an instant, a colossal fireball erupted from his mouth, radiating a wave of searing heat as it hurtled towards Danzo. Danzo, unwilling to take chances, hastily employed the substitution technique. As the fireball struck, he transformed into a wooden stump. The fireball sailed past, scorching the grass nearby. The battle intensified, with neither party yielding. The spectators gasped in awe. The combat prowess displayed by both had reached the level of a genin. Such strength raised the question, was there still a need for schooling? Only those from humble backgrounds and small clans entertained such thoughts. The children from prominent families exhibited little reaction. As the fight progressed, Danzo became increasingly alarmed. He realized that he was indeed outmatched by this little brat. What a joke. The genius of the Shimizu clan could not possibly be inferior to a mere child. He could not afford to lose. Defeat was not an option. Lien Yi, noticing Danzo's growing desperation, smirked slightly. Danzo had committed the cardinal sin of battle, losing his composure, making him vulnerable to mistakes. True to form, after an exchange of blows, Lien Yi spotted Danzo's opening and delivered a powerful spinning kick to his abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground. Danzo lay there, momentarily incapacitated, marking Lien Yi's victory. How is this possible? Losing. He had lost to a child. Danzo's face contorted with disbelief, struggling to rise. Danzo, are you all right? Hiruzen inquired, concerned as he helped Danzo up. Get off me. I don't need your help. Danzo angrily shrugged off his friend's hand, laboriously getting to his feet. Hiruzen sighed in exasperation. He had warned him to remain calm. But Danzo had ignored him. Now look at the result. Defeat. Heh, is that all you've got? Lien Yi taunted. I thought you were stronger. Go practice some more. He typically refrained from trash talk before a battle, fearing embarrassment in case of defeat. However, having emerged victorious, he felt it only fitting to assert his status as the victor. Danzo's complexion shifted from pale to red, clearly infuriated. Under Lien Yi's mockery in the gaze of the crowd, he wished he could vanish into the ground, harboring intense resentment towards Lien Yi. The homeroom teacher admonished them to behave and then returned to testing the other students. That little brat. Lord Tobarama's expression was complex. Lien Yi's displayed combat strength had already surpassed that of an average genin. He discreetly retrieved the Uchiha observation manual to begin documenting his observations. The entrance examination for the Ninja Academy concluded. The vast majority left with their heads hung low. Out of nearly 1,000 candidates, fewer than 300 successfully enrolled, most of whom hailed from prestigious families. The number of commoners was fewer than 100. This indicated that for ordinary individuals in the ninja world, becoming a ninja remained a considerable challenge. Of course, this could also be attributed to the difficulty of the tests. The first class of the Ninja Academy would naturally be more stringent. Subsequent classes would likely see a decrease in admission difficulty. After all, during wartime, a significant number of expendable recruits were required. Following the conclusion of the tests, each class teacher escorted their students to the classroom. Along the way, Danzo glared at Lien Yi with an expression of deep animosity, as though he wished to devour him whole. In response, Lien Yi merely smiled, choosing silence. After all, he was merely a defeated foe. Chapter 16. Self-Introduction at the Ninja School, Class A Classroom. Rinya found a seat and discreetly surveyed the children around him. This group would become his classmates. As they had just begun their school journey, everyone was still unfamiliar with one another, so it was time for self-introductions. The homeroom teacher, crossing his arms, began, I shall go first. My name is Shinji Takamitsu, and I will be your homeroom teacher for the next 6 years. Rinya raised an eyebrow, realizing the teacher looked somewhat familiar. Indeed, he was a member of the Shinji clan, possibly someone Rinya had encountered before. Let's start with you, Shinji Takamitsu said, pointing casually at a boy with white eyes in the front row. The boy stood up, proudly surveying the room. I am Hyuga Yuki, hailing from the Hyuga clan. Some children immediately displayed expressions of envy. Wow, the Hyuga clan is quite prestigious. Hyuga Yuki smirked, basking in the admiration of those around him. At that moment, a derisive snort echoed through the classroom, abruptly silencing the chatter. Everyone turned to see a small boy in the back row, coldly glaring at Hyuga Yuki with palpable disdain, as if he were observing an insect. His clothing bore the fan insignia of the Uchiha clan, clearly marking him as one of their kin. Moreover, he was accompanied by 3 others adorned in similar attire, 2 of whom mirrored his contemptuous demeanor. Uchiha? Rinya was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated the presence of 3 fellow clansmen in his class. The orphanage director had informed him that the children from the orphanage wouldn't enter the ninja school but would instead receive guidance from elite shinobi in the security forces, leading directly into that branch. Therefore, it was quite likely that Uchiha-shun would secure a stable position within the security forces. The establishment of the security forces deviated from what Rinya knew. In the original narrative, they were formed during Shinji Tobarama's tenure amid turmoil. As the Uchiha clan grew increasingly discontent with the Senju's dominance, Tobirama created the Konoha security forces, primarily staffed by Uchiha members, to express his trust in them. However, it appeared that the security forces had been established right from Konoha's inception in this timeline. Noticing Rinya's gaze, 3 of the Uchiha children shot him scornful looks, while the last one offered a faint smile and nod. Rinya thought, what is the situation? Why do they harbor such animosity towards me? He reflected. I have never provoked anyone. Well, aside from Shimura Danzo, that old man was deliberately troublesome. Hyuga Yuki, now flustered, could only sit down in frustration. Overwhelmed by the numbers against him, Nara Shikaku, who preferred tranquility and abhorred trouble, and Midokane, along with Nara Kamaru, caught Rinya's attention. He pondered. Are these the future advisors to the Hokage? If his memory served him correctly, these two seemed destined to live long lives. As the self-introduction continued, it was finally Rinya's turn. I am Uchiha Rinya. After stating his name, he was about to sit down when he heard a mocking voice from behind. Heh, Uchiha? More like Senju. Rinya narrowed his eyes, turning to face the Uchiha who had spoken. It dawned on him why these individuals bore such hostility. They mistook him for a traitor to the Uchiha clan. Mind your words, or I shall ensure you regret it. Rinya retorted coldly. Haha, this is utterly hilarious. A traitor is still a traitor, and you think you can silence us? Several Uchiha exchanged glances and burst into laughter, showing no regard for Rinya. As an Uchiha raised by the Senju, Rinya was viewed as a disgrace to his clan. Stop this. The Uchiha who had previously smiled at Rinya interjected. We were so busy mocking him that we forgot to address you. You two are a disgrace to the Uchiha. How can you say such things? Enough. Silence. Senju Takamitsu admonished, frowning. At his command, the Uchiha children reluctantly fell silent. Uchiha Rinya, you may take your seat. Rinya shot a displeased glance at the 3 Uchiha before returning to his chair. How dare they bully me so brazenly? They must learn the truth behind the beauty of flowers. Lastly, it was the turn of the Uchiha to introduce themselves. The first, swaggering with an air of arrogance, declared, I am Uchiha Reifon. The other 2 followed suit. I am Uchiha Yen. I am Uchiha Rin. Surprisingly, despite their ostentatious demeanor, no one dared voice dissent. It seemed the Uchiha clan's reputation instilled fear. Rinya sighed in resignation, finally understanding why Senju Tobirama was wary of the Uchiha. Their formidable power, coupled with their arrogance and impulsive nature, could easily lead them to perilous actions. The Uchiha clan had squandered their public goodwill due to such behavior. Moreover, with the position within the security forces easily becoming a target of resentment, the Uchiha clan was on a path to inevitable ruin. Rinya couldn't help but admire Senju Tobirama's political acumen, knowing the Uchiha's volatile nature. He had strategically placed them in the security forces to ensure they would not ascend to the position of Hokage. Perhaps Uchiha Madara had discerned this scheme, prompting him to consider leading his clan away to establish their own path. Unfortunately, no one was willing to follow him. As a clan that had co-founded Konoha alongside the Senju, the Uchiha had not only failed to secure the Hokage position but had not even gained a role as advisors, an utterly tragic outcome. In terms of tragedy, the Senju clan had not fared much better. The Third Great Ninja War had decimated their numbers. Yet, the Uchiha clan, after a brief period of prominence, would soon follow suit, facing extinction. It was indeed a rather abstract notion. 2 of the most powerful clans during the Warring States period had jointly founded Konoha, only to meet the same tragic fate of annihilation. Hello everyone, I am Uchiha Kyu. The last Uchiha's introduction brought Rinya back to reality. So this was Uchiha Kyu. His demeanor was quite unlike that of his clan, explaining why he would eventually be taken under Senju Tobirama's wing. With the self-introductions concluded, Senju Takamitsu announced, there will be no classes this morning. Let us take this time to get acquainted. We will commence formal lessons in the afternoon. I need a few students to help me move books. Having said that, he led several students out of the classroom. Rinya, feeling utterly bored, gazed out the window with visible impatience. He despised school. Normally, at this hour, he would be honing his skills at the training grounds, yet here he was, compelled to endure the drudgery of sitting in a classroom filled with a bunch of problem children. Chapter 17, The History of the Ninja World as noon approached. Senju Takuma announced the dismissal, prompting Rinya to hurriedly make his way home for lunch. The lunchtime was an hour long, allowing students the choice of bringing their own bento or returning home for a meal. Being a newcomer, Rinya had, of course, not prepared a bento. So he was left with no option but to head home. I wonder if my uncle has prepared lunch for me? With this thought in mind, he made his way towards the Senju clan's residence. On his way back, Rinya caught a fleeting glimpse of a small figure walking ahead. It was Uchiha Reifong, the very one who had been the loudest in the classroom earlier. Rinya scanned his surroundings and, upon realizing that Reifong was alone, a wicked smile crept upon his face. Ah, what a delightful opportunity. This boy has unwittingly strayed from his companions. Rinya would certainly seize this chance to make him experience the consequences of provoking him. Damn it. I forgot to bring my bento, Uchiha Reifong grumbled as he walked on. He had been so preoccupied with the entrance exam that he had neglected to pack his lunch. Although he forgot his own meal, his 2 companions had not, leaving him to return home alone for lunch. Suddenly, a faint sound reached his ears from behind. Reminiscent of someone deliberately suppressing their footfalls, the soft friction of shoes against the ground. Who is it? A chill ran down Uchiha Rifeng's spine, prompting him to instinctively turn around. His gaze swept the area, but the street lay deserted, with nothing in sight except the gentle breeze rustling the wild grass by the roadside. Could it have been my imagination? Rifeng furrowed his brow, pondering that perhaps his empty stomach had led to auditory hallucinations. With a shake of his head, he turned back to continue on his way home. However, just as he pivoted, a shadow lunged from behind. Before he could react, a rough black bag was thrust over his head, enveloping him completely. In the next moment, a flurry of fists and kicks descended upon him like a torrential downpour. Uchiha Rifeng was knocked off balance, crashing heavily to the ground. He struggled to rise, but a punch struck him squarely in the face, sending stars dancing in his vision and causing the world to spin. Before he could regain his senses, fists continued to rain down on him. Please, don't hit my face. I beg you. The assailant remained silent, solely focused on their assault. You Chapter 18. Just say it's not you. In the residence of Senju Tobarama, late at night, he sat alone within the dimly lit room. The yellow light flickered intermittently, casting a distorted shadow on the floor. A low table before him was laden with an array of dishes. The steam that once rose from them long dissipated, leaving the food cold. Tobarama did not pick up his chopsticks. His brow was furrowed in a deep frown, his expression dark and brooding. Today, the Uchiha boy had gone to school, leaving no time to prepare dinner. It had been quite some time since he had cooked, and on a whim, he had prepared a sumptuous feast, hoping to impress Izumi with his culinary skills. However, Tobarama had not anticipated that Izumi would not return home at all. Initially, he had made an effort to reheat the dishes, but after several attempts, he had given up. What on earth was that boy up to? Tobarama suppressed his rising anger. How long had it been? Shouldn't he be back by now? Could he possibly be up to no good? That inherently mischievous Uchiha boy. The more he thought about it, the more convinced he became that Izumi was indeed engaging in some mischief, perhaps bullying classmates, hurling insults, or even fighting. Just as he was about to rise and search for him, Izumi walked into the courtyard. Upon entering, Izumi immediately noticed the spread of food in Tobarama's sullen demeanor. Instantly grasping the situation, it seemed the old man had been waiting for him for quite some time. What were you up to this afternoon? Tobarama's voice was stern, his gaze fixed intently on Izumi. The Ninja Academy's classes typically ended early, around 3 in the afternoon, yet it was now nearly 8 o'clock. Tobarama was curious. What on earth had Izumi been doing for the past 5 hours? Had it been anyone else, he might not have questioned them so intensely. But faced with an Uchiha, he had to be cautious. The Uchiha clan was notorious for their recklessness, and even the youngsters were no exception. Moreover, rumors had been circulating in the village about recent conflicts between the Uchiha clan and other families. Those arrogant individuals were certainly capable of causing trouble. Tobarama felt compelled to proceed with caution, even though he had been living with this Uchiha for a year. Izumi, sensing the gravity of the situation, wore an awkward expression. He had intended to fabricate an excuse but was deterred by Tobarama's intense scrutiny. It was as if the old man treated him like a thief. If he were to discover that Izumi was lying, it would spell trouble. Thus, Izumi resolved to speak the truth. I fell asleep during history class this afternoon because I found it exceedingly dull. When I awoke, it was already dark outside. Tobarama was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Izumi's tardiness would stem from such a reason. Sleeping in class is far better than bullying classmates, he mused. He wondered who had authored such a dull history book. I don't understand, Izumi said, shrugging his shoulders. The founding of Konoha occurred less time ago than my own age. Was it truly necessary to publish a separate history? Tobarama shot him a disapproving look, exasperated. What do you know, you rascal? Although Konoha's history may currently span only a few pages, in 10 or 20 years, it will surely fill a thick volume. The existence of history books allows for the accurate documentation of current events, enabling future generations to comprehend what transpired during this era. Izumi scoffed dismissively, muttering, I question the authenticity of history books. Tobarama was taken aback. Did he truly need to exaggerate the achievements of the Senju clan so? Was it necessary for this boy to voice such skepticism? The Uchiha clan had been acknowledged as well, hadn't they? Tobarama was not the kind of person to deny the Uchiha's contributions. In the first year of Konoha, the god of shinobi, Senju Hashirama, and the Uchiha clan forged an alliance, bringing an end to the wars and establishing Konoha. Senju Hashirama was beloved by the villagers, becoming the Hokage and leading Konoha to prosperity. Tobarama had even omitted Uchiha Madara's name. What could he do? Madara had defected. Even if the Uchiha raised objections, they could not refute the fact of Madara's betrayal. Thus, the Senju clan could rightfully claim to be the greatest contributors to the founding of Konoha. This was a small stratagem of Tobarama's while compiling the history. After all, who wouldn't desire their family to be immortalized in history? Little did Tobarama know. He would not live to see the day when the Senju clan would be annihilated. Uncle, the food is cold, Izumi remarked, eager to change the subject. You should not sleep in class again. After offering his advice, Tobarama took the dishes to the kitchen. After the meal, Izumi went to the training ground to practice throwing shurikens. Over the course of a year, his throwing technique had improved tremendously, allowing him to hit a stationary target with perfect accuracy. Just then, a voice called from outside. Lord Tobarama, the Hokage requests your presence in the office. Upon hearing this, Tobarama exited the room and glanced at Izumi. I have matters to attend to. I'll be leaving now. With that, he opened the gate and departed. What could possibly be happening at this hour? Izumi murmured to himself. However, he did not dwell on it too much, with Shinja Hashirama and Konoha. It was the safest place, nothing could possibly go wrong. Little did Izumi realize, this matter was intricately linked to him. Before long, Tobarama returned. His expression a stormy shade of anger. Izumi noticed this and felt a pang of curiosity. What could have transpired to incite such fury in the old man? Did you get into a fight today? Tobarama questioned, struggling to contain his wrath. Izumi was taken aback, seemingly caught off guard by the inquiry. How could this have been discovered? He had been careful, ensuring no one was around before taking action. Prior to striking, he had even covered Uchiha Raifeng's head with a bag, remaining silent throughout the ordeal. Izumi could not fathom how he had been exposed. Seeing Izumi's reaction, Tobarama's understanding deepened. Indeed, it was this little rascal's doing. You better say it wasn't you. What? Izumi responded, bewildered, as he rubbed his ears in disbelief. Surely he had misheard. I know this matter does not concern you, Tobarama continued. Izumi quickly regained his composure, adopting a serious demeanor. I didn't hit anyone. This has nothing to do with me. Upon hearing this, Tobarama nodded in satisfaction. I knew it was to you. All right, go back and rest. As Izumi retreated to his room, Tobarama sighed in resignation. This boy truly had a knack for getting him into trouble. The sequence of events was straightforward. Uchiha Raifeng had been attacked, and his father had discovered the incident. As the vice captain of the security force, Raifeng's father, after questioning his son about any recent altercations, had narrowed down the suspect to Izumi. Enraged, he stormed into the Hokage's office to lodge a complaint with Hashirama, demanding a confrontation with Tobarama and claiming that Izumi had been incited by him. Naturally, Tobarama would not concede to such accusations. After a heated exchange, Raifeng's father, lacking any evidence, was forced to leave in frustration. Thus, the earlier scene unfolded. Tobarama's intention was to ensure that Izumi did not admit to having struck anyone. It would be one thing to have a sparring match and emerge victorious, but resorting to underhanded tactics was undeniably disgraceful. After all, this was Konoha, not a battlefield. Uchiha Raifeng was a comrade, not an enemy. Chapter 19. Training at the Ninja Academy. Have you heard, Rinya? Nara Motoya approached Rinya with a look of astonishment. Uchiha Raifeng was beaten up yesterday, and it seems he was quite badly hurt. Could Rinya possibly be unaware of this? He was all too familiar with the incident, yet feigned ignorance. A flicker of curiosity danced in Rinya's eyes as he inquired, is that true? Absolutely true, Motoya asserted emphatically. Ha, divine retribution. Rinya couldn't suppress a chuckle. That brat had it coming. Motoya observed Rinya's reaction with a poker face, seeing his apparent surprise mixed with a hint of schadenfreude. He couldn't help but wonder, could it truly not have been Rinya's doing? After all, Uchiha Raifeng had provoked Rinya earlier that morning, only to be ambushed by someone later that day. The timing was indeed suspicious, casting doubt upon Rinya's innocence. Raising an eyebrow, Rinya exclaimed, You don't think it was me, do you? Motoya remained silent, his expression suggesting, what other explanation could there be? With so many people Raifeng had offended, it was quite plausible that someone retaliated against him. As Rinya spoke, he casually glanced towards Hyuga, who was seated not far away. Motoya followed Rinya's gaze, deep in thought. Uchiha Raifeng was indeed known for his arrogance, having made enemies beyond just Rinya. Perhaps Hyuga had acted out of vengeance. Yuki, sitting quietly, sensed an unsettling feeling as if someone were watching him, oblivious to the fact that he was about to become an unwitting scapegoat. I think Uchiha Kagami might also be a suspect, Rinya murmured. Uchiha Kagami? Motoya looked perplexed at Kagami, who was engaged in jovial conversation with Saratobi Izashi and Shimura Danzo. Kagami, noticing Motoya's gaze, beamed a warm smile and nodded amiably. Rinya, you can't be serious. Motoya exclaimed, incredulous. Kagami is far too gentle to do something like that. Seemingly reading Motoya's thoughts, Rinya elaborated, you must understand, the most honest individuals can be the most terrifying. While they may endure bullying without retaliation, if they are pushed too far, they may resort to truly horrifying actions. Ah, I see now. I have learned something today, Motoya replied earnestly, nodding in understanding. He realized that Uchiha Raifeng and his friends had indeed sought to ostracize Kagami, making it plausible for Kagami to lash out in frustration. Raifeng had offended many. It was only natural for him to be attacked. Why must they always suspect me? Am I the type to scheme in the shadows? Indeed, it does not seem likely. Then that settles it. Yet I still feel that you, Rinya, are a more likely suspect. Rinya sighed, enough already. After all this rational analysis. And yet you still suspect me. Prejudice is a heavy burden to bear. He feigned a wounded expression. Motoya appeared puzzled. Could it truly not be Rinya's doing? Had he misjudged him? With a newfound conviction, he declared, Rinya, I believe in you. Haha, now that's more like it. I'm not that kind of person. Rinya skillfully deceived Motoya, almost convincing himself in the process. Just as he finished dealing with Motoya, their homeroom teacher, Senju Takemura, entered the classroom. Everyone, head to the playground for assembly. In the playground, the students chattered excitedly, speculating on what the teacher might have planned. The morning training is straightforward, endurance training, strength training, and balance training. Senju Takemura announced. Training already? How tedious. Motoya muttered under his breath. Rinya had no such reservations. He had long grown accustomed to rigorous training. In fact, he felt restless if a day went by without it. After all, there are no shortcuts to strengthening one's abilities. Only through diligent practice can one continuously improve. Let us start with 100 laps for warm-up. At the sound of the whistle, Class AS students began running along the track. 100 laps was manageable for them. Mostly clan ninjas who had trained their bodies from a young age, though they were only 6 or 7 years old. Many had already been training for a year or two. In the early days of Konoha, ninja prowess far surpassed that of later generations. The era was fraught with danger during the Warring States period. Even a moment of carelessness could lead to death. The weak were particularly vulnerable, driving them to relentlessly enhance their skills for self-preservation. After completing 100 laps, the students were panting heavily. Senju Takemura wasted no time and swiftly moved on to strength training. The training ground was equipped with specialized apparatus, and the students paired up to complete exercises like weighted squats and push-ups. Once the strength training concluded, everyone collapsed onto the ground, exhausted. I can't take it anymore. Renya, I'm dead tired. Motoya gasped, pale and breathless. Renya's complexion was equally wan, his lips drawn tight. Even he found such intense training challenging. He had initially thought the Ninja Academy's training would be easier, but it was, in fact, even more demanding. Take a 10-minute break. We will proceed to balance training, Takemura announced. As soon as the words left his mouth, groans filled the air. Noticing the students' forlorn expressions, Takemura felt a pang of guilt. He too felt the training was excessively harsh, but it was a regimen set by Lord Tobarama, and he could only comply. As Tobarama had said, Class A consists of promising individuals. They must be pushed to their limits. There have been many geniuses in the annals of the ninja world, but few have achieved lasting fame. This is because only those who mature into their potential are truly considered geniuses. Those who falter along the way do not count. Takemura understood that Lord Tobarama's intent was to expedite their growth into true prodigies. This was the reason behind the rigorous training. Of course, the foundation of all this was that these children possessed talent. Those lacking in talent would not have been placed in Class A. One could say that these children, if they matured, would undoubtedly become the backbone of the village in the future. As the break concluded, they transitioned into a series of challenging stretching and balance exercises. The students were required to walk swiftly along narrow balance beams while performing various poses. One misstep would result in a fall. Falling once meant running 10 laps. Twice meant 20, and so forth. Renya focused on his breathing, concentrating intently to maintain his balance, successfully crossing the beam. Motoya, however, was less fortunate. His foot slipped, and he fell, earning himself 10 additional laps. Already exhausted, this setback felt like a cruel blow. Inevitably, he stumbled again, crashing down once more, this time incurring the penalty of 20 laps. Looking down the long track, he felt a wave of despair wash over him, on the brink of collapse. Of course, he was not the only one experiencing such misfortune. Renya surveyed the surroundings and estimated that only 10 students had successfully crossed the balance beam so far. Among those he recognized were Saratobi Hizashi, Mito Menka, Uchiha Kagami, and Hyuga Yuki. The rest were unfamiliar to him. Danzo, you can do it, Hizashi shouted, encouraging Shimura Danzo, who was intently focused, his eyes glued to the balance beam, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, nearly succeeding in crossing. However, Hizashi's sudden shout startled him, causing him to lose his balance and fall to the ground. Ijan, you idiot. Shimura Danzo's face flushed with anger as he bellowed. Haha, my apologies, Danzo. Saratobi Hiruzen scratched his head, a hint of an awkward smile gracing his features. Renya's lips twitched slightly. Why did it seem that this fellow was doing it on purpose? Chapter 20. The dispute caused by the lion's head at noon. During lunchtime, Renya had brought his bento in advance and did not return home for a meal. He was not alone in this choice. Many others felt the same way. The training had been arduous, leaving little motivation to return home for food. Renya-kun, what is this? Naramoto was captivated by the glossy, plump, red-braised lion's head in Renya's bento box. The surface of the lion's head was coated with an enticing sauce that whetted one's appetite just by looking at it. Moto's throat involuntarily moved as he gazed longingly at the dish. Noticing this, Renya understood the unspoken desire within Moto's heart. Would you like to try one? Really? Thank you. Renya-kun, Moto exclaimed joyfully as he accepted one lion's head from Renya and paired it with a rice ball. The tender lion's head, paired with the fragrant sauce, created a delightful explosion of flavors on his palate. Moto's cheeks bulged as he squinted his eyes in satisfaction, mumbling, "It's so delicious. I love it." Clearly, he was a true foodie, with no other hobbies besides savoring gourmet delights and indulging in sleep. Renya smiled gently, pleased that someone appreciated his culinary skills. The commotion drew the attention of those nearby, their gazes converging upon the alluring lion's head. Upon seeing such a tempting dish, the mundanity of their own lunches became apparent. Tanzu, I want to eat. Saratobi Hizashi called to his friend. Being closest to Renya, they could clearly smell the aroma wafting from the lion's head. Hizashi, you are being quite pathetic. Shimizu Tanzu scolded, though the movement of his own throat betrayed his true feelings. He too wanted to partake but was too proud to admit it, especially after having had a prior disagreement with Uchiha Renya. If he rushed over, What would others think of him? Unless he was prepared to forfeit his standing in Konoha. Observing Rinya devouring the lions' heads, Hisashi realized he could no longer merely stand by. He stepped toward Rinya. Tanzu, seeing this, became anxious. Hisashi, what do you think you're doing? Come back. Ignoring his friend's call, Hisashi was solely focused on tasting the lion's head. Damn it, this guy is so easily swayed by food. Tanzu thought, watching silently in disbelief. He never expected Hisashi to be conquered by a mere meal. It was truly embarrassing. Rinya-kun, try my tempura, Hisashi cheerfully offered, extending his bento box. Rinya was taken aback by Hisashi's gesture but soon noticed his gaze fixated on the last lion's head. Understanding his intent, Rinya replied, "Thank you, Hisashi." He picked up a piece of tempura and tasted it. It was decent. After all the lion's head, a change of flavor was welcome. Seeing Rinya eat, Hisashi beamed. "Rinya-kun, what is this?" he asked, pointing at the lion's head, confusion evident on his face. "This is my red braised lion's head. It tastes quite good. Would you like to try?" Rinya inquired. "Is it all right?" "Of course." Receiving Renya's permission, Hisashi eagerly took the lion's head and placed it in his bento box. "Thank you very much for sharing your delicious food, Rinya-kun." After exchanging pleasantries, Hisashi turned and jogged back to his friends. "Tanzu, look." Hisashi waved the lion's head in front of Tanzu, his eyes gleaming with pride. Feigning indifference, Tanzu closed his eyes, but upon hearing the commotion, slowly opened them. "What is this?" "Hiki, Rinya-kun said this is called lion's head," Hisashi replied cheerfully. "Let me see." Tanzu leaned closer to inspect the lion's head. At this moment, Hisashi was still oblivious to the gravity of the situation, animatedly recounting how he had obtained the last lion's head. Tanzu, eyeing the lion's head so close, wore a cunning smile. "Hisashi, you are too naive." Suddenly, he opened his mouth wide. Hisashi, startled, instinctively pulled back his hand, but it was too late. Tanzu had already stuffed the lion's head into his mouth. Hisashi's eyes widened in shock, frozen for several seconds with disbelief, before he erupted in anger. "Tanzu, you beast." Meanwhile, Tanzu, cheeks bulging, mumbled through his chewing, "It really does taste good." Witnessing this, Hisashi's eyes turned red with rage. If he were from the Uchiha clan, he would have activated his Sharingan by now. "Tanzu, you bastard." That lion's head was hard-earned. Tanzu's actions were utterly intolerable. Having just finished his meal, Rinya lazily leaned against a tree, ready for a delightful nap. Suddenly, he was startled by the ruckus nearby. What is happening? Rinya wondered, turning toward the noise. Only to be taken aback. He saw Hisashi and Tanzu grappling with each other. Are these two not best friends? Rinya thought, perplexed by their altercation. "Tanzu, return my lion's head." "Wait, are you really fighting?" Realizing the context of their argument, Rinya couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity. Who would have thought a lion and Appo's head could spark such conflict? Tanzu and Appo's antics were indeed mischievous. It was no surprise he displayed a shadowy side, even from childhood. Plotting against his closest friend. "Stop fighting." A student attempted to intervene, only to be inadvertently caught in their scuffle, leading others to abandon their intentions of mediating. Thus, an unwritten rule emerged in Class A: never intervene in a fight. The commotion soon caught the attention of Shinji Takemura. "Everyone, stop." Upon hearing the instructor's voice, the bruised duo immediately ceased their struggle. Takemura's expression was grim. Who initiated this brawl? The two hung their heads in silence, aware that it was best to remain quiet when their instructor was in a foul mood. Noticing their silence, Takemura glanced around, smirking. "Don't you like to fight? This afternoon, we will conduct combat training, and you can fight to your heart's content." Rinya and the rest of Class A were taken aback. They had not anticipated that a mere spectacle would lead to such repercussions. In an instant, their gazes turned reproachful toward the two culprits, who had clearly incurred the wrath of their peers. "This is all your fault," Tanzu muttered under his breath. "If you hadn't stolen my lion's head, would I have fought you?" Hisashi nearly fainted from rage. Tanzu was truly outrageous, even turning the tables on him. Clenching his fists, Hisashi resolved that during the afternoon training, he would give Tanzu a well-deserved thrashing. Chapter 21. Practical training due to the actions of Sarutobi Hisashi and Shimura Danzo. Shinji Takuma canceled the afternoon classes in favor of practical training. Typically, such training is reserved for upperclassmen. However, the students of Class A are not bound by conventional norms, and starting early is of little consequence. As Shinji Takuma gazed at the list in his hands, he fell into deep contemplation. Faced with the challenge of selecting opponents for the matches, it was only the second day of school, leaving him little time to assess the abilities of each student. Thus, he resorted to grouping them based on the morning's training performance. Given the varied capabilities of each student, he endeavored to pair those with similar strengths. Before long, Shinji Takuma finalized the matchups and began calling the students for practical training. Hyuga-Yuki, Naramotoya. What bad luck. I'm the first one. Naramotoya wore a face of despair. "Come on, I believe in you," encouraged Rinya. "Thanks for the kind words," Naramotoya replied. Hands shoved into his pockets as he sauntered into the arena, his expression still one of resignation. "Just give up already. You're no match for me," Hyuga-Yuki declared. Chin raised, an air of innate arrogance and disdain evident in his eyes. How infuriating. This guy is so full of himself. Uchiha Rin remarked, visibly displeased. He's too arrogant. We must corner him after school. Uchiha Yin chimed in. How is it that Hyuga Yuki can be more conceited than even the Uchiha? Rinya, for the first time, found himself in agreement with the two, acknowledging that Hyuga Yuki's arrogance was indeed excessive. Seriously, do you really look down on others that much? Naruto Motoya muttered softly. Hyuga Yuki assumed the unique stance of the Hyuga clan's gentle fist technique. Be careful, I won't show any mercy. As soon as he finished speaking, Naruto Motoya's expression hardened, and he swiftly formed hand signs, whispering, shadow imitation technique. A shadow lunged towards Hyuga Yuki like a nimble serpent. This was the signature secret art of the Nara clan. Unfazed, Hyuga Yuki danced lightly on his feet, effortlessly evading the shadow's pursuit. He then surged forward, his palm slicing through the air as gusts of wind bombarded Naruto Motoya. Naruto Motoya dodged left and right, searching for an opportunity to counterattack. Suddenly, Hyuga Yuki shouted, reversal. With astonishing speed, he spun in place, creating a whirlwind that sent dust and debris flying. Naruto Motoya, unable to evade in time, was struck by the technique and sent sprawling to the ground. Hyuga Yuki emerged victorious. The surrounding classmates gasped in astonishment. Hyuga Yuki's power surpassed their expectations, defeating Naruto Motoya in mere moments. Struggling to rise, Naruto Motoya dusted himself off and forced a smile. You're really impressive. Hyuga Yuki nodded. I know. How frustrating. He got to show off. Uchiha Yin muttered in discontent. We must corner him in the alley after school. Uchiha Rin gritted her teeth. Rinya's expression turned serious as he regarded Hyuga Yuki, murmuring, his strength is indeed formidable. Naruto Motoya sat beside Rinya and asked, Rinya-kun, do you have confidence in defeating him? After a brief silence, Rinya revealed a confident smile. Though he is quite strong, I am not weak either. So that is how it is. Naruto Motoya feigned understanding while inwardly lamenting, they are all monsters. Despite being considered a genius in the Nara clan, he found himself outmatched here. Finally, Naruto Motoya comprehended why his father, the clan leader, had enrolled him in Class A. In such an environment, one would be a fool not to strive for improvement. Shimura Danzo and Uchiha Kyu. Rinya, filled with curiosity, whispered, who is stronger, Kyu or Danzo? Uchiha Yin seemed to catch Rinya's inquiry and replied, is that even a question? Of course, Kyu is stronger. In the arena, the battle between the two was about to commence, just as Uchiha Yin had stated. Uchiha Kyu soon gained the upper hand and swiftly defeated Shimura Danzo. How infuriating. Danzo fell to the ground, his fists pounding the earth in frustration. He had lost, and his mood was dismal. Having already been defeated by Uchiha Rinya and Izashi, losing again to Uchiha Kyu was a bitter pill to swallow. He was, after all, a genius of the Shimura clan, yet he had faced consecutive defeats. This left him feeling utterly humiliated. Kyu, are you alright? Uchiha Kyu extended a hand to help Danzo up. Get away, I don't need your pity. Danzo swatted Kyu's hand away, then gritted his teeth and pushed himself up from the ground. Determined, he vowed silently that he would never lose again. Uchiha Rinya and Sarutobi Izashi. In the center of the arena, Rinya, clad in a black ninja outfit, stood confidently with his cape billowing in the wind. He slightly turned his body, adopting a combat stance, exuding an aura of confidence and strength. Hizashi, I won and Oppos, hold back. I understand, Rinya-kun, Hizashi replied, his expression serious. I will give it my all. The surrounding students watched intently, including the notoriously arrogant Hyuga Yuki. Rin, do you think Uchiha Rinya will win? I'm not sure. I don't know his true strength. If only I had cornered him in the alley yesterday. Rinya caught wind of their conversation, his lips twitching in irritation. What is it with these two and their obsession with alleys? It seems I must take measures to deal with them. With a commanding shout from Senju Takuma, the battle erupted instantaneously. Rinya was the first to strike, darting in front of Hizashi and delivering a powerful punch aimed at his face. Hizashi sidestepped, grabbing Rinya's arm. Rinya reacted swiftly, retracting his arm in time, flipping through the air, and launching a fierce kick toward Hizashi's chest. Hizashi quickly retreated, crossing his arms defensively to block the blow. The two briefly separated to regain their composure. Rinya took a deep breath, acknowledging Hizashi's formidable strength. It was no wonder he would eventually become the disciple of Senju Tobarama and inherit the title of Hokage. The title of ninja hero was not given lightly. Sarutobi Izashi's expression was grave. He had not anticipated that Rinya would match him blow for blow, although he had not used his full strength or favorite techniques. It was noteworthy that he was 2 years older than Rinya. It was dishonorable to leverage age against youth, yet to find themselves evenly matched was indeed embarrassing. Watching this unfold, Shimura Danzo couldn't help but smirk slightly. It seemed he was no longer the only one in a predicament, while his own loss was disheartening. Witnessing Hizashi's struggle brought him a sense of solace. Just as the two were about to continue their duel, Senju Takuma intervened. Your performances have been commendable. You may return. Sarutobi Hizashi let out a sigh of relief, fearing that if the fight persisted, he might end up humiliated like Danzo at Rinya's hands. At that point, he would truly be unable to hold his head high. Senju Takuma expressed his admiration, murmuring softly, as expected of the child nurtured by Lord Tobarama. Their strength has already surpassed that of their peers. Chapter 22. Lien Yi is mine. In the afternoon, school at the Ninja Academy came to an end. There was no moment more delightful in the day than this. Lian Yi began to pack his belongings, preparing to return home for dinner. At that moment, a group of individuals appeared before him, blocking his path. Among them were Sarutobi Hizashi, Uchiha Kagami, and Shimura Danzo, and their demeanor suggested they were there to cause trouble. Noticing this, Lian Yi furrowed his brow. Could these fellows be seeking to confront me? He discreetly distanced himself from the group. Should they make any sudden moves, he would be ready to flee at a moment's notice. Faced with their potential aggression, he genuinely felt at a loss. If he did not escape, he would simply have to endure a beating. Lian Yi's worries were unfounded. The group merely intended to invite him out for dinner. Nothing more. Yin Yi-kun, would you like to join us for some barbecue? Sarutobi Hizashi inquired. Upon hearing this, Lian Yi finally comprehended the situation. It turned out they were not looking for trouble after all. Lian Yi-kun, I know a place where the barbecue is truly delicious, Uchiha Kagami chimed in. In response to their invitation, Lian Yi shook his head and replied, I'm sorry, but I need to return home to prepare dinner. I don't have the time to go out with you. He knew all too well that Senju Tobarama would undoubtedly be waiting at home for him to cook. Lian Yi felt quite helpless about this. He had completely become Senju Tobarama's personal chef. Upon hearing his response, the group did not press the matter further. After bidding farewell to Lian Yi at the school gate, they departed together. At the Senju Tobarama residence, Uncle, have you bought the ingredients? Lian Yi asked. Hearing this, Senju Tobarama set down the documents he was holding and replied, You want to need to cook today. We are going to your big brother's house for dinner. Understood. Lian Yi said, relieved. Today's training had indeed been exhausting, and it was better not to have to cook. After taking a shower, he followed Senju Tobarama to the residence of Senju Hashirama. The two figures, one large and one small, walked side by side through the Senju clan's territory. Little brat, how did you perform in school today? Senju Tobarama suddenly asked. I had a balanced sparring session with Sarutobi Hizashi, Lian Yi replied honestly. As the founder of the ninja school, it was impossible for him to conceal his every action from Tobarama. Lian Yi speculated that Senju Tobarama had two possible reasons for inquiring about his day. The first being a simple desire for conversation, and the second being a subtle test to see if he would conceal the truth. The former was innocuous, but the latter was somewhat unsettling. This indicated that despite having spent a year together, Senju Tobarama still regarded him with suspicion. Senju Tobarama nodded in understanding and did not press the matter further. Lian Yi glanced at him, attempting to discern something from his expression, but alas, he found nothing. Senju Tobarama had always been cautious, rarely revealing his inner thoughts. If Lian Yi could easily read his mind, he would not be Senju Tobarama. Before long, they arrived at their destination, the residence of Senju Hashirama. Big brother. Lian Yi greeted the elder Senju who was in the courtyard. Brother, Senju Tobarama followed suit with a greeting. Haha, little Lian Yi, you finally made it. Senju Hashirama exclaimed warmly as he approached Lian Yi, not even glancing at Senju Tobarama. It's been ages since I've tasted your cooking. Would you be willing to showcase your skills today? Senju Tobarama was left standing aside, a dark expression on his face. Big brother, did you summon us here just for that? He realized his brother had ulterior motives for inviting them over for dinner. Haha, little Lian Yi's culinary skills are simply superb. I've been craving them for quite some time. Senju Hashirama continued cheerfully. Lian Yi looked towards Senju Tobarama, his expression seemingly saying, Didn't you say we wouldn't be cooking today? Senju Tobarama turned his head, pretending not to notice Lian Yi's expression. Little Lian Yi, could you please? I'm begging you. Senju Hashirama clasped his hands together in supplication. Big brother, you're being quite rude. Senju Tobarama reprimanded. After all, you are the Hokage of Konoha. To stoop to this level for a meal is truly embarrassing. Senju Hashirama ignored Tobarama and Appo's admonition and looked at Lian Yi with a pitiful expression. Unable to withstand the pleading look from Senju Hashirama, Lian Yi relented. I understand, Uncle Hashirama. Upon hearing this, Senju Hashirama's face broke into a radiant smile. Aha, you're a lifesaver, little Lian Yi. There was no helping it. Lian Yi's culinary skills were simply too remarkable. Having tasted them once, Senju Hashirama could never forget. Thus, he frequently concocted reasons to invite Lian Yi over to cook. Lian Yi made his way to the kitchen. He had been here numerous times before and was quite familiar with the layout. After he left, Senju Tobarama could no longer contain himself. Big brother, how could you do this? He truly did not expect his older brother to abandon all dignity for a meal. Tobarama. That's not quite fair. Senju Hashirama responded with a look of mock sorrow. Unlike you, I can't enjoy little Lian Yi's cooking every day. Hearing this, Senju Tobarama's lips curled into a smirk, arms crossed, filled with pride. Although Lian Yi was Uchiha, his culinary prowess was undeniable. A significant reason why Senju Tobarama tolerated living with Lian Yi was precisely due to his exceptional cooking skills. Tobarama, how about this? Let little Lian Yi stay with me for a few days. Senju Hashirama said with eager anticipation. That's out of the question, big brother. Senju Tobarama refused without hesitation. Tobarama, how could you be so cruel? Senju Hashirama feigned heartbreak. Senju Tobarama understood his brother all too well and was not easily swayed by such tactics. He coldly declared, Big brother, do not even think about it. Lian Yi belongs to me. After saying this, Senju Tobarama was suddenly taken aback. What had he just said? It was hard to fathom that such audacious words would come from his mouth. Big brother, please don't misunderstand. He hurriedly tried to explain. But his mind went blank, stuttering without making any coherent arguments. The phrase, Lien Yi is mine, echoed repeatedly in his head. Senju Hashirama regarded Tobarama's flustered state with an amused smile. Tobarama, you need not explain, I understand. Just as he had anticipated. A bond had formed between Tobarama and little Lien Yi. In a few years, Lien Yi would undoubtedly alter Tobarama's perception of the Uchiha clan. Big brother, you don't understand. Also, put away that disgusting expression. Senju Tobarama exclaimed, his face flushed with embarrassment, whether from shyness or anger, it was unclear. Haha, I understand. Be quiet. You do not understand at all. Tobarama, you're being so harsh with me. In the kitchen. Little Lien Yi, you finally arrived. Uzumaki Mito greeted with a smile, pointing to the ingredients on the table. I've already washed the vegetables. Thank you, Aunt Mito. Lien Yi replied, and then he began to prepare the dishes. Uzumaki Mito assisted him, diligently learning Lien Yi's cooking techniques. Since Lien Yi frequently came here to cook, she had absorbed a great deal of knowledge, significantly enhancing her culinary skills. Chapter 23. You are quite impressive. Lien Yi busily flitted between the stove and the cutting board, the clattering of pots and pans producing a delightful symphony. Uzumaki Mizuhiro was equally occupied, skillfully chopping vegetables while occasionally whispering culinary tips to Lien Yi, her face adorned with a gentle smile. Before long, a feast of vibrant and aromatic dishes filled the table, the rich fragrances wafting through the air, tantalizing everyone's taste buds. Senju Hashirama was the first to take a seat. As he settled into his chair, his gaze was instantly captivated by the array of delectable food before him, prompting an involuntary gulp. Uzumaki Mizuhiro sat beside him, eyeing the spread with admiration, exclaiming, Indeed, it is the craftsmanship of little Lien Yi. Today we shall feast splendidly. Haha. Mizuhiro, you speak the truth. Hashirama chimed in, their mutual affection evident. The couple had shared such moments for quite some time. You flatter me. Lien Yi replied with a smile. Senju Tobarama approached at a leisurely pace, his expression as composed as ever, though the slight quickening of his steps betrayed a hint of anticipation. Typically, Lien Yi would prepare only a couple of simple dishes at home. Today's grand spread was a delightful surprise. Although Tobarama appreciated Lien Yi's everyday cooking, he found himself yearning for the richness of a full banquet, envisioning the myriad of flavors to come. Once everyone was seated, Lien Yi warmly encouraged them to begin. Hashirama, unable to contain his eagerness, swiftly picked up a piece of tantalizing braised pork and placed it in his mouth, the explosion of flavors delighting his palate. Little Lien Yi, your culinary skills are truly remarkable. This flavor is simply irresistible, he declared, promptly reaching for another generous helping. Uncle Hashirama, please indulge yourself, Lien Yi urged. As a chef, receiving recognition and praise for one's creations is a source of immense joy. Mizuhiro smiled softly, savoring each dish with grace, occasionally casting approving glances at Lien Yi. Little Lien Yi, your dishes are genuinely exquisite. Moreover, the process of preparing these meals together makes this feast even more meaningful. Some of the dishes were crafted collaboratively, filling her with joy. Mizuhiro realized her fondness for Lien Yi was growing. She pondered why, despite Lien Yi and Appo's endearing nature and culinary talent, Tobarama often expressed discontent. Though Tobarama did not vocalize his admiration as Hashirama did, his chopsticks moved with fervor. Soon, his bowl overflowed with an array of dishes. He nodded slightly, affirming, indeed. Quite impressive. As the last rays of the setting sun streamed through the window and the guests reluctantly set down their chopsticks, Hashirama leaned back in his chair, patting his round belly, and turned his attention to Lien Yi. Little Lien Yi, how have you fared at school these past few days? Uncle Hashirama, I am doing well. Lien Yi replied, wiping his mouth and sitting up straight. Although he had initially been reluctant to attend school, he found it tolerable after a couple of days. After all, his classmates were all talented individuals with engaging conversations, far more interesting than solitary training at home. Hashirama nodded in satisfaction and continued, Little Lien Yi, do you have any aspirations for the future? At this, Tobarama cast a discreet glance at Lien Yi. Lien Yi lowered his gaze to the swirling tea in his bowl, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the rim of the porcelain. He pondered how to respond in a manner that would satisfy Hashirama. His desire to grow stronger was straightforward. It was to ensure his own survival in future conflicts, preventing him from becoming mere fodder. Yet, clearly, he could not articulate it in such blunt terms. After a brief silence, Lien Yi lifted his head, his gaze resolute. I wish to become strong, exceedingly strong. Tobarama's eyes flickered, his expression growing increasingly serious. Why is this child so adamant about strength? He was eager to understand Lien Yi and Appo's motivations for seeking power. It was crucial. Fortunately, his brother had posed the question. Why is it imperative to become strong? Hashirama inquired. Lien Yi met Hashirama's gaze, articulating each word with intention, because only by becoming strong can I protect what I wish to safeguard. just as you protect the village." These words struck like a stone cast into a tranquil pond, creating ripples of profound impact. Hashirama and Amp, Appo's pupils dilated, memories of countless fallen clansmen merging with Lien Yi and Amp, Appo's defiant visage. Tobarama stared at Lien Yi, his expression one of disbelief. He could scarcely fathom that a child from the Uchiha clan could articulate such depth. Lien Yi was unaware that his declaration had fundamentally altered Tobarama and Appo's perception of him. Could it be that he had misjudged this child? Tobarama murmured softly to himself, grappling with self-doubt. Perhaps his previous biases regarding Lien Yi and Appo's Uchiha heritage had clouded his judgment. After a lengthy pause, Hashirama and Appo's hand landed heavily on Lien Yi and Appo's shoulder. His voice notably subdued. Well said. He strode to the wooden cabinet against the wall and retrieved a weathered scroll embossed with the Senju clan's crest. "This is a compilation of my ninjutsu and training insights from these past years." Handing the scroll to Lien Yi with solemnity, he urged, "I hope you will study it diligently and strengthen yourself swiftly." Tobarama's face registered shock. He had not anticipated his brother would bestow such a precious scroll upon Lien Yi. It contained numerous techniques of the Senju clan, including the elusive wood release. Mizuhira's eyes sparkled with pride as she gently encouraged little Lien Yi. "Should you encounter any confusion in your training, do not hesitate to seek our guidance." Lien Yi's hands trembled slightly as he cradled the scroll, bowing his head in gratitude. "Thank you. I shall not disappoint your expectations." He had intended to utter some flattering words to please Hashirama, but his exuberance had inadvertently led to a moment of unexpected joy. Tobarama regarded Lien Yi with a complex expression, lost in thought. After this brief interlude, the two bid farewell and departed. As night enveloped the world, Lien Yi clutched the scroll, following Tobarama into the dusk. Upon reaching the edge of the clan grounds beneath a maple tree, Tobarama suddenly halted and spoke unexpectedly. "Uchiha Lien Yi, you are quite impressive." Lien Yi stared in bewilderment at Tobarama, utterly perplexed by the sudden compliment. Tobarama crossed his arms, his gaze sweeping over the scroll in Lien Yi and Appo's hands. "Protecting what you wish to safeguard requires more than mere words. Tomorrow at dawn, bring the scroll to the training ground. I shall personally guide you." With that, Tobarama turned and vanished into the shadows of the night. Lien Yi remained rooted in place, his eyes wide with disbelief. Chapter 24. Guidance at the Senju residence. Lien Yi lay on the bed, his face a portrait of disbelief, with a ninjutsu scroll resting beside him. His mind replayed the words of Senju Tobarama, the man who had adopted him a year ago, who had always remained wary of him, never offering guidance in his training. Yet now, Tobarama had taken the initiative to offer his assistance, evoking a surreal sensation within Lien Yi. Could it be an illusion? He bit his tongue, the sharp pain affirming that this was no mere trick of the mind. He was astounded by the profound impact of Tobarama's words, not only leading to the gift of the Senju ninjutsu scroll from Hashirama, but also to Tobarama and Appo's willingness to mentor him. His heart raced with excitement. With the guidance of such a formidable shadow-level ninja, Lien Yi was convinced he could reach greater heights and grow stronger. Lost in the thrill of future possibilities, Lien Yi unknowingly drifted into slumber. In the early hours of the morning, the waning moon hung in the sky above the Senju clan grounds. Before dawn had broken, Tobarama and Appo's deep voice echoed from outside. "Kid, how long do you intend to sleep?" Startled by the sound, Lien Yi sprang from his bed, hastily dressing as he called out, "Uncle, just a moment. I'll be right there." Before long, Lien Yi was fully dressed, clutching the scroll as he opened the door. Tobarama stood waiting, casting a glance at Lien Yi before turning to head towards the training grounds. Lien Yi followed silently behind him. Upon arriving at the center of the training field, Tobarama turned to face Lien Yi, his gaze fixed on the ninjutsu scroll in Lien Yi and Appo's hands. Realizing the implication, Lien Yi promptly extended the scroll towards him. Tobarama accepted it with a nod of satisfaction before stowing it away. To Lien Yi and Appo's astonishment and confusion, Tobarama explained in an uneasy tone, "We won't be practicing ninjutsu today. We will focus on basic training first." Lien Yi, skeptical, questioned, "Uncle, you're not planning to take the scroll and run off, are you?" Tobarama and Appo's face flushed with indignation as he retorted, "What do you mean, brat? Am I that kind of person?" Although he had initially intended to mentor Lien Yi, the thought of studying the clan and Appo's ninjutsu scroll during the process was not without merit. Lien Yi remained silent, merely pouting in response. Tobarama felt a surge of frustration and was tempted to walk away. Fortunately, Lien Yi did not linger on the issue and eagerly exclaimed, "Uncle, you promised to guide me. Let us get started. I want to see your ninjutsu in action." Tobarama had observed Lien Yi and Appo's training before. His control over chakra was abysmal, wasting considerable energy when executing ninjutsu. Initially, Tobarama had intended to prevent Lien Yi from progressing, but Lien Yi's previous words had opened his eyes to his own biases against the Uchiha clan. Indeed, the Uchiha were prone to extreme emotions, yet this also indicated a deeper understanding of love than the average person. Lien Yi's words had profoundly altered Tobarama's perception. Yet he only acknowledged Lien Yi, not the entire Uchiha clan. Thus, he had taken the initiative to mentor him. Upon hearing Tobarama and Appo's directive, Lienya hesitated not a moment, forming hand seals and unleashing his ninjutsu. Fire style, fireball jutsu. A massive fireball erupted from his mouth, illuminating the training ground with its searing glow. Lienya felt a surge of pride, believing this to be the culmination of a year's training. However, rather than praise, Tobarama's subsequent remark struck him like a blow. Furrowing his brow, Tobarama stated coldly, "Fire style is not merely a release of chakra." Lienya, bewildered, looked up, failing to grasp the meaning behind those words. Noticing his confusion, Tobarama raised his hand to form seals, azure flames swirling at his fingertips, starkly contrasting the typical orange-red flames. Your technique appeared fierce, yet it was chaotic chakra, akin to an uncontrolled wildfire. With a deft motion, the flames morphed into a slender fire whip, wrapping around a distant wooden post before gently returning it to its original position, untouched. Lienya was left speechless, awestruck by the precision of chakra control displayed by the master of forbidden techniques in the ninja world. It was evident that without mastery over chakra, one could easily be harmed in the process of developing ninjutsu. Furthermore, the techniques crafted by Tobarama were potent and demanded an even greater level of control. Lienya felt a pang of envy, how he wished he could possess such command over chakra. "Kid, try again," Tobarama interrupted Lienya and Appo's reverie. Heeding the advice, Lienya attempted once more, striving to control his chakra as he formed the seals. This time, flames erupted from his palm but manifested in an irregular mass, instantly incinerating the grass and foliage before him. "Your chakra flow is too rigid," Tobarama remarked, stepping forward to grasp Lienya and Appo's wrist. The icy touch caused Lienya to stiffen. "Imagine the flames as a living entity. You're not commanding them, but rather dancing with them." A wave of cold chakra coursed through Lienya and Appo's veins, remarkably untangling his chaotic fire chakra. As Lienya prepared to gather chakra for a third attempt, Tobarama suddenly disrupted his sequence of seals. "In real combat, no one will wait for you to follow a script," Tobarama stated sternly. Adaptability is far more crucial. It was clear that he was earnestly teaching Lienya rather than merely going through the motions. Lienya hastily adjusted, and the flames in his palm surprisingly transformed into a fiery serpent. Though it veered off course, it had begun to take shape. "Progress," Tobarama acknowledged with a nod, forming the snake seal and unleashing a precise fireball that struck the wooden post, igniting it in a blazing inferno, which soon reduced it to ashes. Some ninjutsu hand seals are too numerous, making them difficult to execute in battle. You must learn to simplify your seals. After a moment's thought, he added, "For instance, the water style, Water Dragon Bullet requires 44 seals for an average J-nin, yet I can perform it with just 3. Lienya held no particular thoughts on this. Simplifying seals was inherently challenging and required strong chakra control, something he could not yet aspire to. The essence of fire style lies in balancing explosiveness and control. Now, before dawn breaks, train your flames to obey." With that, he turned to leave. "Uncle, I will succeed," Lienya called out, his heart brimming with determination as he reignited the flames in his palm, plunging back into his training. What seemed easy in thought was a different matter altogether in practice. Chapter 25. Until when must we observe? Sunlight filtered through the thin morning mist, casting a gentle glow upon the training grounds. Lienya and Appo's petite figure knelt on the ground, his palms charred and marred by the remnants of failed fire techniques. Breathing heavily, he felt the chakra within him had been almost entirely depleted. He gazed despondently at the ravaged training area, his heart heavy with disappointment. It was exceedingly difficult, seemingly impossible to master. At that moment, the imposing figure of Senju Tobarama materialized on the training ground. He regarded Lienya with a penetrating gaze, his eyes deep and inscrutable. "Are you truly ready to give up at the first sign of adversity?" Senju Tobarama and Appo's voice was cold, yet carried an undeniable authority. "Do you believe that becoming stronger is a trivial endeavor?" Lienya lifted his head, looking into Tobarama and Appo's eyes, a complex glimmer reflecting in his own. "Uncle, I have no intention of giving up." Senju Tobarama approached slowly, coming to a halt before Lienya. "Ninjutsu is akin to your innermost self. When you are consumed by the fears of failure and the temptation to surrender, it will elude your grasp." He leaned slightly, observing Lienya and Appo's singed hands. "You are not incapable of learning. Rather, you lack the conviction and focus." With determination, Lienya clenched his teeth. "I shall strive harder." Effort is not merely a blind repetition. It is the process of learning from failures and making continual adjustments, Senju Tobarama asserted, straightening his posture and gazing into the distance. The cultivation of ninjutsu resembles the ascent of a towering peak. Each step is fraught with hardship, but as long as you do not relinquish your resolve, you shall ultimately reach the summit. Lienya inhaled deeply, gradually rising to his feet, his spirit invigorated. "I understand, uncle." Just as he prepared to gather his chakra anew, Tobarama and Appo's voice resonated from behind him. "It is nearly time. You must attend school." Lienya froze momentarily, suddenly reminded of the obligation to attend class. In an instant, It felt as though the sky had fallen upon him. After hours of rigorous training, he was now required to endure the drudgery of school. Anyone in his position would find it unbearable. He glanced at his scorched palms and then at the scarred training ground, feeling a sense of unjust frustration. Just as he had begun to regain a semblance of momentum, he was forced to halt. Seemingly reading his thoughts, Senju Tobarama furrowed his brow slightly. The learning within school is equally significant. Knowledge and practical skills are both indispensable. Do not be mistaken. The training of ninjutsu is not the entirety of becoming an exceptional ninja. Lien Yi quickly replied, I understand, uncle. I will study diligently. With that, he stretched his somewhat stiff body and made his way to the kitchen, needing to prepare breakfast and a lunchbox. After expending his chakra, a profound hunger surged within him, demanding timely sustenance to restore his energy. After breakfast, Lien Yi begrudgingly set off for school. Ninja Academy, Class A. The morning curriculum focused on cultural studies, encompassing topics such as the geographical advantages and defensive characteristics of the 5 great ninja villages, Konoha, Kirigakure, Awagakure, Kumogakure, Sunagakure. A brief overview of the elemental components of chakra and methods to enhance its quality and control through cultivation. An explanation of the principle of elemental interactions among 3 distinct chakra types, fire, water, earth, lightning, wind, accompanied by illustrative examples. In regard to cultural studies, Lien Yi did not adhere to his earlier commitment to study earnestly. Instead, he slumped over at his desk, sound asleep. The teacher, passionately expounding on the theoretical aspects of ninjutsu, was but a distant murmur, failing to penetrate Lien Yi and Appo's consciousness. His breathing evened out, and his body relaxed completely, drifting into a serene slumber. The hushed whispers of his classmates and the occasional rustle of turning pages did not rouse him. After an early morning of training, he was utterly exhausted and needed a good rest. Nara Shikamaru, equally bored, yawned and noticed Lien Yi asleep, deciding to follow suit and lay his head down on his desk. It was not until the school bell rang that Lien Yi stirred, slowly awakening. Confused, he looked around, realizing that he was the only one left in the classroom alongside the slumbering Shikamaru. He soon comprehended that school had concluded for the day. After a full day of sleep, his fatigue had dissipated. Lien Yi stood, stretching lazily, and roused Shikamaru before they departed the school together. Lien Yi-kun. It and Appo's. Fortunate you woke me in time. Otherwise, I would have overslept, Shikamaru remarked, a hint of anxiety in his tone. The last time his parents discovered he was late, it was due to oversleeping at school, leading to a well-deserved reprimand. Just a minor issue, Lien Yi waved off nonchalantly. Shikamaru and Appo's laid-back demeanor suited Lien Yi well, contributing to their amicable relationship. At that moment, the pair heard 2 familiar voices echoing from the alleyway. Arin and Appo's. Do you quite the show-off? We finally caught you. Lien Yi and Appo's expression turned peculiar. Had these 2 truly cornered someone? He recognized the voices of Uchiha Ren and Uchiha Yen. Lien Yi-kun. Who are they cornering? Shikamaru inquired curiously. Both were competent in class, ranking above average. Who could have provoked them? It must be Hinata Yuki, Lien Yi speculated uncertainly. He had overheard the 2 discussing plans to confront Yuki in the alley. Hinata Yuki? Shikamaru and Appo's eyes gleamed with interest, sensing entertainment ahead. The 2 exchanged knowing glances, silently agreeing to investigate further. They crept quietly to the corner. There, Uchiha Ren and Uchiha Yen had surrounded Hinata Yuki. Unfazed by the encirclement, Yuki declared, 8 trigrams, empty palm. His hands thrust forward, unleashing an invisible chakra shockwave that struck Uchiha Yen squarely in the chest. Yen was sent flying, crashing into the end of the alley and losing consciousness. With a single move, he had incapacitated him. It was evident that Uchiha Yen had been caught off guard, fully absorbing the impact of the attack. Their lack of combat experience had left them unprepared for such an abrupt confrontation. You sneak attack, scoundrel. Uchiha Ren roared in fury at his fallen comrade, launching his own assault. However, Hinata Yuki remained composed, deftly evading the attack by lightly tapping the ground and nimbly maneuvering away, simultaneously forming his hands into the 8 trigrams palm stance. Uchiha Ren reacted swiftly, dodging the strike and retaliating with a punch aimed directly at Yuki and Appo's face. Yuki and Appo's pupils constricted, the intricate patterns of his Byakugan clearly outlining the chakras circulating around him. Reversal. Under the relentless onslaught of Uchiha Ren and Appo's counterattack, Yuki gradually gained the upper hand, ultimately landing a precise strike to Ren and Appo's sleeping point, rendering him unconscious on the ground. As darkness enveloped him, one thought echoed in his mind, how's this guy so powerful? Lien Yi and Shikamaru stared in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. They had not anticipated that Hinata Yuki would conclude the skirmish so decisively. At that moment, Yuki turned slowly to face the mouth of the alley, challenging, what are you still waiting for? Chapter 26. Breach of defense. Upon hearing those words, Lien Yi and Naramoto exchanged glances before stepping forward. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan possesses the ability to see through objects and offers nearly a 360-degree field of vision. After activating his Byakugan, Hyuga naturally spotted the two lurking in the shadows. "Hello, Hyuga," Lian Yi greeted. "What a coincidence to meet you here," Naruto chimed in. Hyuga and Amp, Appos, Byakugan swept over the pair. "Are you two intending to ambush me?" he inquired. In response, Naruto quickly shook his head, exclaiming, No. I just witnessed you effortlessly defeat Uchiha Yin and Uchiha Lin. You and Amp, Appos, terrifyingly strong, almost like a monster. If a confrontation were to occur, my fate would undoubtedly be grim." Lian Yi felt a surge of excitement, eager to engage in a friendly match with Hyuga to determine who was the stronger of the two. The prowess displayed by Hyuga was formidable. Without direct confrontation, it was impossible to ascertain who held the upper hand. Ultimately, Lian Yi dismissed the notion. There would be ample opportunities for sparring in the future. He was not a warmonger, and there was no need to invite trouble upon himself. "You've misunderstood. We were merely passing through," Lian Yi clarified. Seeing no ill intent from the two, Hyuga deactivated his Byakugan. Lian Yi, curious, fixed his gaze on Yuki and asked, "Yuki-kun, at what age does your clan typically awaken the Byakugan?" Being somewhat uninformed about such matters, he felt compelled to inquire. Naruto and Amp, Appos, eyes followed suit. Equally intrigued by the question, Hyuga, puzzled by their inquiry, responded, "The age at which one awakens the Byakugan varies from person to person, but it is usually between 10 and 12 years. Lian Yi nodded in understanding, realizing that the awakening age for the Hyuga clan is similar to that of the Uchiha, typically occurring during adolescence with few exceptions. Suddenly, a thought struck Lian Yi, and he looked at Hyuga with astonishment. It seemed he was one of those rare exceptions. "Yuki-kun, how old were you when you awakened?" Lian Yi asked. 6, came the reply. Lian Yi was taken aback. "You and Amp, Appos, a year younger than me. Yuki-kun. You and Amp, Appos, truly remarkable to have awakened at such a young age." Naruto exclaimed, greatly impressed. "Is this the realm of prodigies?" Hyuga remained unfazed. He had heard similar sentiments far too often. Moreover, Naruto had erred. He had not awakened at 6, but at 5. Lian Yi scrutinized Hyuga, perplexed. With such extraordinary talent, why had he never heard of him before? He recognized names like Sarutobi Hizashi, Shimura Danzo, and Uchiha Kagami, yet Hyuga was unfamiliar to him. The prodigious talent of Hyuga rivaled that of Sarutobi Hizashi and others. It dawned on him, the truth was singular. Hyuga had not fully matured, and had perished. This realization left Lian Yi with a sense of melancholy. Indeed, only those geniuses who reached their full potential could be deemed true geniuses. Those whose brilliance was extinguished prematurely or faded into obscurity could not be counted. Clenching his fists, Lian Yi resolved to train diligently. His purpose for growing stronger had never wavered, self-preservation within the ninja world. Hyuga noticed something amiss with Lian Yi and inquired, "Uchiha Lian Yi, are you all right?" At this, Lian Yi waved his hand, signaling that he was fine. Hyuga assumed Lian Yi had been disheartened by his talent. Thus he offered words of comfort. "Do not envy. With hard work, you too can achieve greatness." Lian Yi thought, "What?" Finally, he understood why Uchiha Lin and Uchiha Yin had sought to confront him. What an insufferable display of arrogance. Hyuga approached Lian Yi and halted beside him, saying, "I await your pursuit of my pace." With that, he departed without a backward glance. Lian Yi stood rooted in place, staring blankly at the receding figure of Hyuga until it vanished from sight, his mind replaying those words. "I await your pursuit of my pace. Pace." After a lengthy pause, Lian Yi and Amp, Appos, face flushed with indignation. His defenses had been utterly breached. Who does he think he is? That pompous fool, he and Amp, Appos, undoubtedly a master of arrogance. Had Hyuga been present, he would have undoubtedly retaliated against such hubris. "Lian Yi-kun, are you all right?" Naruto asked cautiously, having never seen Lian Yi so enraged. "I and Amp, Appos, am fine. I and Amp, Appos, am truly fine," Lian Yi replied, his expression murderous. Naruto fell silent, contemplating, is this what you call fine? However, he wisely refrained from probing further, secretly reveling in Lian Yi and Amp, Appos, plight. It seems I and Amp, Appos, am not the only one shaken by this and Amp, Appos, monster, and Amp, Appos. He was among the top geniuses of the Nara clan, having achieved the rank of a genin at the tender age of 6. He had believed that with his talent, he would stand out in the ninja academy. Yet, on the second day of school, he was defeated by Hyuga in just 2 moves. Moreover, he soon realized that many in his class surpassed him. Naruto succumbed to feelings of inferiority, finally grasping the distinction between ordinary talent and exceptional genius. Lian Yi's furious outburst jolted him back to reality. "I'm furious. How incredibly arrogant," Naruto thought. "Didn't you just say you were fine? Why are you angry again?" At that moment, Lian Yi was filled with pent-up frustration, and he hadn't anticipated that Hyuga's mere words would breach his defenses. He vowed to reclaim his dignity. So he wants to flaunt his superiority? I can do that too. Years later, whenever Lian Yi recalled those 2 sentences, he still found himself unable to let go. Senju Tobarama and Amp, Appos, residence. What is wrong with this kid? Senju Tobarama murmured to himself as he leaned against the kitchen door, observing Lien Ye's unusual demeanor upon his return home. Lien Ye was cooking with a visibly dark expression, prompting Tobarama's curiosity about what could have caused such agitation in the boy, who was typically unflappable. Just then, Lien Ye emerged with the dishes. What happened, little one? Tobarama inquired. Nothing, just encountered an arrogant fool, Lien Ye replied. Arrogant fool? Tobarama was perplexed by the term. Lien Ye had no intention of elaborating. After dinner, he headed straight to the training grounds. He needed to strengthen himself, so that one day, after defeating Hyuga Yuki, he could deliver a few lines of his own arrogance. As Tobarama watched Lien Ye train, he pondered the meaning of arrogant fool. After much contemplation, he still could not comprehend it. He thought, what has gotten into this kid? Deciding to dismiss it, Tobarama realized he had not studied the Uchiha clan in quite some time. With that thought, he rose and headed to the kitchen, where he added a considerable amount of sedative to some milk, a satisfied smile gracing his face. He approached the training ground, handing the milk to Lien Ye. Time's almost up. Upon hearing this, Lien Ye paused his training, drank the milk, and returned to his room to shower and sleep. That night, he found himself once again dreaming of the laboratory. Chapter 27. I challenge you. Ninja School King of Force, I challenge you. Lien Ye boldly declared before Hinata Yuki, attracting the attention of their curious classmates who began to speculate on the unfolding drama. Lien Ye, what is going on? Saratobi Hizashi inquired, puzzled, unaware of the events that transpired the previous day. To him, it seemed improbable that Lien Ye and Hinata Yuki had any prior connection. One remained silent in class while the other often dozed off. The prospect of these seemingly unrelated individuals clashing bewildered him. Shinmira Danzo, observing from the sidelines, reveled in the potential chaos. He had long harbored disdain for both, secretly wishing for a confrontation that would leave them mutually battered. The only one privy to the truth, Naramoto, stayed silent, watching intently, having anticipated Lien Ye's bold move. Curiosity gnawed at him. Who among them was truly superior? What did you call me? Hinata Yuki questioned, a look of confusion etched upon his face, failing to grasp the meaning behind King of Force. Lien Ye, exasperated, retorted, let us settle this one-on-one. I'll crush you. The mere thought of Yuki's arrogant demeanor infuriated him further. Last night, the words spoken to him echoed relentlessly in his mind, stoking his anger. Thus, at the crack of dawn, Lien Ye sought out Hinata Yuki for a showdown, eager to reclaim his honor. Sorry, I don't have time, Yuki replied, engrossed in his book. Lien Ye's expression soured, feeling as if he had just bitten into something foul. This reaction was akin to striking a pillow. Yuki was utterly disinterested in engaging him. Such dismissal felt more humiliating than a defeat. For Lien, you could not reclaim his lost pride, while Yuki continued to maintain his lofty facade. How can you be like this? Lien Ye nearly fainted from frustration. Uchiha Lien Ye, I'm reading. Please be quiet, Hinata Yuki said coolly. Fine, fine. Lien Ye's face flushed crimson. One day, you will regret this. He was determined. He could not believe they wouldn't have another opportunity to clash. At that moment, a figure wrapped in bandages entered the classroom. Spotting Lien Ye, he shouted, Uchiha Lien Ye, I challenge you. This was Uchiha Rifeng, who had been humiliated by Lien Ye not long ago. His father had suggested that Lien Ye was responsible for his predicament, but without evidence. The matter had been left unresolved. The thought enraged him. How dare Lien Ye resort to underhanded tactics? Uchiha Rifeng swore to have his revenge. As soon as his injuries healed sufficiently, he rushed to school, eager to confront Lien Ye. Who are you? Lien Ye asked, bewildered. This stranger's motives eluded him entirely. Uchiha Rifeng, he roared, his face obscured by bandages. Don't pretend you don't know me. You're the one who did this to me. Lien Ye felt a twinge of embarrassment. So, this was Uchiha Rifeng. Hey, Rifeng, we have no grievances. Please don't slander me. Everything must be substantiated, Lien Ye replied with righteous indignation. Uchiha Rifeng trembled with rage, his teeth grinding in frustration, wishing he could strike Lien Ye right then and there. Uchiha Lien Ye, I challenge you. Sorry, Rifeng, I don't have time, Lien Ye said, picking up a book from Hinata Yuki's desk. Uchiha Rifeng's forehead throbbed. You're holding the book upside down. His anger flared as he realized Lien Ye was merely evading a confrontation. With newfound clarity, Uchiha Rifeng smirked. Uchiha Lien Ye, you're afraid, aren't you? He sought to provoke fear in Lien Ye's eyes. However, Lien Ye remained composed, seemingly unfazed by Rifeng's taunts. You will apologize and kneel. And this will all be forgotten, Rifeng demanded. Lien Ye did not lift his gaze, responding coolly, Rifeng, please remain silent, I am reading. Uchiha Rifeng completely lost his composure. How could this person be so infuriating? Were it not for the school's regulations against private duels, he would have already taught Lien Ye a lesson. Watching Rifeng unravel brought a sense of satisfaction to Lien Ye, lifting his spirits. The frustration he had felt began to dissipate as he reveled in his role as the tormentor. Hinata Yuki observed the scene with a peculiar expression, sensing that Lien Ye was mimicking his own past sentiments. Thank you, Yuki. Lien Ye expressed sincere gratitude. He discovered that being a source of irritation could be quite gratifying. Thus, Lien Ye embarked on a path of vexation, reveling in his newfound role. As time flew by, a year passed in the blink of an eye. Throughout this period, Lien Yi fulfilled his desire to duel with Hinata Yuki. Utilizing the advantages of his Byakugan, Yuki narrowly triumphed over Lien Yi. Uchiha Rifeng relished this turn of events, taking pleasure in Lien Ye's defeat, which only fueled Lien Ye's ire further, prompting him to retaliate against Rifeng. Not only could he not best Hinata Yuki, but he also sought to assert dominance over Rifeng. Notably, the school recognized that these students were destined to become ninjas, facing battles on the front lines rather than remaining sheltered. Consequently, the regulations of the ninja school were revised, allowing students to engage in private combat, albeit without lethal techniques. Teachers even turned a blind eye to certain bullying behaviors, understanding that the world of ninjas was one of survival of the fittest. It was deemed preferable to be bullied by peers than to face death in the field, leading some to withdraw from their paths entirely, finding solace in a mundane existence. Students in Class A held little interest in bullying those weaker than themselves. However, the tides turned when students from other classes frequently sought trouble with them, particularly those ranked higher, such as Sarutobi Hizashi, Uchiha Q, and Hinata Yuki. Daily, there were those who recklessly provoked them. Lien Yi was well aware of the bullying that occurred against the top students, recalling how figures like Uchiha Itachi, Hinata Niji, and Uchiha Sasuke had also faced similar harassment during their school days. Perhaps it stemmed from the jealousy that weaker individuals felt towards the strong. However, every instance of bullying was thwarted, often resulting in the bullies themselves getting beaten down. As for why no one dared to confront Lien Yi, it was largely due to his dismal academic performance. The school's rankings were determined by overall grades, placing Lien Yi squarely in the middle of his class. Consequently, students from other classes either targeted the top or bottom performers, leaving Lien Yi largely untouched. Chapter 28. The discovery of Shinja Tobarama in the Shinja Tobarama residence. Tobarama was engrossed in reviewing the profiles of students from the Ninja Academy. Among the stack of documents, he meticulously extracted 5 profiles, namely Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Hyuga Yuki, Uchiha Kagami, and Tenen Koharu. Upon reaching Hyuga Yuki, a look of contemplation crossed Tobarama's face. He was aware of the child's exceptional talent, however. The Hyuga clan traditionally placed great emphasis on their main family. He shook his head and returned Yuki's profile to the pile. He then drew out another document, which prominently featured Mito Menju. After thoroughly examining the 5 profiles, Tobarama murmured to himself, "I shall select my disciple from among them." It was evident that Tobarama intended to take on a student. After a meticulous selection process, he had finally identified 5 suitable candidates. Their performance in the upcoming final examination would determine their fate. Tomorrow marked the day of the finals. Those who excelled would have the opportunity to become his disciples. He needed to cultivate a group of prodigies loyal to Konoha as soon as possible. "Uncle, dinner is ready," came the call from Rinya outside, interrupting Tobarama's thoughts. "I understand," Tobarama replied. Upon entering the kitchen, he found a sumptuous feast laid out by Rinya. "Little brat, the final exam is tomorrow. Do you have confidence?" Tobarama inquired. Rinya paused in his eating, thumping his chest confidently. "Don't worry, the final exam is a piece of cake for me." Tobarama regarded Renya's self-assurance but remained silent. Had it not been for Renya's dismal performance in cultural subjects last semester, he might have been convinced. "Did you pay attention in class?" Tobarama asked. Renya's expression stiffened, and he laughed awkwardly. I did listen." As for whether he truly listened, only he knew. Tobarama chose not to dwell on this topic, stating, "As long as you listened, tomorrow and Amp, Appo's exam is crucial." Renya was taken aback, uncertain of Tobarama and Amp, Appo's meaning. What transpired during this time? He pondered for a long while, but could not decipher it. "Forget it. It's impossible to fathom Tobarama's thought process," he concluded. After dinner, in an unprecedented turn of events, Renya refrained from training and instead retreated to his room to study. The theoretical examination was scheduled for the following morning, and he had been sleeping through classes. Having never paid attention, there was no choice. Renya always felt drowsy during cultural lessons and sometimes even slept the entire day. Usually, Nara Shikamaru was just like him, dozing off in class. During the last exam, Renya assumed Shikamaru would also perform poorly in cultural subjects, only to discover that Shikamaru had achieved a perfect score. This revelation made Renya question his existence, feeling betrayed. "How could you score perfectly when we both slept through class?" Renya lamented. Shikamaru and Amp, Appo's explanation was, "This kind of simple course doesn't end Amp, Appo's to require listening, hence my napping during class." "I thought you, Renya-kun, were just like me." At that moment, Renya had no retort. "Fine, you win. The Nara clan is indeed clever. I cannot compare." This time, he resolved to study diligently and reclaim what was rightfully his. Holding a book in hand, Renya prepared to exert himself. He believed that with his intellect, studying all night would surely yield a passing grade. After finishing this glass of milk, "I will study until dawn." Renya motivated himself, downing the milk in one go. He then eagerly opened his book, ready to study earnestly. However, after only a few glances, he found himself yawning. "What is happening? Why do I feel sleepy the moment I read?" He pondered. "Forget it. I truly am not cut out for studying." With that, Renya turned over and fell into a deep slumber, postponing any thoughts of the exam until the next day. Not long after he dozed off, Tobarama entered the room. He surveyed the books on the desk and nodded in satisfaction. This little brat had not deceived him. He was indeed studying earnestly. Approaching the desk, Tobarama flipped open Rinya and Amp, Appo's homework notebook, intending to check its accuracy. However, upon opening it, he was utterly dumbfounded. The notebook was completely blank, even lacking a name. Tobarama thought to himself, this little brat is something else. He shot Rinya an annoyed glance before picking him up and leaving the room. The night was as dark as ink, and the streets of Konoha lay in eerie silence. Tobarama, carrying the sleeping Rinya, moved swiftly toward the underground laboratory, stealthily avoiding detection. Senja Hashirama had strictly forbidden Tobarama from conducting experiments, having sealed off many of his laboratories. This was his last remaining facility. If it were to be sealed, he would truly be out of options. Pushing open the stone door of the laboratory, a damp, musty odor mingled with the scent of disinfectant assaulted his senses. Tobarama gently placed Rinya on the experimental table. He methodically donned a white lab coat and mask. What mysteries lay hidden within the Sharingan that could endow the Uchiha clan with such formidable power? He carefully peeled back Rinya and Amp, Appo's eyelid to reveal the young boy and Amp, Appo's eyes. Tobarama took a slender syringe and gently pricked Rinya and Appo's arm, allowing crimson blood to flow slowly into the test tube. Under the microscope, the cells within the blood were vividly visible. Tobarama observed intently, occasionally jotting down notes on parchment. As seconds ticked by, the laboratory was filled only with the whirring of instruments and the rustle of pen on paper. On the experimental table, Rinya blinked awake in a daze, surveying his surroundings. He felt a sense of helplessness. Not this laboratory again. As expected, his body remained immobile. He tentatively attempted to raise his arm, only to find it utterly unresponsive. Rinya struggled to move his eyes and began to scan the area. He spotted the familiar figure clad in a white coat. Engrossed in research. When will this dream end? He mused, eventually closing his eyes once more. Suddenly, a thought struck Tobarama as he conducted his research. What if a person possessed both Senju and Uchiha bloodlines simultaneously? Without hesitation, he extracted a vial of his own blood and mixed it with Rinya and Amp, Appo's. To his astonishment, the two blood types resonated upon contact. Was the resonance of bloodlines one of harmony or consumption? The two blood types fused seamlessly. No, this was not a clash of bloodlines at all. Tobarama and Amp, Appo's voice trembled with disbelief. He quickly placed the mixed blood under the microscope. When magnified to the limit, he was astonished to find identical spiral-shaped genetic structures emerging from the depths of the cells. Tobarama staggered, bracing himself against the table, his expression one of utter shock. The same origin, our bloodlines, are of a shared power. How could this be? The experimental results revealed that the Senju and Uchiha were of the same origin. In a daze, he felt as though the world around him had become surreal. If Rinya were to learn this, he would undoubtedly think Tobarama was overreacting. After all, the ancestors of the Senju and Uchiha were brothers, both sons of Otsutsuki Kagaya. Their bloodlines being of the same origin was not astonishing at all. Chapter 29. Theoretical examination the following day at the residence of Senju Tobarama. Senju Tobarama and Amp, Appo's eyes were bloodshot as he fixated on the blood samples before him. He simply could not comprehend how the bloodlines of the Senju and Uchiha could share a common origin. If the data was accurate, it implied that in ancient times, the Senju and Uchiha were linked by blood. This notion was profoundly unsettling. Who would have imagined that two clans, historically embroiled in conflict, could possess such a relationship? At that moment, a shout from Rinya jolted him back to reality. Uncle, I and Amp, Appo's, am off to school. Following that, the sound of Rinya and Amp, Appo's footsteps echoed as he departed. Upon hearing this, Senju Tobarama realized that dawn had broken. Unbeknownst to him, an entire night had slipped away. He gazed at the mountain of books piled before him, a frown etched on his face. What was the truth behind this revelation? He had scoured the records of the Senju clan throughout the ages, but had found no mention of a shared lineage between the two clans. This signified that, for thousands of years, he was the first to uncover this astonishing fact. Senju Tobarama was filled with exhilaration. If he could successfully unravel this mystery, he would gain a deeper understanding of the Uchiha, thereby devising a brilliant strategy against them. I will not relent against the inherently malevolent Uchiha. With that declaration, he resumed his fervent study of the extensive materials. Ninja Academy. Today marked the day of the final examination. Rinya had arrived at school early, eager to seize the opportunity for revision. He had accidentally dozed off the previous night, and if he did not study that morning, it would truly be disastrous. He certainly did not wish to rank last in the theoretical exam. Rinya-kun, why are you here so early? Naruto asked, astonished. I came early to review for the exam, Rinya replied, pulling out his textbooks. As the saying goes, a sharpened sword does not dull, even in haste. Naruto scratched his head in confusion. Is it really necessary to review such basic knowledge? Rinya thought to himself, it feels like this guy is showing off. At that moment, Sarutobi Hizashi and Shimura Danzo entered the classroom. Sarutobi Hizashi expressed surprise. Oh, Rinya-kun, you're here so early? Just here to read, Rinya responded. Humph. Where were you earlier? Shimura Danzo sneered disdainfully. Sleeping during class, and now panicking before the exam. Annoyed, Rinya lifted his head. You better pray you don't run into me during the practical assessment this afternoon, or I'll make you regret it. The theoretical exam was already vexatious enough without this guy's mocking remarks. Danzo and Appo's expression shifted between anger and frustration as he clenched his fists. Rinya and Appo's prowess placed him in the top 5 of the class. If they crossed paths in the afternoon, Danzo knew he would be hard-pressed to prevail. He felt a deep sense of resentment. Despite his diligent training, he could not surpass these individuals. Hizashi, Hyuga-Yuki, Uchiha Kagami, Uchiha Rinya. And even Uchiha Reifong all outclassed him. The Uchiha, those detestable Uchiha. Among the 5 students stronger than him, 3 were Uchiha. Seeds of jealousy towards the Uchiha began to take root in Danzo and Appo's heart. The ninjas from powerful clans naturally possessed greater talent than those from lesser families. If only his own talent were a shade stronger, he would surely be the top contender. Rinya had barely flipped through a few pages when Senju Takuma entered the classroom, carrying a stack of examination papers. The final examination is commencing. Everyone behave yourselves. Any instances of cheating will result in an automatic 0. The final exam was markedly different from the Chunin exams. Cheating was utterly impermissible. Otherwise, he would not have bothered to review it all. Rinya silently hoped for a better performance this time. Senju Tobarama had mentioned that this exam was of great significance. While he was uncertain of the reasons, it could only benefit him to perform well. Upon receiving the examination paper, Rinya's eyes widened in shock. What on earth are these questions? The exam featured only a handful of questions, yet he found himself utterly stumped. There were 5 major questions, each worth 10 points, totaling 50. 1. Basic question. Who were the founding leaders of Konohagakure, Kirigakure, Awagakure, Kumogakure, and Sunagakure? Rinya thought, this question is simple. The first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. As for the leaders of the other villages, he had no clue. Who would be so idle as to keep track of the names of the other villages and Appo's leaders? He was only familiar with the Hokages from the 2nd generation onward, and had no knowledge of the first. 2. Historical and cultural question. What event marked the end of the Warring States period, and what impact did it have on the system of the 5 great ninja villages? Rinya mused, this is a bit challenging. After a moment of contemplation, he wrote, the defeat of the Uchiha. As for the latter part, he left it blank. 3. Ninjutsu principles question. What is the core principle of medical ninjutsu? What key steps must be observed when treating fractures and toxin infections? Rinya scratched his head, but I'm not a medical ninja. Shouldn't such questions be answered by a medical ninja? He was and Appo's medical ninja. Forget it. I'll leave this one blank too. 4. Tactical analysis question. When executing reconnaissance missions, what counter-surveillance measures should be taken? Please propose 3 strategies considering terrain and ninjutsu. Rinya felt tears of joy welling up. Finally, a question I can answer. Erasing footprints, concealing one's form, masking chakra. 5. Open discussion question. Please elaborate on the symbolic significance of the ninja headband and analyze its practical role in diplomacy and mission execution. Rinya thought, what are these questions even about? I'm tired. I'll just leave it at that. If I fail, so be it. It's not the first time. Indeed, he was simply not cut out for academics. While his classmates diligently answered their questions, Rinya opted to rest his head on the desk and doze off. Upon noticing Rinya sleeping, Senju Takuma raised an eyebrow. Had this kid really finished so quickly? He stealthily approached Rinya, glancing at the examination paper. The first question had 5 blanks, and he had only answered 1. Senju Takuma and Appo's brows furrowed in concern as he examined the second question. When he read Rinya and Appo's response, his vision blurred. The defeat of the Uchiha? The correct answer should have been the establishment of Konohagakure. He continued to the third question, an empty space. Senju Takuma. The 4th question was incomplete. He could only award 3 points out of 10. The 5th question was still blank. Senju Takuma and Appo's eyelids twitched uncontrollably, momentarily at a loss for words. How could this kid not even answer such basic questions? Had he truly never attended a single class? Adding up the 2 points from the first question and the 3 from the 4th, Rinya and Appo's theoretical score was a staggering 5 points. Senju Takuma found himself engulfed in self-doubt. This kid, is he even human? He had likely transcended the boundaries of humanity. While ninja culture valued strength over intellect, one could not be utterly devoid of knowledge. Scoring 5 points in a cultural subject. He had lived for so many years and had never witnessed such a phenomenon. Chapter 30. There must be a hidden agenda. Lien Yikuin, awaken, do not slumber any longer. Lien Yi drowsily opened his eyes, noticing Nara Motoya softly calling to him. Has the examination concluded? He wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and surveyed his surroundings. The classroom was nearly deserted. Nara Motoya nodded and remarked, the exam is over. Everyone has gone out to dine, preparing for the afternoon and Appo's practical assessment. Let us also partake in a meal. The 2 friends brought their bento boxes to the training ground and found a spot to sit. By this time, several classmates had already finished their meals and begun their warm-ups. Lien Yi opened his bento and commenced eating. Lien Yikuin, how did you fare in the exam? Saratobi Hyjin approached with his own bento in hand. It was acceptable, Lien Yi replied. Haha, that and Appos. That's good to hear. Saratobi Hyjin picked up a piece of braised pork from Lien Yi and Appos, bento, and exclaimed, delicious. Really? Let me have a taste, Naramo Toya chimed in. Also snatching a piece of braised pork, his eyes squinting in satisfaction. The flavor is indeed delightful. One more piece, please. Same here. Before long. The entire box of braised pork had been devoured by the two. Lien Yi displayed no reaction. He was accustomed to their frequent food rates. In the distance, Shimura Danzo glanced at the rice ball in his hand, then at the pork grease Saratobi Hyjin. Hyjin, how can you be so selfish? Not even sharing a morsel with me. It had been quite a while since he had tasted Lien Yi and Appos, bento. Initially, after receiving food from Lien Yi, Hyjin would share some with him. However, he had since stopped sharing entirely, even going so far as to avoid him while eating. He would always dine with Lien Yi, leaving Danzo to watch from afar. Yet, one could hardly blame Hyjin. Lien Yi and Appos, bento was simply too delectable. Danzo himself often found he couldn't and Appos get enough, let alone share with Danzo. After enduring a few painful shares, he had reached his limit. Danzo instinctively swallowed hard and scoffed. Hyjin, you will regret this. One day, you shall lament not sharing your culinary treasures with me. In the afternoon, the practical assessments commenced. Shinji Takuma arrived at the training ground with a box for drawing lots. The opponents for the practical assessments would be determined by lottery. During the battles, students were required to utilize their learned ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu skills to demonstrate their combat prowess and adaptability. Shinji Takuma would evaluate the students based on their performance in various aspects, including skill application, combat decisions, and reaction times, rather than merely the outcomes of victory or defeat. Once the drawing concluded, Danzo and Appos' face turned pale as he beheld the results. Damn it. My opponent is indeed Uchiha Lien Yi. He harbored grave suspicions that Lien Yi had colluded with the homeroom teacher to orchestrate this dark plot. Haha, I and Appos, caught you now. Lien Yi and Appos' gaze turned icy. I shall not relent until I force you to confess. After all, Danzo had come seeking a confrontation early in the day. Having performed poorly on the theoretical exam, he was eager to vent his frustrations on Danzo. Danzo and Appos' expression darkened, and he retorted, the outcome is yet to be determined. Although he had previously been no match for Lien Yi, that did not mean he was incapable now. In preparation for this practical assessment, he had dedicated himself to rigorous training late into the night. Danzo was confident he could redeem himself in this evaluation. Oh, then you must ensure your victory. Lien Yi replied nonchalantly. Danzo and Appos' forehead throbbed with veins, wishing he could engage Lien Yi in battle immediately, but unfortunately, their turn had yet to arrive. The first match was Saratobi Hyjin against Naramo Toya. Upon seeing the draw, Naramo Toya felt as though the sky had fallen. Why am I so unfortunate? Saratobi Hyjin smiled slightly. Motoya-kun, I shall show you mercy. Shinji Takuma announced, the battle begins. Hyjin launched an attack at Naramo Toya. You scoundrel, do not underestimate me. I am a genius of the Nara clan. Naramo Toya attempted to utilize the shadow binding technique to restrain Hyjin, only for his attack to be effortlessly evaded. What? A shock surged through Naramo Toya as he attempted to redirect his shadow, only to find Hyjin already upon him. This is it. He could only watch helplessly as Hyjin and Appos' assault approached. Was this the disparity between geniuses? Saratobi Hyjin emerged victorious. Shinji Takuma began scoring their performances. Uchiha Rifing faced Uchiha Kagami. Kagami, this time I shall surely win. Rifing had been bested by Kagami in the previous test, leaving him unwilling to accept defeat. After that encounter, he trained even harder to ensure his victory over Kagami. Uchiha Kagami smiled. Rifing-kun, I will not show you any mercy. You scoundrel, you have yet to win. 2 minutes later, Uchiha Kagami claimed victory. Rifing lay on the ground, questioning his very existence. Why does it feel as though Kagami has grown stronger? Rifing-kun, are you all right? Uchiha Kagami inquired with concern. Kagami and Appos' gaze pierced Rifing and Appos' heart like a needle. Struggling to rise, Rifing declared, Uchiha Kagami, next time, I will definitely defeat you. I look forward to that day. Uchiha Kagami maintained his smile. Hyuga-yuki fought against Tien Kabato. Hyuga-yuki emerged victorious. Uchiha Ren faced Mito-gaten. Mito-gaten claimed victory. Soon, it was time for Lien Yi and Danzo and Appos' confrontation. Danzo, good luck. Saratobi Hyjin shouted. Danzo, hearing this, wore a grim expression. Was Hyjin trying to embarrass him further? Uchiha Lien Yi, this time, I shall win. Let us see about that. The battle commenced. The clash concluded. Uchiha Lien Yi triumphed. Danzo, are you all right? Saratobi Hyjin approached with concern. Get lost, Hyjin. Spare me your feigned sympathy. Lien Yi was taken aback, feeling an odd sense of familiarity with the scene unfolding before him. The practical assessment concluded. Shinji Takuma began ranking the students based on their theoretical and practical scores. First place, Saratobi Hyjin. Second place, Hyuga-yuki. Third place, Uchiha Kagami. Fourth place, Mito-gaten. Fifth place, Shimura Danzo. 11th place, Naramo Toya. 25th place, Uchiha Lien Yi. What nonsense is this? Upon discovering his rank, Lien Yi felt as if the heavens had collapsed. With only 30 students in the class, his score was at the very bottom. This is a conspiracy. There must be a hidden agenda. Lien Yi protested loudly. In response to Lien Yi and Appo's accusations, Senju Takuma presented the paper with the score of 5. The onlookers gaped in disbelief at such a score. Is this even a score a person can achieve? Lien Yi stared at the paper, falling into deep contemplation. Chapter 31. The unique recipe of the Sarutobi clan. With the conclusion of the final exams, the students of the ninja school welcomed a month-long summer vacation. They animatedly discussed their plans for the break. Finally, the long-awaited holiday had arrived, and Rinya was in high spirits. With no early mornings for school, he had ample time to devote to his training. Sarutobi Izashi, Uchiha Kyu, and Shimura Danzo sought out Rinya. Rinya-kun, shall we go out for a meal? Sarutobi Izashi proposed. It and Appo's. It's not every day we get a break. Are you sure you Dawn and Appo's? Do you want to join us for dinner? Uchiha Kyu chimed in. Indeed, training can be rather monotonous. A bit of relaxation is essential, they both encouraged in unison. Previously, they had extended numerous invitations to Rinya, only for him to decline each time due to a lack of time. Surely, this time he could spare a moment? As for Shimura Danzo, he wore a rather displeased expression. Must we invite this arrogant fellow along? Rinya considered their words and found them reasonable. This past year had been solely dedicated to training, which had indeed become tiresome. It was high time to unwind. All right, Rinya nodded in agreement. Hizashi also invited Hinata Yuki and Nara Motoya to Rinya and Appo's surprise. Yuki accepted the invitation. It was as if the sun had risen in the west. It was not lost on Rinya why he was astonished. Over the past year, he had observed that Yuki was an absolute training fanatic, even more diligent than himself. The 6 of them departed from the school. The summer cicadas buzzed through the crevices of the Hokage Rock, and the bustling streets of Konoha were alive with activity. Yuki, what brings you here? Rinya inquired with curiosity. Yuki, accustomed to Rinya and Appo's nickname for him, replied, Q is right. A balance between work and leisure is vital. Since my earliest memories, my father has urged me to train. As a member of the Hyuga clan, the family and Appo's future rests upon my shoulders. Under his father and Appo's and the clan elders and Appo's expectations, Yuki had diligently trained, awakening his Byakugan at the tender age of 5, earning the reputation of a prodigy within the Hyuga clan. Bearing the weight of his family and Appo's future, Yuki could not afford to relax. When faced with the invitation from his peers, Yuki unusually did not refuse. After the final exams, he wished to grant himself a half-day reprieve. Tomorrow, I will train twice as hard, Yuki murmured softly. What did you just say? Hizashi turned back, curious. Nothing. Yuki replied. What do you all want to eat? Hizashi asked. Anything is fine with me. Both Rinya and Yuki responded in unison. Choosing can be quite troublesome. Why don't you all decide? Motoya suggested. Hizashi, I'll follow your lead. Q smiled. Only Danzo remained silent, and everyone's gaze fell upon him. Feeling the weight of their stares, Danzo awkwardly turned his head away. I'm fine with whatever. In that case, shall we go for barbecue? Hizashi proposed. Sounds good. They all agreed in unison. The owner of the barbecue restaurant spotted Rinya and the others from a distance and called out, Hizashi, the beef tongue has just arrived today. Are you sure you want to come to try it? Clearly, Hizashi was a regular at this establishment. The barbecue here is exquisite. I often dine here, Hizashi explained, rubbing his hands together in excitement, his nose already captivated by the intoxicating aroma of charcoal and grease, leading him to enter the restaurant first. Inside the barbecue restaurant, the 6 friends sat around the table. The sizzling meat on the grill crackled, and sparks from the fat splattering illuminated their faces. Hizashi waved a wooden fan gently, intensifying the savory aroma, causing the others to swallow in anticipation. Rinya and Appo's eyes sparkled as he fixated on the barbecue. It had been quite some time since he had indulged in such a feast. The scent was simply irresistible. Even before tasting, he knew the flavor would be delightful. Behold my secret sauce, Hizashi announced mysteriously, producing a small porcelain bottle and adding a few drops of green liquid into the sauce. I found this herb in the forest. It guarantees deliciousness. Would you care to try? Is it truly tasty? Rinya questioned skeptically. That green concoction, can it really be palatable? Of course, it's delicious. This is a unique recipe from the Sarutobi clan, Hizashi asserted, thumping his chest in assurance. At his declaration, the others hesitated, intrigued to discover the flavor of this exclusive recipe. Danzo's eyelids twitched. Please, not another one of your bizarre experiments. Last time, your dark culinary creation left me in agony for an entire day. That previous time, Hizashi had made a similar promise, only for the outcome to be disastrous. Never mind. I'll pass, Rinya chuckled awkwardly. The others nodded in agreement, unwilling to risk an upset stomach. Don't listen to Danzo. That was an accident. This time it will be delightful, Hizashi insisted hastily. Unfortunately, no one was willing to partake. Seeing their reluctance, Hizashi sighed in resignation, casting a forlorn glance at Danzo. If it weren't for your chatter, everyone could have savored my special dipping sauce. Alas, you all have missed out. Hizashi lamented as he picked up a piece of grilled meat, dipped it generously in the sauce, and savored it, his eyes narrowing in satisfaction. It's truly delicious. Are you certain you want to try? If it's tasty, you should eat more, Rinya said, taking a piece of meat for himself. The ingredients at this establishment were incredibly fresh, and the flavors were delightful. As they feasted, Motoya suddenly lowered his voice. Did you all hear? Lord Tobarama is looking to take on disciples at the school. The sound of chopsticks clattering to the floor echoed. Rinya suddenly realized why Senju Tobarama had emphasized the importance of this exam. It was to select potential disciples. Presumably, his students would be among the top performers in Class A. Rinya recalled that in the original story, Hizashi, Danzo, Kyu, Mido, and others were all disciples of Tobarama. This time, apart from Yuki, the remaining top candidates were likely to be the same. It seemed that the history of the ninja world remained unchanged by his presence. Motoya-kun. Is that true? Hizashi asked excitedly. Danzo's breath grew heavy, his gaze fixated on Motoya. Kyu expressed his aspirations. How wonderful it would be to become a disciple of Lord Tobarama. Yuki remained unfazed, continuing to enjoy his barbecue without concern for the matter at hand. Motoya nodded. This is a message directly from Lord Hokage to my father. The information is absolutely reliable. What are the criteria for Lord Tobarama's selection of disciples? Danzo queried, his usual composure slipping away. If he could be chosen as a disciple, he would undoubtedly become stronger, surpassing Hizashi, Yuki, Rinya, and Kyu. I'm not entirely sure, Motoya replied, shaking his head. At that moment, everyone's gaze converged on Rinya. If memory served correctly, Rinya seemed to reside with Lord Tobarama, did he not? Chapter 32. Perfect scores in practical tests, yet still at the bottom? Why are you all staring at me? Lian Yi felt somewhat uneasy under the intense gaze of several individuals. Lian Yi-kun, are you aware of Lord Tobarama's intentions regarding taking on disciples? Sarutobi Hizashi inquired cautiously. The others fixed their eyes on Lian Yi, eagerly anticipating his response. Lian Yi shook his head. He has not mentioned it to me. Upon hearing this, the group appeared somewhat dejected. They had hoped to obtain first-hand information from Lian Yi. However, Lian Yi continued, based on my understanding of him, it is highly likely he will choose those who rank at the top. Haha, that would be splendid. Sarutobi Hizashi exclaimed, nearly jumping with excitement. If Lian Yi and Appo's prediction held true and he were to be chosen as a disciple by Lord Tobarama, it would be as good as certain. Meanwhile, Shimura Danzo clenched his fists anxiously. He was ranked 5th in their class. Under normal circumstances, he would be content with this result. But learning that Lord Tobarama selected disciples based on rankings made him uneasy. If he were to only accept 3 disciples, would being 5th suffice? The thought of being overlooked filled him with dread. Lian Yi, noticing Danzo's troubled expression, surmised his thoughts and maliciously remarked, the top 3 spots are secure. But who knows about the others? At his words, Danzo and Appo's face turned a ghastly pale. He could hardly fathom the despair of not being selected, especially not wanting to witness Hizashi being taken as a disciple by Lord Tobarama. The mere thought left him breathless. In his heart, Danzo fervently prayed to be noticed by Lord Tobarama. Watching Danzo and Appo's complexion fluctuate, Lian Yi felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. For some reason, the more distressed Danzo appeared, the happier Lian Yi felt. As for the matter of Lord Tobarama taking on disciples, Lian Yi held no particular opinion. He had often received guidance from Tobarama and could be considered a half-disciple himself. After dinner, the group dispersed, each lost in their own thoughts. At the Hyuga clan and Appo's residence, Hyuga Yuki had just arrived at the clan and Appo's gate when he spotted a stern middle-aged man standing there. The man, with a grim expression, coolly questioned, "Where have you been?" Yuki lowered his head, remaining silent. The man did not speak further, simply observing in silence. After a long pause, Yuki lifted his gaze. "Father, I went out to eat with my classmates." "What, is the food at home not to your liking?" "No." "Then why did you go out to eat?" "Father, I realize my mistake. Considering this is your first offense, you are to practice 1,000 gentle punches before dinner. You shall not eat until you complete them." "Yes, father." At the Senju Tobarama and Appo's residence, Lian Yi returned home only to find no sign of Tobarama. That old fellow was likely holed up somewhere experimenting with forbidden techniques. He began his training for the day. Lian Yi possessed decent talent. With diligent practice, he would be able to protect himself in the forthcoming ninja wars. Rather than being treated as mere fodder, he had never harbored lofty ambitions. His sole purpose in growing stronger was simply to survive. Lian Yi clearly understood his position. He was not like Naruto or Sasuke, nor was he misled by the will of fire to the point of losing his direction. He could not allow himself to be swept away by fervor and throw away his life recklessly. As night fell, Tobarama returned with disheveled hair. He had not slept since the previous night, engrossed in researching the origins of the Senju and Uchiha clans, but regrettably made no progress. Upon seeing Tobarama and Appo's appearance, Lian Yi was further convinced that the old man had indeed been secretly working on forbidden techniques. At this hour, he should be delving into the reanimation jutsu, shouldn't he? "Kid, how did the exams go? I noticed you were reviewing before the test. Your results should be decent, right? These basic questions should be a breeze." "Haha. Not too bad, not too bad," Lian Yi laughed lightly. Tobarama did not press further. After a simple dinner, he returned to his study to continue his research. Lian Yi sighed in relief, grateful that the old man did not pursue the matter any longer. There was no way to present his fifth-to-last rank with pride. Academic subjects were his weakness, and he needed to catch up during the summer. Resolute, Lian Yi retrieved his books and began to study earnestly. In 30 days, I shall become the top of my grade. 5 minutes later, Lian Yi closed his book with a blank expression. In truth, for a ninja, mere strength sufficed. Academic performance held little significance. Did one not see Naruto, who did not even understand the meaning of the term mob? This indirectly illustrated that in the ninja world, academic achievements were not crucial. Well, it's not that I cannot learn it and oppose. It's just that there's no need to study, Lian Yi reassured himself. Time for sleep. The sensation of knowledge entering one and Oppo's mind was truly intoxicating. Lian Yi mentally revisited what he had just learned. Empty as ever. Although he had absorbed nothing, it did not hinder him from drifting into slumber. In the study, Tobirama perused various texts across the ninja world and stumbled upon relevant records. He dusted off the last page of an ancient manuscript, revealing a faded mural that emerged from the yellowed pages. The image depicted an elderly man holding a staff, suspended in midair, with 2 youths kneeling at his feet, one adorned in vine patterns, the other with eyes shimmering crimson waves. The text along the mural and Oppo's edge subtly protruded. Indra and Ajura, the twin sons of the Sage of Six Paths. According to the records, Indra inherited powerful ocular jutsu and combat prowess, but succumbed to darkness through his obsessions. In contrast, Ajura cultivated wood release through compassion and used his healing abilities to protect the masses. Ocular jutsu, wood release, Tobirama murmured. Although the records were vague, he understood that these were the origins of the Uchiha and Senju clans. Their ancestors were indeed descendants of the Sage of Six Paths. He speculated that the discord between Indra and Ajura led to the centuries-long conflict between the Uchiha and Senju clans, just as Tobirama intended to seek further evidence. His peripheral vision caught sight of the final exam results on the table. This was what he had asked Senju Takuma to deliver. Engrossed in his research, he had yet to examine it. Thus, Tobirama opened the results. First place, Saratobi Azashi. Second place, Hyuga Yuki. Third place, Uchiha Q. Fourth place, Mito Gate In. Fifth place, Shimura Danzo. Tobirama nodded in satisfaction. These were the future of Konoha. Wait, where was that little brat's name? He began to search for Lian Ye's name, eventually finding it in the fifth-to-last position. Full marks in practical assessments, yet still at the bottom. He was baffled until he examined Lian Ye's theoretical results. Tobirama? Chapter 33, Do not let me down. The darkness before dawn had yet to dissipate, and a thin layer of frost clung to the training ground's blue stone. Remember, little one. Senju Tobirama's voice resonated deeply. A true ninja concludes battle before the enemy even perceives it. With a flick of his fingers, 3 shurikens shot forth in a triangular formation, striking precisely at the center of the distant target. Lian Yi concentrated intently, absorbing every detail. Dew clung to his long black hair, and a grave expression adorned his pale face. When Senju Tobirama suddenly closed the distance, Lian Yi instinctively leaned back, narrowly avoiding a kunai that grazed the tip of his nose. Withdrawing his hand, Senju Tobirama's garments fluttered in the breeze. In combat, the enemy will not grant you a second chance. He raised his hand to form seals, and dozens of shadow clones surrounded the training ground, leaving no room for escape. Lian Ye's pupils constricted as his gaze darted around, searching for the original amidst the clones. Sweat trickled down his cheek, dampening his collar. This was one of Lian Ye's daily training exercises, aimed at honing his observational skills by locating Senju Tobirama's true form. He had only 3 opportunities to strike. Little one, have you found it? 20 voices echoed simultaneously. Lian Yi scrutinized the Senju Tobirama clones. Some crossed their arms with mocking expressions, others remained expressionless, quietly watching him. While a few held kunai with serious faces, Lian Yi felt a twinge of helplessness. Discerning the original among 20 clones was no trivial task, especially considering Tobirama's mastery of the multiple shadow clone technique. Little one, perhaps you should give up. The clones chorused. Silence, Lian Yi retorted, slightly irritated. Drawing a deep breath, he endeavored to find a flaw in the subtle details. He knew that while the shadow clones possessed the same strength as the original, there would always be a slight fluctuation in chakra. If he could detect the subtle variance, he could identify the true form. The first shadow clone moved, lunging forward with a kunai aimed directly at him. Lian Yi sidestepped, his gaze fixed on the clone's footfalls. The force with which each step landed could provide a clue. Abruptly, Lian Yi launched an attack, targeting the shadow clone to his left. However, as his kunai made contact, the clone dissipated into a cloud of white smoke. Wrong, he thought, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Little one, give up already. The chorus of clones echoed again. Be quiet, Lian Yi snapped, feeling vexed. He continued to observe intently, and his peripheral vision caught a movement from a clone at the rear. In that instant, Lian Yi hurled his kunai. Could this be the original? He murmured. As the smoke cleared, the clone vanished, yet he remained undeterred, wearing a knowing expression. Senju Tobirama would not make such a basic error unless he intended to deceive him. However, he dared not gamble. What if it truly were the original? Little one, you have one last chance. I know. Before he could finish his sentence, all the shadow clones simultaneously launched their attacks. Facing 18 clones, Lian Yi smirked slightly. You have brought this upon yourselves? Do not blame me. He leaped into the air, forming seals mid-flight, fire release, great fireball technique. A roaring inferno engulfed the training ground, and the 18 shadow clones flickered within the flames. Just as the fire began to dwindle, Lien Yi surged toward the northwest corner, his kunai aimed at a figure. Before him, Senju Tobarama extended a hand to block Lien Yi's strike, a smile gracing his lips. Indeed, you were able to discern the original from the residual chakra. It seems you have made progress. Although he had deliberately given Lien Yi an opportunity, it was not an easy one to seize. Lien Yi's ability to identify the original had indeed surpassed Senju Tobarama's expectations. With a long exhale, Lien Yi's tense nerves finally relaxed, and he plopped down onto the ground. His morning training sessions were a bittersweet affair. Senju Tobarama truly pushed him to his limits. At times, during their sparring, Tobarama held nothing back, nearly beating him to a pulp before summoning medical ninjas to tend to him. Lien Yi suspected the old man relished finding excuses to thrash him. Despite the arduous training, his progress was undeniably remarkable. Lien Yi's strength had already surpassed that of an average genin. He believed it would not be long before he could fulfill his dream of besting the likes of Uchiha and Naidame. As Lien Yi indulged in thoughts of the future, Senju Tobarama, his expression darkened, produced a report card. Uchiha Lien Yi, explain to me how you achieved this score. Lien Yi stared at the paper marked with a mere 5 points, scratching his head awkwardly. Haha, uncle, let me explain. Damn you, Uchiha brat. You have learned nothing. Senju Tobarama bellowed. Uncle, please do not slander me. I did study. Lien Yi protested sheepishly. Well, flipping through a few pages before the exam counts as studying, right? Although he had not studied for long, could he be blamed for the outcome? If you score this poorly again, I will personally. Senju Tobarama narrowed his eyes, pinching the middle of his kunai. Crack. The kunai snapped in half. Lien Yi instinctively swallowed hard, feeling anxious. Uncle, please calm down. It's not that serious. Senju Tobarama remained silent, his gaze fixed sharply on Lien Yi, devoid of any humor. Should Lien Yi achieve such a disgraceful score again, there would be no mercy. For such a simple exam, had he not witnessed it himself, he would never have believed that someone could score merely 5 points. Honestly, can someone who scores 5 points still be considered human? The more Senju Tobarama pondered, the angrier he grew, a powerful killing intent radiating from him. This was the second time Lien Yi faced Senju Tobarama's murderous aura, nearly suffocating him. Was this the oppressive presence of a shadow-level powerhouse? Had he not been seated, he would likely have been forced to his knees. You uncle. I will strive to pass next time, please, just calm down. Receiving Lien Yi's promise, Senju Tobarama snorted, retracting his killing intent. Little one, this must not happen again. He tossed the report card to Lien Yi and turned to leave. Today's instruction had concluded, and he had other matters to attend to regarding his disciples. He needed to cultivate a group of geniuses imbued with the will of fire for Konoha to become the village's elite force. And these prodigies must be personally mentored by him. As for Lien Yi, he was not particularly hopeful. Senju Tobarama did not expect someone who scored 5 points on a cultural exam to inherit the will of fire. He even seriously doubted that Lien Yi understood what the will of fire entailed. His expectations for Lien Yi were low. As long as he did not engage in actions harmful to the village, that would suffice. Though Lien Yi currently exhibited good character, he had yet to awaken his eyes. Only after that would he be able to assess him further. Based on Senju Tobarama's understanding of the Uchiha clan, it was common for their members to undergo personality changes upon awakening the Sharingan. He could not predict how Lien Yi's character would evolve. He could only strive to guide him onto the right path. Little one, do not let me down. Chapter 34. The future of Sarutobi. I fear I may disappoint you, uncle. Lien Yi murmured softly as he observed the departing figure of Senju Tobarama. Since he began receiving guidance from Tobarama, he could distinctly sense the underlying philosophy of devotion to the village being imparted to him, whether intentionally or not. A typical child might have been subtly influenced by this, but Lien Yi was different. Having lived 2 lifetimes, his worldview was firmly established and difficult to alter. Tobarama had been subtly communicating to Lien Yi that, for the sake of Konoha, one might even need to sacrifice their life when necessary. The safety of the village superseded all, including one's own existence. However, Lien Yi held a different perspective. After all, he was an outsider, lacking a profound sense of belonging to either the village or the clan. To him, the paramount concern was his own survival. His relentless pursuit of strength was solely for the purpose of enduring the forthcoming wars among the ninja. Lien Yi rose and gazed into the distance, softly stating, if I become strong enough in the future, I would not mind safeguarding the village for you. There is a saying, in times of poverty, one must cultivate oneself. In times of prosperity, one should assist the world. If one possesses the ability, they are naturally inclined to help. Without such ability, ensuring one's own well-being takes precedence above all else. Lien Yi resumed his arduous training. The path to becoming stronger is an arduous journey, often requiring years or even decades. Unless one is exceptionally gifted. The Sarutobi clan's domain. The Sarutobi clan became a part of Konoha during its inception, qualifying them as one of the founding families. The clan often produced ninjas proficient in all 5 elemental natures, showcasing formidable combat prowess, a key reason why Shinja Hashirama valued and invited them to join. Presently, the current clan leader, Sarutobi Sasuke, was flushed with excitement. The reason for his exhilaration was that Shinja Tobarama, the younger brother of the first Hokage and the most likely candidate for the second Hokage, had come to visit his home. Lord Tobarama, may I inquire about the purpose of your visit? Sasuke asked cautiously. Throughout the years, Tobarama had only visited once before. When the Sarutobi clan joined Konoha alongside his elder brother, it was said that one does not visit without cause. Given Tobarama's arrival, he surely had significant matters to announce. Sasuke unconsciously fidgeted, contemplating Tobarama's intentions. Tobarama's demeanor and approach to matters were starkly different from his brother Hashirama's. Engaging in conversation with such a person demanded utmost caution. Attempting to decipher his thoughts could easily lead to misfortune. Sasuke dismissed his musings about Tobarama's intentions. Tobarama did not respond immediately. Instead, he picked up the cup of red tea on the table and savored it leisurely. Sasuke remained patient, simply observing. After a prolonged moment, Tobarama set down the teacup. Sasuke's expression stiffened. Was the moment finally upon him? What was the purpose of this visit? Sasuke, I wish for your son to become my disciple. I would like to know if you are amenable to this? The expression on Sasuke's face shifted from initial tension to shock, then to joy, and finally to overwhelming excitement. You truly wish to accept my son as your disciple? His voice trembled, and his hands shook involuntarily. Was he dreaming? Lord Tobarama wished to take Nichiren as his disciple. Given Tobarama's standing in Konoha, his ascent to the position of second Hokage was all but assured. Consequently, Nichiren would have a Hokage as a mentor, providing a formidable backing. When Sasuke eventually retires and Nichiren ascends as clan leader, which family in Konoha would dare to disregard the Sarutobi clan? Under Nichiren's leadership, the clan's status would undoubtedly soar. Perhaps one day, the Sarutobi clan could rise to prominence akin to the Senju and Uchiha clans. The more Sasuke contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, nearly succumbing to blissful faintness. Although this was merely a straightforward acceptance of a disciple, the implications were vast. Tobarama nodded. Nichiren is an exceptionally talented child. With my guidance, I firmly believe you will blossom into a remarkable ninja. I express my heartfelt gratitude to you, Lord Tobarama. Sasuke bowed deeply, his eyes shimmering with hope. The clan's resurgence relied on Nichiren. At that moment, Sarutobi Nichiren arrived, having just concluded training. Upon learning that Lord Tobarama wished to accept him as a disciple, he rushed over without delay. Tobarama noted the signs of training on Nichiren and subtly nodded. Nichiren, do you wish to become my disciple? Breathing heavily, Nichiren eagerly responded, yes. I would be delighted. He had dreamed of becoming Tobarama's disciple. Just yesterday, they had been fantasizing about the possibility, and now that dream had materialized, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of unreality. Upon receiving Nichiren's affirmation, Tobarama instructed, tomorrow at the hour of the tiger, we shall meet at the training grounds in the Konoha forest. Ensure you do not arrive late. With that, he turned and departed. Understood, sensei. Nichiren exclaimed with excitement. Tobarama was taken aback by the boy's swift adaptation to calling him sensei. Subsequently, he visited Uchiha Kagami, Shimura Danzo, T-Ring Koharu, and Mito Gate High. Initially, Koharu had not been on Tobarama's radar, but recalling her potential as a medical ninja, he made an exception. After all, during future missions, it would be essential to have a medical ninja in the team. Moreover, having a medical ninja among his disciples would allow for a higher intensity of training. Knowing they could receive immediate care in case of injury, he chuckled to himself, reveling in the thought of these youngsters lacking excuses for injuries. Having gathered several promising disciples, Tobarama was in high spirits. Today, he decided to set aside his research on the Uchiha clan and instead delve into forbidden techniques. Administering the drug to Lien Ye's milk daily was becoming increasingly problematic. As time passed, Lien Ye's resistance grew stronger, and if this continued, the drug's efficacy would diminish. Tobarama planned to concoct a new type of sedative during his research on forbidden techniques. Otherwise, the truth behind the drug would inevitably come to light, and he would be labeled with tags such as perverse, evil scientist, or preying on children, labels he desperately wished to avoid. The mere thought of such a scenario sent shivers down his spine. Above all, this matter must remain undisclosed, setting aside Lien Ye's potential reaction. If his elder brother discovered Tobarama was conducting experiments on Lien Ye, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. That night, Sarutobi Nichiren and the others were too excited to sleep. They eagerly anticipated what tomorrow's training would entail. In stark contrast, Lien Ye found himself unusually restless, unable to find slumber. Why was sleep eluding him? After more than a year in the ninja world, this was his first experience of insomnia, devoid of even a trace of drowsiness. Ordinarily, he would succumb to sleep immediately, yet tonight, he found himself wide awake, perplexed by the situation. Chapter 35, just a daily routine in the depths of the Konoha forest, at the training ground. Sarutobi Hizashi spent a restless night filled with excitement. Even before the appointed hour, he arrived at the training ground ahead of time. The moon was obscured by clouds, and visibility was exceedingly poor. He could only navigate towards the training area based on his memories. As he drew closer, he noticed a dark figure standing in the center of the training ground. Due to the dim surroundings, he could not discern the identity of the shadow. Hizashi resolved to approach for a better look. As he stepped closer, the figure suddenly turned its head, coldly demanding, "Who goes there?" Hearing that familiar voice, Hizashi's eyes lit up. It belonged to his good friend, Danzo. Just as he intended to declare his identity, a shuriken whizzed past his ear and embedded itself into a nearby tree. Cold sweat broke out on Hizashi's brow as he swallowed hard. Had it not been for the darkness that caused Danzo to miss his target, he would have become a lifeless corpse. Danzo, it's me." Hizashi. As Danzo approached and recognized Hizashi's face, he furrowed his brow and sheathed his weapon. "Hizashi, what brings you here at this hour? Have you also become Lord Tobarama's disciple?" Indeed, Hizashi's next words confirmed Danzo's suspicion. "Danzo, I have been accepted as Lord Tobarama's disciple. He instructed me to gather here." Danzo's expression shifted to one of realization. He should have anticipated it. If he, as the fifth, could become Lord Tobarama's disciple, it stood to reason that first place Hizashi would also qualify. Instinctively, he clenched his fists. Hizashi being Lord Tobarama's disciple was unwelcome news. He had hoped that with Lord Tobarama's guidance, he could widen the gap between himself and Hizashi, only to discover that Hizashi was also under the same tutelage. His ambitions were dashed. Danzo's expression darkened further. Hizashi's innate talent surpassed his own, and with Lord Tobarama's direct guidance, their disparity would only grow. Hizashi, oblivious to his friend's demeanor, chuckled as he placed an arm around Danzo's shoulder. "This is fantastic, Danzo. Who would have thought we both became Lord Tobarama's disciples? We can train together from now on." Danzo's presence here at such a late hour confirmed he too was under Lord Tobarama's mentorship. Hizashi felt genuine joy for his friend. Danzo forced a smile, saying, "Indeed. Let us strive to grow stronger together." "Absolutely, together we will grow stronger." Just then, a voice called out from behind. "Oh, you two are here as well?" Turning around, they saw Tsunade and Mito walking side by side. Danzo frowned and directed his gaze at Tsunade. "You two are a disciple of Lord Tobarama? Is being his disciple so commonplace now that anyone can become one?" "Yes, Lord Tobarama said I possess talent for medical ninjutsu, so he accepted me as his disciple." Tsunade replied with a smile. "Haha, congratulations." Hizashi exclaimed cheerfully. Before long, another figure approached through the darkness. As he came closer, they recognized him. "Kagami. I knew it was you." Hizashi laughed. Uchiha Kagami smiled back. "Hello, everyone." Seeing Kagami eased Danzo's tension, at least it wasn't he that troublesome Uchiha Renya. He still bore the psychological scars from his previous encounters with Renya. Just thinking about being beaten by him made Danzo's fists tighten and his expression darken. He silently vowed that when he grew stronger, he would ensure Uchiha Renya paid for his past humiliation. Just wait, Uchiha Renya. Yet, at this moment, Renya's figure was nowhere to be seen. It seemed he had not been accepted as Lord Tobarama's disciple, which was rather pitiful. Hearing Danzo mention Renya made Hizashi ponder aloud. Do you think Renya was accepted as Lord Tobarama's disciple? The group exchanged glances. While Renya's strength was undeniable, his theoretical grades left much to be desired. Kagami remarked. If Lord Tobarama only considered practical performance, Renya would undoubtedly be chosen as a disciple. However, when it comes to overall grades, he left the thought unfinished. But the others understood. Alas, it's such a shame for Renya, Hizashi lamented. Haha, serves him right. Who told him not to study? Danzo said with a smirk. With the guidance of Lord Tobarama, Danzo was confident his strength would soar, surpassing Uchiha Renya. He could already envision himself standing triumphantly over Renya. He believed the day would not be far off. Hey, what are you talking about behind my back? Renya's voice echoed from a distance, causing Danzo to stiffen and turn slowly. Emerging from the darkness were two figures, one large and one small, Senju Tobarama and Uchiha Renya. Good evening, teachers. The five greeted respectfully. Bowing, Senju Tobarama nodded in approval, praising, well done. No one is late. Renya surveyed the group, finally realizing why Tobarama wanted him to train here. So, this old man was secretly taking on disciples behind his back. Warm up first, Senju Tobarama instructed before leaning against a tree, closing his eyes to rest. The eyes of Hizashi and the others instinctively fell upon Renya. Renya, have you also become the teacher's disciple? Kagami inquired softly. No, Renya replied. Senju Tobarama is merely guiding my training. He does not count as my teacher. If that is the case, you may leave. The teacher will be guiding us in our training shortly, Danzo said coldly. As Renya began to warm up, he remarked. What you've always anticipated is just my daily routine. He paused, extending a finger. Training starts at the hour of the tiger. I have been doing this for a year now. At his words, the other's pupils dilated. So, Renya had been training with the teacher for an entire year? Danzo suddenly recalled that Renya had long been taken under the teacher's wing. It was only normal for the teacher to guide his training. Jealousy filled Danzo's eyes. Why him? What kind of luck did that wretched fellow have to be taken in by the teacher? Seeing Danzo's envious and resentful expression brought Renya great satisfaction. The thought of Danzo's future training woes made him want to laugh. Did he truly believe that the training regimen devised by Senju Tobarama was easy? Warm-up complete. Kid, you lead them in training. Renya? Wait, is this right? This old man is treating me like a free laborer. Chapter 36, 3 Year Shizen. What are you doing? Rinya shouted at the exhausted TZ, who lay sprawled on the ground. Get up. Stand up quickly. I can't do it anymore. TZ groaned, utterly spent, as if he were a lifeless dog. He had lost count of how many laps he had run. All he remembered was that his legs had not ceased their relentless pace since training began. This regimen was far more rigorous than any he had previously encountered. Sarutobi Hizashi and the others were also struggling, their legs feeling as though they were weighted with lead, rendering them nearly immobile. They looked in astonishment at Rinya, who, despite being drenched in sweat, exuded vitality and energy. Is this the training method of Lord Tobarama? No wonder Rinya's strength is so formidable. Useless. Get up. Everyone is waiting for you. You wouldn't want to hold the entire team back, would you? Rinya said coldly. Upon hearing this, TZ gritted his teeth, forcing his weary body to rise with great difficulty. I understand. There are still 10 more laps. Let's hold on, Rinya encouraged. By this point, their stamina had been nearly depleted, and they could only rely on sheer willpower to complete the training. Such strenuous exercise often stirred latent potential within the body. But there was a threshold to this limit. Exceeding it could not only fail to unlock hidden capabilities but also inflict irreversible damage to their developing bodies. Tobarama Senju, observing from the sidelines, was concerned about them overexerting themselves. As the running session concluded, Rinya sat on the ground, watching the others sprawled out, gasping for breath. It reminded him of his first training session, when he too had been in such a state. At the tender age of 7, he had undergone a training regimen designed by Tobarama, which, while not excessively harsh, had been challenging enough. Over the past year, Rinya's training intensity had doubled, explaining why Sarutobi Hizashi and the others were now utterly exhausted. TZ gazed up at the azure sky, his mind blank, too fatigued to think. He could only hear the rapid beating of his own heart. The others fared similarly. Sarutobi Hizashi was slightly better off, yet still in poor condition. He turned to look at Rinya, who sat pale and breathless on the ground, puzzled. How does the 8-year-old Rinya manage to complete the teacher's training? After all, I am 2 years his senior. I shudder to think how formidable he will become in 2 years. I must train harder to ensure I do not fall behind him. Hizashi clenched his fists, his eyes filled with a fierce desire to improve. Being a prodigy of the Sarutobi clan, he naturally wished to maintain his superiority. At that moment, Tobarama approached the group. Despite their exhaustion, they scrambled to their feet. Tobarama nodded slightly, praising, "Well done, you all persevered. I see your determination. You are truly worthy of being my chosen disciples. With my guidance, I believe you will grow to love this village and dedicate your lives to it. Perhaps one of you may even become the next Hokage. From today onwards, I shall personally instruct you to strengthen yourselves," Tobarama declared. Upon hearing this, the others gasped, their breaths quickening with admiration. "Teacher, we will strive to train harder." Rinya observed the expressions on their faces, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Had they so quickly forgotten the hardships of training? Just moments ago, they had been on the brink of collapse, and now they were filled with vigor. He was somewhat curious about the expressions they would wear during the next training session. Tobarama, noting their excitement, continued, "Physical endurance is the foundation of a ninja. We shall proceed with further endurance training." At this proclamation, the group's expressions froze. Wait, what? More running? Didn't we just finish? Rinya, witnessing their dismay, couldn't help but smile. Did they really think becoming strong was that simple? TZ scoffed. It's just running. I can handle it. Rinya replied with a whimsical grin. Who said it's running? TZ looked bewildered. If it's not running, then what is it? Rinya smiled as he rattled off more than 10 types of exercises. Why? It's push-ups, squats, rock climbing. TZ. The morning's training concluded, leaving the group utterly spent, unable to rise from the ground. Today's session had illuminated the terrifying nature of Tobarama's training regimen, with each task designed to push their physical limits. They began to question their capacity to endure future training sessions. Ultimately, the 5 of them supported one another as they left. Tobarama turned to Rinya and asked, "Kid, what do you think of them?" Rinya felt a jolt. The old man was testing him again. He gazed in the direction the others had departed, replying, "They possess perseverance and a willingness to work hard. Their future is limitless." Tobarama scrutinized Rinya's profile before inquiring further. "Do you believe they love this village?" "Of course. They surely love this village," Rinya answered without hesitation. "And what about you?" Tobarama suddenly asked. "Naturally, I love this village," Rinya smiled. "Would you sacrifice your life for its welfare?" Rinya hesitated, contemplating for a long moment. Perhaps loving the village and sacrificing one's life for it were two very different matters. He prioritized his own safety above the village's security. Tobarama did not press further, nodding thoughtfully. He had long recognized that Rinya lacked a sense of belonging and identification with the village. While this might be acceptable in others, it was perilous for a Uchiha. Over the years, he had endeavored to instill a love for the village in Rinya, but to little effect. Nevertheless, time was on his side. He believed he could gradually alter Rinya's perspective. "Kid, time to head home for dinner. What does the old man want to eat today?" 3 fleeting years had passed. And now it was the 9th year since the establishment of Konoha. At the age of 10, Rinya had reached a height of 1.5 meters. He was quite pleased with his stature, no longer the short-legged child he once was, though he mused that his legs were not particularly long even now. In these 3 years, Renya had made remarkable strides in strength, subtly edging closer to surpassing Sarutobi Hizashi. He suspected that his physical development was the reason. Both his physical fitness and chakra reserves were rapidly increasing. Fearing being outdone by Renya, Hizashi trained relentlessly. TZ, seeing his best friend so dedicated, resolved not to fall behind. Others followed suit, engaging in a relentless cycle of competition. With Tobarama's mentorship and their diligent efforts, the conventional training model at the Ninja Academy had become inadequate for them. Upon their request, Tobarama consented to allow them to graduate early. While it was termed early graduation, it merely meant they would finish a year ahead of their peers. Chapter 37, Is the Sun Rising in the West? Nighttime, Training Grounds. The blade in Renya's hand sliced through the humid air, the moonlight refracting off the samurai sword's arc, casting a chilling silver sheen. The damp black sleeves clung tightly to his arms, and with each strike, the young man demonstrated utmost seriousness. He recalled the teachings of Tobarama Senju, his wrist flicking lightly, the blade tearing through the silence with a sharp whoosh. Lowering his shoulders and dropping his elbows, he directed the force to the tip of the blade. The admonitions of Tobarama resonating in his ears, making each of his strikes remarkably precise. Renya continuously varied his techniques, transitioning from basic slashes to intricate combos, his movements flowing like water. Occasionally, he would pause abruptly, replaying his recent actions in his mind, contemplating where he could improve. 3 years ago, Renya realized that mere physical training was insufficient. He needed to master weaponry as well. In combat, the advantage often lay with the one wielding a weapon. Thus, he proactively approached Tobarama Senju to learn the art of swordsmanship. After 3 years of rigorous training, he had made notable progress in his skills. Upon concluding his practice, Renya sheathed his sword. This particular blade was a costly purchase from a ninja tool shop. Although the material was not exceptional, it sufficed for Renya's current needs. As for acquiring a better weapon, he would consider that once he became a ninja and earned some money. Today, they had requested early graduation from Tobarama, who had granted their wish. Tomorrow marked their first day as ninjas. Renya felt a flutter of anticipation for the life that awaited him as a ninja. He wondered who his team leader would be. From what he remembered, freshly graduated genin squads were typically led by either a chunin or jounin. Given that newly graduated genin lacked experience, they were prone to mistakes during missions, necessitating the guidance of seasoned chunin or jounin to ensure mission success and survival rates. The following day, at the Konoha training grounds, Tobarama approached with a list of team assignments, declaring, Uchiha Kyu, Midokaze, Sarutobi Hizashi, Sumuji Koharu, Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Renya. You 6 will wait here. A jounin will arrive shortly to lead you. With that, Tobarama turned and departed. Being a busy man with little time to spare for leading a team, the 6 remaining stared at each other in silence. Danzo's expression darkened. How unfortunate am I? He muttered. Well, Danzo, I never expected us to be on the same team, Renya chuckled, delighting in the prospect of teasing Danzo during future missions. To Danzo, Renya's grin was akin to that of a demon. Danzo, we are teammates now, Sumuji Koharu remarked. Indeed, Danzo nodded. Although he looked down upon Koharu, she was at least preferable to Uchiha Renya. Shortly after, 2 middle-aged men clad in jounin vests arrived at the training ground. Kids, I am Senju Tanaka. And this is Senju Yusuke. We will be your team leaders. Tanaka had a cheerful demeanor, while Yusuke appeared more serious and stern. Renya was not particularly surprised that their jounin leaders were from the Senju clan. Naturally, Tobarama would select trusted clan members to oversee their performance. I will be your jounin leader from now on, Yusuke stated as he approached Renya and the others. Hello, sensei, the trio greeted respectfully. Yusuke observed their behavior with satisfaction and instructed, follow me. Soon, he led Renya and the others to a riverside. This will be our assembly point from now on. Next, let me assess your abilities, he paused, then added, you 3 will work together to withstand me for half an incense stick's duration. At those words, Renya's expression grew serious as he slowly drew his sword. Danzo and Koharu positioned themselves beside Renya. They exchanged glances, and Danzo was the first to launch an attack. Wind release, vacuum waves. Countless wind blades shot forth like arrows toward Yusuke. He easily dodged, the wind striking the ground and kicking up dust. Meanwhile, Renya, brandishing his sword, took advantage of the cover from the dust and moved to the right. Upon spotting Yusuke, he acted without hesitation, slashing downwards with his blade. The wind from the sword narrowly grazed Yusuke's ear, severing a few strands of his dark hair. Too slow. Yusuke vanished and reappeared behind Renya. In a critical moment, Koharu ensnared Yusuke's ankle with a chain. Sensei, don't underestimate us. However, before she could finish her sentence, Yusuke deftly threw shuriken that accurately severed the chain. The sharp projectiles grazing Koharu's cheek, causing her to stagger back a step. Taking advantage of the distraction, Danzo began forming hand seals. Wind release, vacuum wave. Yusuke leapt to the treetops, evading the attack and looking down with a cold smirk. Good coordination, but too many openings. With that, 3 shuriken were launched toward the trio. Renya swung his sword to block, sparks flying. Koharu rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding the assault. Danzo, caught in the process of forming seals, was unable to dodge and was struck in the shoulder by a shuriken, causing his face to pale instantly. Danzo, are you alright? Koharu rushed to his side, ready to use her medical ninjutsu to assist him, but Danzo barked, don't worry about me. Go help Uchiha Rinya. At his words, Koharu immediately rushed to aid Rinya. Danzo, clutching his shoulder, gritted his teeth and rejoined the fray, knowing his injury was a burden to the team. Yusuke regarded Danzo with appreciation before kicking him away. If you're injured, just lie down quietly. Danzo? The battle escalated, the sounds of the boys' labored breathing mingling with the clashing of weapons. As Yusuke used earth release to entrap the three in the ground, the sandglass in his hand ran out. Observing only their heads poking out from the earth, he smirked. Half an incense stick, barely acceptable. He suddenly tossed 3 forehead protectors into the air, stating, next time, I won't go easy on you. One of the forehead protectors precisely struck Danzo's face, rendering his already pale complexion even paler. Yusuke then recalled that the 3 were still trapped underground. Haha, my apologies. He quickly released them. After informing them to gather here the following morning, he departed. Once Koharu was freed, she hurried to Danzo's side to treat him. Rinya picked up the forehead protector from the ground and handed it to the others. My apologies. I was the one who held us back, Danzo murmured. Had he not been injured, they would not have struggled to complete the task. Rinya was somewhat taken aback. He had not expected such words to come from Danzo. He had initially intended to disparage him, but since he had offered an apology, he decided to let it go. It's fine. Just be more careful next time. Rinya waved dismissively. Danzo gazed up in astonishment, his expression one of disbelief. Was he dreaming? This scoundrel, Uchiha Rinya, had not insulted him? Could it be that the sun was rising in the west? Koharu smiled warmly as she watched the two. Chapter 38. In truth. I never intended to kill him at the Senju Tobarama residence. Little one, how does it feel to be a ninja? Senju Tobarama observed the forehead protector adorning Rinya's brow. It's fine, not particularly difficult, Rinya replied. Tobarama felt compelled to remind him, exercise caution during missions, a moment's carelessness could cost you your life. I understand, uncle, Rinya replied, fully aware of the gravity of such matters. After all, he valued his life greatly. Tobarama murmured softly, as long as you know. Having lived alongside Rinya for 4 years, the thought of him carelessly perishing on a mission would be a lamentable loss. Thankfully, he was merely a genin, under the guidance of A.J. Nain, and thus not likely to encounter great peril. Go prepare dinner, Tobarama instructed as he watched Rinya head to the kitchen. Sighing at the prospect of having to cook for himself in the future. Ever since Rinya became a ninja, his time at home had dwindled. At times, he would be away on missions for days, leaving Tobarama without anyone to prepare meals for him. He began to regret allowing Rinya to graduate early, as it had deprived him of a cook. Now, it seemed he would often dine alone. Make several dishes today, he called into the kitchen. After dinner, Rinya made his way to the training grounds to practice his swordsmanship. As he unsheathed his blade, he noticed a nick on the edge. Likely from blocking shuriken earlier that day. It pained him, considering the considerable expense it had incurred. Sighing, he lamented, once I have the funds, I must acquire a fine sword. A top-quality katana would cost no less than 500,000 ryo. It would take him several years to save that amount. For now, he would have to make do with what he had. Rinya sheathed his sword just as Tobarama observed this scene, falling into deep contemplation. The boy had been with him for 4 years, yet he realized he had never gifted him anything. If Rinya desired a good sword, he would bestow one upon him. He had a treasured katana in his possession. With that thought, Tobarama spoke. Little one, I shall gift you a sword as a token for your initiation as a ninja. Really? Rinya's eyes brightened, feeling fortunate that an opportunity had presented itself. Thank you, uncle. He eagerly followed Tobarama. Tobarama led him to the study. Uncle, where is the sword? Rinya looked around, but saw no sign of it. Without answering, Tobarama approached a bookshelf and pulled out a book. With a creak, a hidden door appeared in the corner of the study. Rinya was taken aback, having never realized there was a secret entrance here despite his years in this place. He silently marveled at Tobarama's cunning. Following Tobarama into the secret chamber, Rinya's pupils dilated in shock. The walls were lined with scrolls, undoubtedly containing forbidden techniques. Truly, a master of such arts. In that moment, Rinya's gaze fell upon a katana gleaming with a chilling light on the innermost shelf, unmistakably a sword of quality. Tobarama gazed at the blade, lost in memory. This sword was taken from an enemy I defeated on the battlefield. I never intended to kill him. I merely wished to test a new technique I had developed. I never anticipated he would perish. As Rinya listened, an unsettling feeling arose within him. Could this blade's former owner be? Tobarama tossed the sword to Rinya. This sword belongs to your Uchiha clan. Returning it to you is only right. Understanding dawned upon Rinya. This sword indeed belonged to Uchiha Izuna. The moment it touched his hands, he recognized its exceptional quality, perhaps rivaling even the legendary Kusanagi. What a shame that such a talent had met his end at the hands of Tobarama. From Tobarama's words, it appeared his death had been an accident. Rinya couldn't help but interpret Tobarama's sentiments as, what? I merely stabbed you, and you died? I truly did not expect you to perish so easily. Faced with an opponent like Tobarama, Rinya could only mourn for Uchiha Izuna for 3 seconds. Fear not, Lord Izuna, I shall cherish this sword, he murmured to himself. You know Uchiha Izuna? Tobarama asked, surprised. He hadn't anticipated that Rinya, this young boy, would possess knowledge of events from over a decade ago. Not only that, but he had deduced the sword's former owner from Tobarama's brief remarks. Realizing he had inadvertently revealed too much, Renya decided there was no need for concealment. He could easily fabricate an excuse to dismiss it. I heard from the elders of my clan that Lord Izuna was killed by you. At this, Tobarama and Appo's expression turned conflicted as he replied solemnly, in truth, I never intended to kill him. Although he had harbored thoughts of ending Izuna and Appo's life at the time, he had not genuinely wished for it. His intention had merely been to demonstrate his newly developed Flying Thunder God technique, not foreseeing that the opponent would die. Upon learning the truth, Tobarama had been taken aback and had reproached himself for a long time. He truly had not meant for it to happen. Who could have known that Uchiha Izuna would succumb? Surely, it was Madara's failure to provide timely medical assistance that led to Izuna's demise. Ultimately, Tobarama bore the blame for Izuna's death. Damn you, Uchiha Madara. Renya was bewildered. How did we end up attributing Uchiha Izuna's death to Madara? This old man mustn't be twisting the narrative, placing the blame for Izuna's death on Madara, right? Given his understanding of Tobarama, it indeed seemed plausible. He couldn't help but wonder how Uchiha Madara would react upon learning of this. Somewhere in the ninja world, a long-haired man clad in black, with a fan slung across his back and wielding a scythe, suddenly sneezed without warning. He was none other than Uchiha Madara, who had defected from Konoha 4 years prior. Having discerned the true nature of Konoha, he recognized that the successor to the Hokage after Hashirama was Tobarama. Thus, it became evident that the Uchiha clan was destined for annihilation. Understanding this, he had urged his clansmen to leave the village. But not a single soul was willing to follow him. This abandonment left him utterly disillusioned with his kin. Those short-sighted fools were unworthy of being called his family. It was not Uchiha Madara who had been forsaken by his clan. Rather, it was Madara who had cast aside his clan. Ultimately, Uchiha Madara departed the village alone, determined to achieve true peace. The stone tablet of the Uchiha clan bore the words left by the Sage of Six Paths, the infinite Tsukuyomi can draw everyone into a dream, allowing them to live the lives they desire. Thus, Uchiha Madara resolved to activate the infinite Tsukuyomi to realize world peace. The harshness of reality was unbearable. What harm was there in a dream? However, the prerequisite for initiating the infinite Tsukuyomi was possessing the Rinnegan. Yet, he had discovered a method to awaken it inscribed upon the tablet. Now, he was preparing to embark on the first step of the infinite Tsukuyomi plan, controlling a tailed beast. Chapter 39, D-Class Mission at the Riverside Gathering Point. Renya-kun, have you changed your sword? Shireen Koharu exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, Renya nodded, gently caressing the scabbard. Does this sword have a name? I have named it Immaculate. Renya recalled that Senju Tobarama had once informed him that this blade would remain untainted by the blood of enemies it struck, hence the name Immaculate. Shinobu Danzo gazed fervently at Immaculate, recognizing it as an exceptional weapon, superior even to those wielded by the elite of his clan. This realization stirred a sense of envy within him. How could it be that this Uchiha Renya possessed such a remarkable weapon? With Renya and Appo's already formidable prowess, the addition of this exquisite sword made the prospect of catching up to him even more daunting. Danzo resolved to acquire a fine weapon of his own. Moments later, Senju Yosuke materialized before the trio. Noticing Renya's sword, he complimented, that is a fine blade. Upon hearing this, Danzo's eyes ignited with jealousy. If even Yosuke-sensei praised it, it must be extraordinary. How he wished for a weapon of such caliber. Yosuke scanned Danzo briefly, prompting him to mask his emotions in faint nonchalance. I will take you to accept your mission. At the mission assembly hall, Renya surveyed the surroundings, noting the distinct sections designated for tasks of varying ranks. Yosuke guided them to the D-Class mission area. Please wait a moment while I select your tasks. He began to sift through the task listings. Humph. Soon we shall embark on our mission, Danzo declared excitedly, clenching his fists. This was his first time accepting a mission since becoming a ninja. He was ready to unleash his prowess. Wow, I'm a bit anxious about our first mission, Koharu murmured softly. Renya regarded the two with a complex expression. After all, they were merely D-Class missions. What were they so stirred up about? If he wasn't mistaken, D-Class tasks typically involved trivial matters, such as finding lost cats or dogs. What do you mean by that, Renya-kun? Koharu inquired, puzzled. Renya had no intention of clarifying. You will soon understand. Danzo scoffed. This fool is just trying to be cryptic again. Before long, Yosuke returned, arms laden with scrolls. I have selected your tasks. Yosuke-sensei, is this too much? Koharu gulped, eyeing the plethora of tasks. How long would it take them to complete all of these? This should be manageable. You should be able to finish today. Yosuke assured them. With their youthful vigor, completing D-Class tasks would be an easy feat. Thus, he had taken on a considerable number of assignments. Danzo, hearing this, widened his eyes in shock. Yosuke-sensei hardly regarded them as human. Wasn't it Appo's a common knowledge that ninja tasks were not so easily accomplished? Take a look at the tasks, Renya suggested, unrolling one of the scrolls. His lips twitched as he realized the nature of the assignments. Upon hearing Renya and Appo's words, both companions displayed expressions of confusion. What kind of tasks awaited them? As they each unfurled a scroll, their faces instantly froze in disbelief. Yosuke-sensei, is this really our mission? Danzo exclaimed, astonished. Indeed. This is your task, It is best to complete it before the afternoon, Yosuke replied. Danzo, unwilling to accept the absurdity, opened his second scroll. As he read the contents, he fell into a profound silence. Unbelievably, these were the tasks assigned to ninjas. Task 1. Organize a beauty pageant for Uncle Sakamura's pigs at the east end of the village. Task description. Uncle Sakamura had a whimsical idea to hold a beauty contest for his 10-spotted pigs, requiring the assistance of ninjas to set up the venue and gather an audience. Task reward. 2,000 Ryo. Task 2. Mediate conflicts between two feisty dogs. Task description. Two stray dogs frequently brawl in the village square, frightening the children away. Ninjas are needed to discern the cause of their fights and mediate the dispute. Task reward. 1,000 Ryo plus a box of dog biscuit treats. Task 3. Change diapers for the children at the orphanage. Task description. The caretaker at the orphanage is on leave, and several ninjas are urgently needed to assist in changing the diapers of hundreds of children. Task reward. 5,000 Ryo. Even though Rinya had mentally prepared himself, he could hardly contain his reaction upon seeing these tasks. What in the world were these D-class missions? Yosuke-sensei, is it possible for us to decline these tasks? Rinya inquired. Yosuke raised an eyebrow. If you refuse to accept it, you will be regarded as voluntarily forfeiting the mission, which will result in a deduction from your pay. Rinya fell silent. To be honest, he had little desire to engage in such trivial tasks for paltry rewards. D-class missions were inherently low-paying, and the village would take a 30 cut, leaving them with only 70 to be divided based on their performance, barely any money at all. Well, off you go to tackle your tasks. Split the earnings among yourselves. I shall not take a share, Yosuke declared. As a J-nin, he had no interest in dividing meager rewards from D-class missions with a group of children. The trio sighed in resignation as they exited the mission hall. While D-class missions posed no danger, they were labor-intensive with minimal rewards. They toiled tirelessly throughout the day, their little legs nearly giving out, only to finally complete the tasks. By the end of their day, the expressions on Danzo and Koharu's faces had shifted from anticipation to a numbed indifference. Who could fathom the ordeal they had endured? At last, they understood the meaning behind Rinya's words. So, this was what D-class missions entailed. Observing the despondent faces of his companions, Rinya offered a consolation. Though the tasks were disheartening, we did earn some money, did we not? Upon hearing this, their expressions brightened slightly. You were right, Rinya-kun, at least we earned some money, Koharu said with a smile. Danzo nodded to himself, realizing that with the earnings, he could finally purchase the weapon he desired. With renewed expectations, the trio made their way back to the mission hall. Having completed over 10 D-class missions that day, surely they would have earned a substantial reward. At the mission hall, they were informed, you have successfully completed a total of 15 D-class missions. Your earnings amount to 18,000 Ryo. Please accept your reward. 18,000? What kind of joke is this? Rinya exclaimed in disbelief. After a grueling day of labor, they had only earned 18,000 Ryo. Wait a moment. After dividing among the three of them, they would only receive 6,000 Ryo each. It felt as though the sky had fallen. Danzo and Koharu shared similarly grim expressions. After a full day of hard work, this was all they had to show for it. Whoever it was would be disheartened by such paltry earnings. Although ninjas could earn money quickly, their expenses were even greater. After purchasing the necessary tools, their pockets would be empty. Rinya distributed the earnings to his companions. Danzo accepted the money with a sullen expression, declaring, tomorrow, let us ask Yosuke-sensei to take us on C-class missions. Rinya nodded in agreement. Indeed, D-class missions held little value for the three of them. It was time to escalate the difficulty. Chapter 40. Awakening the Eyes Teacher Yusuke. We want to undertake a B-rank mission, declared Shimura TZ. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Rinya and T-Rune Koharu were taken aback. Hadn't they previously agreed to take on a C-rank mission? What prompted this sudden change of heart? TZ, if you seek death, do not drag us along, Rinya retorted, irritation lacing his tone. Although Rinya had confidence in his abilities, he knew better than to take unnecessary risks. A B-rank mission was fraught with peril. Uchiha Rinya, are you afraid? Shimura TZ scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at him. Rinya did not deny it and merely nodded. TZ was taken aback. What is there to fear about a mere B-rank mission? Clearly, he underestimated the dangers associated with such tasks. Yusuke-sensei, he continued. Do you really wish to undertake a B-rank mission? The grade of missions assigned to ninjas is determined by their personal strength. Typically, freshly graduated genin are assigned D-rank missions, with some capable of handling C-rank tasks, though D-rank assignments are more common. Chunin predominantly engage in C-rank missions, while B-rank missions are contingent upon the requirements of the task and the strength of the team. Jonin primarily handle B and occasionally A-rank missions, while S-rank missions are generally executed by a group of Jonin. Of course, this only pertains to ordinary ninjas. The exceptional talents undertake missions of a different caliber. Indeed. Teacher Yusuke, TZ affirmed. Yusuke Senju stroked his beard thoughtfully, observing the trio lost in contemplation. Given their capabilities, D-rank missions seemed rather futile. However, would accepting a B-rank mission be overly dangerous? Typically, only seasoned Chunin teams would consider such tasks, given their higher risk of mortality. Yusuke shook his head in refusal. No. A B-rank mission is far too perilous. Such tasks usually involve infiltration or assassination. Newly graduated genin are woefully unprepared for this. If I consent, it would be tantamount to sending them to their doom. Teacher Yusuk. TZ began to protest, but Yusuk interrupted. Forget about B-rank missions with your strength. It would be akin to sacrificing yourselves. The three were personally trained by Lord Tobarama. Should they perish on a mission, what wrath would befall Yusuk? Renya concurred. Teacher Yusuk is right. We should stick to C-rank missions. Yes, Renya-kun is correct, Kohara chimed in. Seeing this, TZ's frustration boiled over. His forehead vein throbbing as he gritted his teeth. You two are such foolish teammates. Renya earnestly advised. TZ, B-rank missions are far too dangerous. Let's just take C-rank once. Why do you insist on a B-rank mission? Koharu queried, puzzled. Hadn't they agreed to pursue C-rank missions yesterday? They've taken on a B-rank escort mission. TZ replied coldly, referring to the others. Renya was taken aback. They had already embarked on a B-rank mission? TZ nodded, attempting to incite them. If they can accept a B-rank mission, why can't we? We all just graduated. Why should they be allowed to undertake B-rank missions while we languish in these menial tasks? Undeniably, TZ possessed a talent for rhetoric. With just a few words, he ignited Renya's competitive spirit. No wonder he would eventually become the leader of the Root organization. Uchiha Renya, what do you think? TZ suddenly inquired, believing he had ignited Renya and Appo's ambition, which indeed was the case. For a fleeting moment, Renya contemplated taking on a B-rank mission. However, he quickly regained his composure and answered TZ's inquiry, because they possess greater audacity? TZ and Appo's mouth twitched. What do you mean by audacity? True ninjas emerge from a sea of corpses, not from D-rank missions. He bellowed. Renya was momentarily stunned by TZ's words, which jolted him into realization. Until now, his mindset had not fully transformed. He understood that to survive in the ninja world, one must possess formidable strength. Since his arrival in this realm, he had diligently trained to grow stronger. Yet, he had failed to grasp that mere training was insufficient. One must also accrue experience through combat. Although undertaking missions posed risks, it was the most expedient path to enhance one's abilities. TZ, you are correct. Renya suddenly raised his head. We should indeed accept a B-rank mission. He had come to this conclusion. If he hesitated in taking on a B-rank mission now, what would become of him in future ninja conflicts? While Renya was indeed fearful of death, he was in the ninja world, where he had no choice but to strive for strength and survival. He believed that he would undoubtedly become stronger. At that moment, Renya's fervor for growth eclipsed all else. Renya, your eyes. Koharu's exclamation disrupted his thoughts. What is wrong with my eyes? Renya inquired, puzzled. For some reason, he felt his vision had sharpened, allowing him to see TZ's pores with startling clarity. You Uchiha Renya, you've awakened your eyes? TZ gasped, staring at the Sharingan in Renya's gaze, his mouth agape in disbelief. If he knew that his own words had prompted Renya's awakening, would he regret it? Renya finally realized, a surge of joy swelling in his heart. No wonder his vision had suddenly improved. He had awakened his eyes. After 4 years in the ninja world, he had finally done it. Although awakening a single Tomo at the age of 10 may seem a disgrace to his predecessors, he was still elated. The disparity between Uchiha clan members with and without Sharingan was immense. The Sharingan not only heightened visual acuity and perception but also enabled the user to discern genjutsu and even reverse its effects. Furthermore, it possessed the ability to replicate an opponent's ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu. It was well known that Kakashi earned the title of copy ninja due to his Sharingan. Mother, you need not worry about my inability to master ninjutsu any longer, Renya exclaimed joyfully. Awakening the Sharingan at the age of 10 classified him as a prodigy within the Uchiha clan, warranting the clan's full support for his training. Regrettably, Renya's situation was somewhat unique. After being adopted by Senju Tobarama, the Uchiha clan members seemed reluctant to engage with him, subconsciously viewing him as a traitor. Even Uchiha Shun began to deliberately avoid him. Renya paid little mind to the Uchiha clan's actions, finding it somewhat amusing. This was merely the Uchiha's concession to the Senju, yet they blamed him for it, revealing their upper echelon's incompetence. Renya was not angered by this. As an outsider, he felt no sense of belonging to the clan. The three approached Senju Yusuk, collectively insisting on undertaking a B-rank mission. Unable to refuse their fervent request, Yusuk reluctantly accepted a B-rank mission to eliminate bandits. Chapter 41. Fierce Battle on the Edge of the Land of Fire. This time, I shall not intervene. You may arrange matters as you see fit. Senju Yosuke glanced at the three, saying, Young ones, do take care not to perish. He tossed the mission scroll to Renya and vanished in an instant. Renya unfurled the scroll. A band of ruthless mountain bandits has taken to the main road, frequently plundering passing merchant caravans and surrounding villages, severely disturbing the peace of the region. Please eliminate these wretched bandits. Note, it is suspected that there are rogue ninjas among the bandits. It is advised that a Chunin squad undertake this task. After reading the mission, Renya's expression turned solemn. The presence of rogue ninjas among the bandits required heightened caution. Are they Jinin or Chunin? Asked Tsurun Kokaro. If they're Jinin, it is manageable. However, if they're Chunin, the situation becomes rather troublesome. The trio not only had to contend with ordinary bandits but also faced the possibility of rogue ninjas, undoubtedly amplifying the difficulty. I cannot say, but let us prepare as if they are Chunin, Rinya replied. They did not even consider the possibility of encountering Jonin. Which Jonin, after all, would find amusement in becoming a bandit? Typically, it is only those mediocre Chunin or Jinin who resort to banditry, abusing their strength amongst ordinary folk. Rinya turned to his companions and said, "Let us observe the enemy's movements under the cover of night before devising our battle strategy." The two offered no objections. Finding a place to rest and recuperate for the impending night battle, Rinya noticed his body trembling slightly and questioned, "Is this fear? No, it seems like excitement." Having spent a few years in the ninja world, this was his first assignment involving killing. As night fell, the moonlight was obscured by heavy clouds. Rinya and his two teammates lay concealed in the underbrush several hundred meters from the bandit camp, holding their breaths in anticipation. Rinya's Sharingan glimmered crimson in the darkness, precisely capturing every movement within the camp. Two lookout towers stood in a staggered formation, their fields of vision nearly encompassing the entire encampment. In a hushed tone, Rinya traced a simple map in the dirt, indicating that the wooden house on the west side served as the main living quarters, while the 3 rooms on the east likely housed the rogue ninjas. In the latter half of the night, we will first eliminate the sentinels on the lookout towers, and then swiftly dispatch the bandits before confronting the rogue ninjas, he planned. Tsurun Kokoro and Shimura Danzo nodded in agreement, voicing no concerns. As the night deepened, the hour often rendered people most fatigue-derived. With Muku in hand, Rinya signaled for action. The 3 moved with remarkable speed through the darkness towards the camp. At that moment, the sentinels atop the lookout towers struggled to keep their eyes open, utterly unaware of the approaching trio. Rinya activated his Sharingan, deftly launching 3 shurikens that found their mark in the throats of the sentinels. Almost simultaneously, Kokoro and Danzo executed their surprise attacks, causing 4 bodies to fall silently. According to plan, let us first clear out the lesser adversaries, Rinya instructed quietly. He then rushed into one of the rooms where the bandits slept soundly, blissfully ignorant of the impending doom. Without hesitation, Rinya slashed the throat of the first bandit. Warm blood splattered onto his face, yet he felt neither fear nor disgust. Instead, he was overwhelmed by an uncontrollable thrill. With his blade in hand, he moved to the next room. Inside, the sound of frantic shouts erupted, as bandits armed with steel knives stumbled out in a panic. It was evident that the trio and Appo's actions had been revealed. Rinya and Appo's eyes widened as the first few emerged, suddenly freezing and turning their blades upon one another. Finish them swiftly, Rinya urged, accelerating his strikes. They needed to eliminate these lesser foes before the rogue ninjas could react. These bandits were merely ordinary individuals. Slaughtering them was akin to butchering chickens, and it wasn't long before Rinya and his companions wiped them out. "Stop, you fools!" shouted a burly man wielding a large sword, arriving late to the scene. He surveyed the lifeless bodies of his subordinates, his eyes blazing with fury. "You leaf brats? I will." Chapter 42. The chakra of Rinya having completed their mission, Senju Yosuke returned to the village accompanied by a few others. Due to the injuries sustained by Danzo and Rinya, their pace was rather slow. They took 3 days to return to Konoha, stopping intermittently along the way. Meanwhile, Senju Tanaka hurried towards the village, carrying the unconscious Saratobi Izashi and Midogate Kurenai under his arm. Uchiha Kagami followed closely behind, appearing to be quite injured as well. Senju Tanaka wore a frown, lamenting, "Had I known, I would have never allowed you to undertake a B-rank mission." The group had insisted on taking the B-rank task, and, somewhat reluctantly, Senju Tanaka had acquiesced. To his dismay, the targets turned out to be 2 Nin and 1 Genin. The newly graduated Genin stood no chance against them, and within mere moments of engagement, Saratobi Izashi and Midogate Kurenai were rendered incapacitated, leaving only Uchiha Kagami to struggle. Were it not for his timely intervention, the trio would have met their end much sooner. If this incident were to reach the ears of Lord Tobarama, he would surely be furious. The 2 groups ultimately converged at the gates of Konoha. "Tanaka, what has happened?" Senju Yosuke raised an eyebrow. Tanaka sighed, "Let us not even discuss it. These youngsters insisted on undertaking a B-rank mission, but their skills were insufficient, and they nearly paid the price with their lives." Rinya observed the severely injured duo, a twitch developing at the corner of his mouth. "Goodness, they are quite badly hurt." Shimura Danzo wore a smirk of schadenfreude. Initially, he had been concerned that Hizashi's team might outshine theirs, but seeing their disheveled state brought him a sense of relief. "Kagami, are you all right?" Danzo inquired, a rare smile gracing his features. Uchiha Kagami scratched his head awkwardly. Fine, I suppose." When they had first accepted the B-rank mission, the trio had boasted in front of Danzo, never expecting such a swift comeuppance. "I shan't Appos chat any longer. I must take them for treatment," Tanaka said as he dashed towards the Konoha hospital. Kagami limped along behind him. "Haha, this is truly amusing." Danzo laughed heartily, initially believing Hizashi's team to be formidable. However, the reality was far from it. "Haha, cough cough." His laughter was cut short as he inadvertently strained his injury, his face paling instantly. Rinya remarked, Is this what they call joy turning to sorrow? Senju Yosuke twitched at the corner of his mouth. I suppose I should take you to the hospital. After a brief dressing of his wounds at the Konoha hospital, Rinya returned home. Senju Tobarama's residence. This mission, including travel time, spanned 5 days in total. Rinya pushed open the door and entered the courtyard. Hearing the commotion, Senju Tobarama emerged from his study, surprise flickering in his eyes before quickly vanishing. You're back, little one. During Rinya's absence, he found it difficult to eat, his appetite spoiled by the boy's culinary skills. Just as he was about to request Rinya to prepare a meal, he noticed something and instinctively furrowed his brow. In his perception, Rinya's chakra had shifted, becoming notably cold and unsettling. What's with this child? Tobarama's gaze flickered. Rinya felt perplexed. Why did the elder suddenly change his demeanor? Had he inadvertently provoked him? Perhaps. Had he reached a midlife crisis? While Rinya pondered this, Tobarama spoke. Have you awakened your Sharingan? Uncle, how did you know? Rinya was taken aback. He had informed Tobarama, yet the elder had already surmised it. Tobarama wore a knowing expression. Through his long-term observations of the Uchiha clan, he had discerned that any Uchiha who activated their Sharingan would experience a change in their chakra. The higher the level of the Sharingan, the colder the chakra became. He found this chilling sensation particularly distasteful. Typically, the colder the Uchiha's chakra, the more prone they were to extremism, potentially leading to perilous actions. This was why Tobarama had always remained wary of the Uchiha clan. In his eyes, they were akin to dangerous lunatics, and no one could predict when they might snap. If such individuals were to go rogue, the village would undoubtedly suffer. Show me your Sharingan, Tobarama commanded, his gaze fixed intently on Rinya's eyes. Rinya, uncertain of the elder's intentions, complied obediently. A black tomo materialized near his pupil. The moment he activated his eyes, Tobarama could distinctly sense the previously serene chakra within Rinya surging violently, transforming into something cold and feral. Yet, this chilling sensation quickly dissipated. Tobarama fell into deep contemplation. What secrets did the Uchiha clan's eyes conceal? Why did their awakening provoke such drastic personality shifts? He resolved to study Rinya's Sharingan thoroughly that evening. All right, little one, Tobarama finally said. Upon hearing this, Rinya slowly closed his Sharingan. This elder was acting quite strangely, with no clear purpose. Evening. Seated at the table, Tobarama savored a meal prepared by Rinya, feeling quite satisfied. Indeed, this child's culinary skills are unmatched. After a few days of cooking for himself, he found the meals quite unpalatable, utterly lacking in appeal. Before long, the dishes were completely devoured. Tobarama wiped his mouth and glanced at Rinya, whose shoulder was wrapped in bandages. I heard you undertook a B-rank mission? Rinya nodded, responding, the difficulty exceeded our expectations. The scenes from that day flashed through his mind like a revolving lantern. Danzo's blunders, Koharu's treatment of Danzo, his own struggle against a formidable opponent, and the dire straits they found themselves in. This mission made Rinya realize they had previously underestimated the complexities of battle. The conflicts among ninjas are brutal, and a moment's carelessness could lead to dire consequences. He recounted the details of the mission to Tobarama. To his surprise, Tobarama did not reprimand them for attempting the B-rank mission. He believed that ninjas grow through continuous combat. Sheltered flowers cannot become powerful ninjas. Tobarama nodded slightly, his fingers gently tracing the tabletop. I am quite pleased with your mission. Only by skirting the edges of death can one truly comprehend the path of a ninja. With that, Tobarama rose and carried his bowl and utensils to the kitchen. Rinya settled onto the sofa, picking up a novel to peruse. In the current ninja world, there was no television and entertainment options were scarce. Rinya had purchased several novels to pass the time. While the quality of these novels was average, lacking the brilliance of those from his previous life, he mused that he could write a couple himself when time permitted. Having read countless novels, he could surely pen a few that would thrive in the market. It was worth noting that the novels in the ninja world were straightforward narratives, devoid of the dramatic flair or triumphant returns that characterized many tales. When he eventually published his work, the residents of the ninja world would undoubtedly be clamoring for more. Chapter 43. Beasts, submit to me. Little Lotus Knight. It has been quite some time. Several months later, upon returning home after completing a mission, Lotus Knight was greeted by the sight of Senju Hashirama sitting in the courtyard, smiling and waving at him. Uncle Hashirama, what brings you here? Lotus Knight inquired, somewhat taken aback. It was well known that apart from the fourth Hokage, the other leaders of the Hidden Leaf Village were perpetually busy. The fact that Hashirama had personally come to visit suggested that something significant had transpired during his absence on missions. Hashirama sighed and explained, for reasons unknown. I have been feeling quite strange lately, even lacking an appetite for food. During this period, he had experienced intermittent palpitations, as if an invisible hand was tightening the threads of fate around him. This sensation was quite unsettling. Uzumaki Mido noticed the change in Hashirama and suspected that he was suffering from fatigue-induced anorexia, so she suggested that he eat a meal prepared by Lotus Knight. Upon learning the situation, Lotus Knight smiled and said, I see. Uncle Hashirama, I shall prepare a meal for you later. Haha, I appreciate it, little Lotus Knight. Hashirama forced a smile. Lotus Knight did not think much of it. assuming Hashirama's lack of appetite was the cause. He planned to prepare several of Hashirama's favorite dishes in hopes of rekindling his appetite. If that failed, there was little else he could do. Lotus Knight pondered. Is it truly possible for someone of Uncle Hashirama's caliber to suffer from anorexia? Perhaps it is more of a psychological affliction. After leaving, Hashirama did not return home, but instead ventured alone to Hokage Rock. Below, the smoke from the village's kitchens wafted into the air, intermingled with the shouts of vendors and the laughter of children chasing one another, all woven into a vibrant tapestry of life. His wooden sandals crunched over the gravel at the peak, and the familiar sensations beneath his feet, depressed patterns and protruding stones, evoked memories of a particular scene. Years ago, he had stood here with Madara, envisioning the future of the village. Back then, Madara had stood in the same spot, pointing at the barren land below and declaring, "This place shall bloom with symbolic white flowers." Now, the cherry blossoms of Konoha were in full bloom, yet the delicate pink and white petals left him momentarily stunned. As the wind carried the sounds of vendors and children past his ears, he reached out as if to grasp his dear friend. Madara. Hashirama's expression grew complex. He could not fathom why his friend had chosen to leave. Was this not the village they had built together? He stood silently atop Hokage Rock, lost in thought until night fell, when he finally roused himself, gazing into the distance. Madara, what are you doing at this moment? At the Senju residence, Tobirama asked, sister-in-law. Why hasn't brother returned yet? He eyed the dishes on the table, swallowing hard. These were not only his brother's favorites, but his as well. Had it not been for the fact that this was his brother and Appo's home, he would have already indulged in the feast. Uzumaki Mito frowned. Hashirama should really be more considerate, making so many people wait for him. Since Hashirama had left that morning, he had not returned, and she was unaware of his whereabouts. Lotus Knight was puzzled as to what Hashirama could be doing. He had come to prepare the meal in the afternoon, only to find that Uncle Hashirama was absent upon completion. Assuming he would return shortly, he had waited all afternoon, yet still saw no sign of him. The dishes on the table had been reheated several times. After a prolonged wait, Hashirama finally arrived. Ha ha ha, I apologize for making you wait, he exclaimed. What took you so long? Mito approached, tugging at Hashirama's ear in inquiry. Ouch, that hurts. Mito, let go. Hashirama begged for mercy. Mito huffed, and finally released her grip. Hashirama rubbed his reddened ear and explained, I went to Hokage Rock to enjoy the scenery and lost track of time. Mito rolled her eyes, unsure of how to express her feelings about her husband. Lotus Knight and Tobirama exchanged bemused glances. They had assumed Uncle Brother was attending to official duties, only to learn he had been lost in the beauty of nature instead, a classic Hashirama move. Little Lotus Knight, could you please reheat the dishes? Mito requested softly. Of course. Aunt Mito, Lotus Knight replied, taking the dishes to the kitchen. Moments later, he returned with the food, now warm. Hashirama sat at the head of the table, gazing at the enticing spread before him, yet he felt no appetite. He hovered his chopsticks above the miso soup for an extended period, the steam blurring his vision. Even the tempura he once adored, with its golden, crispy exterior, failed to stir his cravings. Is this truly anorexia? Hashirama murmured. Brother, why aren't you eating? Tobirama noticed the change in his elder brother and asked, perplexed. I have no appetite, Hashirama sighed. Lotus Knight silently observed, choosing not to speak. An unsettling intuition told him that something significant was about to unfold. Lotus Knight fell into contemplation. What event could transpire at this moment? Just then, a distant rumble of thunder echoed, startling the wind chimes beneath the eaves into a chaotic clatter. Hashirama suddenly felt a tightness in his throat, making each breath feel heavy. He stood and approached the door, gazing at the darkening sky, softly uttering, Could it be you, Madara? An instinct told him that this matter was intertwined with Madara. Upon hearing this, Lotus Knight stiffened, a realization dawning upon him. If something were to happen at this time, it could only be the battle at the Valley of the End. In a remote corner of the ninja world, Beast, I have finally found you. In an instant. As lightning cleaved through the clouds, Uchiha Madara and Appo's long hair whipped in the wind, and his crimson Sharingan glowed like two blood moons amidst the darkness. The roar of the nine tails shattered the sky as its 9 colossal tails swept through, turning rocks to rubble and sending shards of stone swirling. Infused with a tempestuous chakra that traced a path of crimson through the air, Madara deftly dodged the attack from the massive beast, nodding in satisfaction at the sight of the nine tails. Excellent, you shall make a fine pet. Upon hearing this, the nine tails roared in fury, intent on tearing the human before it to shreds. In the face of the enraged nine tails, Madara's lips curled into a cold smile, the 3 tomos swirling wildly, eventually forming the shape of a kaleidoscope. He cast his Jinjutsu upon the nine tails, declaring, Beast, submit to me. A tide of Madara and Appo's chakra surged into the nine tails. The beast thrashed and roared in defiance, yet it could only watch helplessly as its body slipped from its control. The 3 tomo appeared in its eyes, and the nine tails was ultimately subdued by Uchiha Madara. Standing atop the head of the nine tails, Madara gazed into the distance. The first phase of his plan was complete. Now, the second phase was set to commence. Chapter 44. The most worrisome event has come to pass as night enveloped the world. Linya lay upon his bed, contemplating the catalyst for the eruption of the Valley of the End. Following the establishment of Konoha, the Uchiha clan found themselves in an awkward position within the village. Divergence in ideologies emerged between him and Madara. Madara foresaw that after Hashirama, Tobirama Senju would ascend to the Hokage position, leaving the Uchiha clan facing potential obliteration. He felt a deep sense of trepidation regarding the future of Konoha, convinced that only through his own methods could he safeguard the Uchiha lineage. Prolonged warfare had instilled a profound disdain for conflict among the Uchiha, breeding fear of power. Madara, who had always revered strength, found himself devoid of recognition from the villagers. And even his own clan exhibited distrust and reluctance to support him. This isolation prompted Madara to depart from Konoha in search of genuine peace, a peace that was, in fact, a distortion of the Uchiha Tablet's message, orchestrated by Kagaya's will, an infinite illusion that ensnared all within its grasp. To Madara, was this not a form of peace? The battle at the Valley of the End marked the pivotal moment for Madara's awakening of the Rinnegan. According to the Tablet's inscription, in order to unlock the Rinnegan, he required Hashirama's cells. Thus, Madara orchestrated the Nine-Tails assault on Konoha, engaging in combat with Hashirama. This confrontation also served as a farewell to his past. The peace of the ninja world teetered on the brink of collapse. Linya whispered softly, after the Valley of the End battle, his time to grow stronger was limited. If all went as anticipated, Tobirama Senju would be gravely injured in this clash and would not survive for long. Once news of Tobirama and Appo's demise reached other ninja villages, which had long coveted the Land of Fire, they would undoubtedly launch an all-out war to seize this bountiful territory. The first great ninja war would ignite. War is merciless. Survival is exceedingly difficult without sufficient strength. If Linya's memory served him right, the first great ninja war spanned many years, claiming the lives of several shadow-level warriors. Tobirama Senju himself perished in this conflict. The war dragged on for an extended period, and Linya was only aware of a few significant battles, yet he felt powerless to alter the course of the war. For instance, the Second Raikage and Appo's attack on Konoha, which was met with resistance from Tobirama. After a prolonged skirmish, both sides opted for an alliance. During the alliance ceremony, Kinshu and Ginkyu instigated a coup, assassinating the Second Raikage and gravely wounding Tobirama. To protect his subordinates, Tobirama remained behind to confront Kinshu and Ginkyu, ultimately leading to their mutual destruction. In addition, the battles between the Mist Village and the Stone Village were equally fierce, resulting in the demise of the Second Mizukage and the Second Tsuchikage. Knowing these events served little purpose, his own strength was insufficient to alter the war's trajectory. At most, he could warn Tobirama about the dangers of an alliance, urging him to take precautions or even refrain from attending the ceremony. If he could change Tobirama and Appo's fate, that would be a remarkable feat that Old Fool's political acumen surpassed even that of Hiruzen Sarutobi. With his leadership, Linya and Appo's chances of survival on the battlefield would improve. Yet, it was also possible that the Old Fool deliberately assigned him a mission leading to his demise. Based on Linya and Appo's understanding of Tobirama, this probability was low, but not impossible. For Tobirama, the safety of the village outweighed all else. If Linya's death could yield value for the village, he would undoubtedly send Linya to his doom without hesitation. Ultimately, possessing formidable strength is paramount. In a few short years, I shall become stronger. Linya clenched his fists, resolving to double his training regimen from this moment forth. Meanwhile, in Tobirama Senju and Appo's chamber, he lay restlessly in bed, his typically sound sleep interrupted by an unusual bout of insomnia. The peculiar behavior of his elder brother left him perplexed and anxious. He was unaware of the source of his brother's concerns. The village thrived, and the lives of its inhabitants flourished. Under his brother's formidable presence, other nations dared not instigate war, achieving for the ninja world its first peace since the Warring States period. In such an environment, he could not fathom what weighed heavily on his brother's mind. Tobirama fell into contemplation, pondering what could possibly disturb his elder brother to the point of losing his appetite. Suddenly, a figure flashed across his mind. If there were any upheaval, it could only be attributed to that rascal, Uchiha Madara. A grave expression crossed Tobirama's face as he murmured softly, could it be that Uchiha Madara is plotting something? Ever since Madara and Appo's defection from Konoha, there had been no reports of his whereabouts, as though he had vanished from existence. Tobirama had previously dispatched individuals to search for Madara's trail, but alas, they uncovered nothing. The terrifying prowess of Uchiha Madara was well known to Tobirama. Should Madara engage in any extreme actions, only his elder brother could potentially thwart him. I hope my suspicions are unfounded, Tobirama mused. The Uchiha clan was a gathering of perilous lunatics, and Uchiha Madara was undoubtedly the most dangerous among them. Originally, there had been two such figures, yet one had inadvertently met his end at Tobirama and Appo's hands, leaving but one remaining. It was unfathomable to consider the extent of devastation should Uchiha Madara launch an assault on the village. With this thought, Tobirama sprang from his bed, striding purposefully toward the door. A naturally suspicious individual, he could not ignore any potential threat, no matter how minuscule the likelihood. To avert such a calamity, he needed to summon the sealing team to reinforce Konoha and Appo's barriers, preventing Uchiha Madara from infiltrating the village. The twilight sky bled crimson, as if foretelling impending doom. Just as Tobirama opened the door, an earth-shattering roar echoed from afar, piercing through the air and assaulting his eardrums. Following closely was a surge of immense, violent chakra. Instinctively, he turned toward the sound. Before him loomed a colossal, crimson fox, its 9 massive tails sweeping through the forest, snapping trees like twigs in its wake. Is this the Nine Tails? Tobirama leaped onto the rooftop. Upon catching sight of the Nine Tails, his pupils dilated in shock. He had heard tales of the tailed beasts and knew that the Cloud Village had attempted to capture the Nine Tails, yet it had proven too powerful, resulting in the near-total annihilation of the forces sent. 2 individuals had been unfortunate enough to be swallowed by the beast, but miraculously survived by consuming its flesh and blood within its belly for 2 weeks before being expelled. However, they emerged from the ordeal with the chakra of the Nine Tails. Tobirama was puzzled as to why the Nine Tails had appeared here. Just then, the Nine Tails and Appo's scarlet vertical pupils fixated on Konoha. Tobirama's breath hitched as he noticed something alarming in the beast's gaze. Sharingan? Within the Nine Tails' eyes, he discerned the 3 Tomo Sharingan. Not only that, but a familiar figure stood atop the beast, a figure clad in crimson armor, wielding a scythe and fan. Uchiha Madara. Tobirama's expression darkened. To his dismay, the very event he had feared had indeed come to fruition. Uchiha Madara had truly arrived. Chapter 45. The tailed beast ball. A tremendous commotion awakened all the inhabitants of Konoha as they emerged from their homes and beheld the colossal Nine Tails in the distance. Their faces paled instantly. The overwhelming aura emanating from the beast sent chills down their spines. It and Appo's the tailed beast. Everyone, flee. A voice, hoarse from panic, pierced the air, plunging the crowd into chaos. A woman clutching her infant stumbled and fell, while the elderly were pressed against the walls by the frantic throng. Young ninjas gripped their kunai with trembling hands, their knuckles whitening from the strain. Villagers cowered in the shadows, their legs nearly giving way beneath them. Even seasoned ninjas felt a surge of profound fear. Faced with the might of the Nine Tails, thoughts of resistance vanished. Renya stepped out of his room and gazed up at the distant beast. Even from afar, the oppressive presence of the Nine Tails left him breathless. Is this the Nine Tails? Renya and Appo's voice quivered. At that moment, he truly comprehended the terror of the tailed beasts. The strength of the Nine Tails exceeded his understanding. No wonder it could become a weapon of war for the village. If unleashed on the battlefield, the consequences were unimaginable. Perhaps in the presence of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, the Nine Tails was merely a large plaything. Yet, to ordinary ninjas, it could easily spell their demise. Even elite jonin would have no choice but to flee when confronted with a tailed beast. Kid, stay at home and don't run around. Senju Tobirama commanded before vanishing from sight. Uchiha Madara was not to be underestimated. He needed to swiftly organize a defense against the Nine Tails invasion. Soon, Senju Tobirama gathered hundreds of ninjas at the gates of Konoha, bracing for the impending assault. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara had already maneuvered the Nine Tails closer. Tobirama and Appo's expression was fraught with urgency. Where was his brother? If Hashirama did not arrive, they would be powerless to stop Madara. The ninjas stared at the approaching Nine Tails, their throats dry with anxiety. Could they truly hold it back? A chilling thought crept into their minds. They would die, they were certain of it. Tobirama gritted his teeth. At this point, all he could do was buy time until his brother appeared. He looked up at Madara atop the Nine Tails and spoke in a low voice. Madara, what do you intend to do? Madara gazed down at Tobirama with a cold demeanor. What do I intend to do? Naturally, to destroy Konoha. He observed Tobirama and Appo's grim countenance and continued, in my view, Konoha has lost its reason for existence. Hashirama and Appo's ideals are misguided. This piece is but an illusion. If that is the case, it is better to start anew. You are merely a traitor. You have no right to judge Konoha, Tobirama retorted. Upon hearing this, Madara's expression shifted momentarily, only to be replaced by a mocking smile. A traitor? Madara's eyes narrowed as he regarded Tobirama. Konoha was established by Hashirama and me. He has led the village down the wrong path, hence my departure. Before he could finish, Tobirama interrupted. Well said. But you are nothing more than a stray dog abandoned by your clan. The Uchiha clan members present widened their eyes in terror, unable to believe Tobirama's words. No. You shouldn't Appo's say that. Don and Appo's drag us down with you. They could already envision the wrathful Madara tearing them apart. Realizing he had misspoken, Tobirama regretted his choice of words. He had intended to stall for time, but upon seeing Madara, anger had overtaken him. Madara's expression shifted as he surveyed his clan members below, his Sharingan spinning rapidly until it formed the pattern of a kaleidoscope. The Uchiha clan lowered their heads, unwilling to meet the gaze of their former leader. The memory of Madara rallying them to depart was fresh in their minds. Tobirama was correct. They had abandoned their leader. Tobirama expected Madara to fly into a rage and ordered, no matter the cost, we must prevent him from entering the village. If the Ninetales breaches Konoha, the consequences will be dire. Contrary to his expectations, Madara did not explode in anger, but instead fixed his gaze on the Uchiha clan members below. You are mistaken. It is not they who abandoned me, but rather I who abandoned them. Madara's expression remained stoic. These short-sighted fools are unworthy of being my clan. Upon hearing this, the Uchiha clan members were filled with remorse. Their experiences of being ostracized over the years made them realize that Madara and Appo's decision had indeed been correct. Alas, there was no turning back. They could never return. Tobirama stood in shock, seemingly taken aback by Madara and Appo's words. This reunion ends here, insects. Madara declared as he commanded the Ninetales to attack. Be careful, Tobirama shouted. The massive claws of the Ninetales descended, prompting the crowd to evade its strike. A few, however, were caught off guard and were instantly obliterated into a mist of blood. Tobirama formed hand seals, unleashing a jutsu. Water-style, water dragon bullet. The remaining ninjas followed suit, releasing their techniques. In an instant, a torrent of powerful jutsu surged toward the Ninetales. Yet, the attacks caused no harm. Instead, they provoked the beast's primal fury. The Ninetales roared and crushed the ground beneath it, sending shards of stone hurtling toward the crowd like cannonballs. A medical ninja, about to heal an injured comrade, was pierced through the chest by a massive boulder. A ninja wielding a kunai attempted a close-range assault but was repelled by the chakra cloak of the Ninetales, crashing heavily to the ground, his fate uncertain. As the battlefield filled with smoke, the ninja's attacks resembled mere ants shaking a tree, while the Ninetales and Appo's onslaught had only just begun. Despair enveloped the ninjas. Could they truly withstand the Ninetales? Madara, stop. Tobirama implored. Do not stray further down this path. Before he could finish, the Ninetales emitted a thunderous roar, the sound waves fracturing the earth. Stray path? Madara's laughter mingled with the beast's growl, dripping with derision. This is the only path. Look at your prideful Konoha. It appears so fragile in the face of absolute power. He raised his hand, summoning a massive tailed beast ball that glowed ominously, reflecting the despair on the faces of all present. And you, Senju Tobirama, shall witness the end of Konoha. Tobirama swallowed hard. Brother, where are you? It was one thing to be late, but now Konoha stood on the brink of destruction. If he did not appear soon, it would be too late. In the distance, Renya froze at the sight of the tailed beast ball in the Ninetales' mouth. What a jest! If that tailed beast ball fell, Konoha would be annihilated. Had he known the danger, he would have opted to carry out a mission instead. Just then, a commanding voice rang out. Madara, cease. Upon hearing this voice, Renya felt a wave of relief wash over him. Uncle Hashirama had finally arrived. Chapter 46, The Battle of the Valley of the End in the Sky. Senju Hashirama soared on a wooden dragon, gazing at Uchiha Madara from a distance. Madara, cease this at once, Hashirama implored with deep affection. Do you truly wish to obliterate the village we built together? Madara and Appo's expression remained tranquil. Hashirama, your vision of peace is flawed. I cannot agree with you. As he spoke, the tailed beast bomb formed in the mouth of the Ninetales and was suddenly unleashed. Hashirama and Appo's pupils constricted in disbelief. He had not anticipated that Madara would take such drastic measures. He genuinely sought to destroy Konoha. With a swift clap of his hands, Hashirama summoned massive wooden vines that unfurled behind him, forming a colossal barrier to absorb the impact of the tailed beast bomb. Even in this hurried defense, Hashirama found it challenging to withstand the force. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he looked incredulously at his former friend. Madara, why must you act this way? Hashirama, you remain ever the same, hopelessly naive, Madara retorted, his gaze unwavering. He had come to battle with a resolve to die, and thus, he would not be swayed by Hashirama's words. If you intend to persuade me, I suggest you abandon the effort. Madara scoffed. We are no longer of the same world. Brother, stop being so sentimental. Senju Tobirama interjected. Madara wishes to annihilate Konoha. Why waste words with him? I understand. Hashirama murmured softly. Madara had embarked on an irreversible path. His attempts at persuasion were futile. With a determined gaze, Hashirama fixed his eyes on Madara and Appo's crimson Sharingan. His voice grave yet resolute. I will not allow anyone to destroy the village, not even you. Before his words could fully resonate, countless sturdy wooden stakes erupted from the earth, surging toward Madara and the Ninetales. Hashirama, Madara. The stage was set for an earth-shattering confrontation. Hashirama was acutely aware that Konoha could not withstand the aftermath of this battle. He leaped high into the air, channeling his chakra into a massive lotus platform that shielded him from the Ninetales' onslaught. Madara, if you have the courage, follow me. Madara, understanding Hashirama's intentions, showed no concern. Their battle gradually distanced itself from Konoha. Watching the clash, Senju Tobirama was left speechless. Is this truly the extent of human power? He pondered. He felt certain that even if he awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan in the future, he would not rival Madara. Unless, of course, he encountered an elderly Madara, weakened and reliant on external means to survive. After all, at that time, Madara would be but a shadow of his former self, unable to walk without assistance. Defeating an aged opponent would be a trivial matter. Yet, how could he even locate Madara's hiding place? Tobirama felt a sense of helplessness. Perhaps this was the only opportunity in his life to surpass Madara. The figures of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara had vanished, but the sounds of their cataclysmic battle echoed in the distance. Tobirama knew the conclusion would see Hashirama emerge victorious, with Madara feigning death to escape. After this battle, he would have little time left to cultivate his strength. The sounds of battle raged throughout the night, only to fade as dawn broke. Everyone knew the conflict had reached its end. They began to worry about who would ultimately prevail. Lord Hokage, you must win, the villagers murmured, unable to fathom the consequences should Hashirama fail. Senju Tobirama led the Konoha ninjas to the battleground. Initially intending to assist, he was firmly rebuffed by his elder brother. Hashirama did not wish for anyone to interfere in his confrontation with Madara. Only upon hearing the silence of battle did Tobirama approach. If Hashirama were victorious, all would be well. If Madara triumphed, they would act decisively against him. At the Valley of the End, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama stood opposite each other. After a night of fierce combat, both were utterly exhausted, their armor in tatters. Madara found himself devoid of the chakra necessary to activate his Sharingan. They charged at one another, their weapons clashing, and Hashirama fell to the ground. Turning to the fallen Hashirama, Madara spoke softly, "It is I who stands now." Unlike that time, his thoughts drifted back to when he had been defeated by Hashirama. Had he emerged victorious then, Konoha would never have been established. It was his loss that had led to the alliance, and the founding of the village alongside Hashirama. Kneeling on the ground, Hashirama's voice was heavy with resolve. "I wish to protect the dream we have just realized. I will never allow you to destroy the village." Madara's expression turned scornful. "Hashirama, you are now nothing more than a failure. Wait for me." His words were cut short as Hashirama suddenly appeared behind him, driving a blade through his left chest. Madara's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked down to see the weapon piercing through him. It dawned on him that the Hashirama he had confronted earlier had merely been a wooden clone. "I cannot believe I was struck from behind," Madara murmured softly. "I will protect my village," Hashirama declared sternly. No matter the circumstances, safeguarding the village meant safeguarding everything. "I firmly believe that anyone who threatens the village, even if they are my friends, brothers, or children, shall not be spared." "You have changed, Hashirama." Madara's body weakened, causing him to kneel. "You established the village to protect your family and friends. Yet now, you would kill those very friends and family to protect the village. Is that not a reversal of priorities?" With those final words, Madara slowly collapsed to the ground. Hashirama gazed at Madara and Appo's lifeless body, enveloped in silence. If given a choice, he would have preferred not to kill his former friend. Yet, there was no alternative. Madara's actions had crossed a line. In Hashirama's eyes, the safety of the village surpassed all else. He sat beside Madara's body, speaking softly. "Madara, I have always strived to reconcile the Senju and Uchiha clans." A smile graced Hashirama's face. "I even had Tobirama adopt one of your Uchiha children. I hoped that through their bond, Tobirama would gradually shed his prejudice against the Uchiha." He had believed Madara would merely storm off in a fit of anger and return to the village soon after. He had looked forward to sharing this turn of events with Madara, hoping to surprise him. Yet, this was the outcome. "Madara, farewell." At that moment, Senju Tobirama and a host of ninjas arrived. Upon witnessing Hashirama and Appo's victory, they collectively sighed in relief. "Brother, are you all right?" Tobirama asked with concern. Hashirama shook his head, laboriously rising from the ground. "Tobirama, I am fine." Tobirama and Appo's gaze fell upon Madara and Appo's body, filled with avarice. Madara possessed the Manjiki Sharingan. If he could unlock its secrets. Hashirama seemed to read Tobirama's thoughts and warned sternly, "Tobirama, I advise against coveting Madara's body, or else I will be angered." He would not permit anyone to desecrate his friend and Appo's remains. "I understand, brother." Ultimately, Tobirama concealed Madara and Appo's body deep within the mountains of Konoha. In the depths of the mountain, Uchiha Madara lay in a coffin, his eyes suddenly bursting open. Chapter 47. The wounds of Hashirama at the Senju residence, Rinya inquired. "Has Uncle Hashirama's condition improved?" Since the battle at the Valley of the End, Hashirama Senju and Appo's injuries had shown little sign of healing. Logically, given Hashirama and Appo's exceptional physical constitution, even a fatal wound should have healed swiftly. Yet, months had passed since that fierce confrontation, and his condition remained stagnant. This caused Rinya to worry. If Hashirama were to perish, would that not inevitably lead to the eruption of war among the ninja clans? With a solemn expression, Tobirama explained. "It seems my brother's cells have entered a dormant state." During this period, he had conducted extensive research on Hashirama's body and had been astonished to discover that his cell division rate was exceedingly slow, akin to that of an aging elder. Rinya furrowed his brow upon hearing this. It indeed posed a grave problem. Hashirama's unparalleled vitality and regenerative abilities stemmed from his remarkably active cell division. This allowed him to quickly heal damaged tissues, enabling rapid recovery even after sustaining severe injuries in battle. However, The current sluggishness of his cellular regeneration indicated that his cells had been overexerted during the fight with Madara. They had been utilized to mend grievous wounds or to undergo massive proliferation to unleash powerful jutsu, resulting in a temporary decline in cell division rates. Much like how hematopoietic stem cells accelerate their division following significant blood loss, they too might experience a subsequent slowdown, necessitating time to return to normalcy. This could very well explain why Hashirama had yet to recover. Rinya surmised that it would not be long before the speed of Hashirama's cell division returned to its original vigor. Yet, rapid cell division bore a significant drawback. It could lead to a depletion of vitality. Excessive cellular replication would hasten the consumption of life force, potentially leading to Hashirama's demise. Tobirama, fully aware of the implications, had been tirelessly searching for a solution since his brother's injury. Yet he found himself at a loss. With a heavy sigh, he lamented, "I have done all I can." Rinya fell into silence, acutely aware of the future developments in the ninja world. He was, after all, the one who hoped most fervently for Hashirama's survival. The title of God of Ninjas was not bestowed lightly. As long as Hashirama lived, other nations would hesitate to encroach upon the land of fire, thus averting war and granting him ample time to grow stronger. However, should Hashirama pass away, the balance of power in the ninja world would inevitably shift. After all, with the deaths of the two strongest ninja, Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, other villages would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to attack the leaderless Konoha. Tobirama shared Renya's grave concerns. The harrowing experience of his brother's severe injuries had illuminated for him the fragility of life and the immense loss that the village would suffer from the passing of a powerful ninja. He began to ponder, how could fallen ninjas once again serve Konoha? If he could develop a jutsu that transcended the boundaries of life and death, then even if his brother were to truly depart, he would be able to summon him back if he could achieve this. Konoha would no longer need to fear the ambitions of other nations. Unbeknownst to Rinya, Tobirama and Appo's thoughts were indeed profound, and had he known, he would have been utterly astonished. In the evening at the Senju residence, Uzumaki Mito gently spoke, "Tobirama, Rinya, you have arrived." The prolonged state of Hashirama and Appo's injuries weighed heavily on her heart, rendering her visibly weary. "Sister-in-law, how is brother doing lately?" Tobirama's throat tightened with concern. Among his three brothers, two had perished during the Warring States period, leaving only Hashirama. He could not bear the thought of losing him. "Still the same, with no signs of improvement," Mito replied, her eyelashes fluttering with trepidation. During this time, she had summoned numerous medical ninja to treat Hashirama, yet their efforts had proved futile. Seeing her distress, Tobirama reassured her, "Do not worry, sister-in-law, I will find a solution." After this, he led Rinya inside. "Brother Tobirama, little Rinya, what brings you here?" Hashirama struggled to sit up and gazed at the two. "Uncle Hashirama, are you all right?" Renya's face was etched with concern. He silently prayed, "Uncle Hashirama, please hold on for a few more years. I have yet to mature." Seeing Renya's anxious expression warmed Hashirama's heart. He had not misjudged this child. "Haha, little Rinya, there is no need for worry. My injuries will heal soon." He sensed that his wounds would soon mend. "Is that true, brother?" Tobirama asked eagerly. "Indeed, Tobirama," Hashirama affirmed. "I can feel my injuries healing gradually." As he spoke, he revealed the wound on his arm. Rinya and Tobirama rushed forward to inspect it. Just as Hashirama had claimed, the wounds were indeed beginning to heal. Although the pace was not as rapid as before, progress was evident. Rinya sighed in relief. "Uncle Hashirama, I'm glad you're all right." "Haha, sorry to cause you concern." Hashirama chuckled, ruffling Rinya's hair. He found himself growing increasingly fond of the child. The worry that had graced Rinya and Appo's countenance was genuine. He could clearly sense the child and Appo's sincere concern for his well-being. "Brother, it's a relief that you and Appo's okay. Should anything arise, please have sister-in-law seek me out," Tobirama said, pausing before adding, "Brother, you must recover. The village cannot afford to lose you." Upon hearing this, Hashirama's smile faded, replaced by a serious expression. "I understand, Tobirama." After learning of Hashirama's condition, Rinya devoted himself to accepting missions with fervor. He understood that time was of the essence in his quest for strength. He needed to attain a level of self-sufficiency before Hashirama's potential demise, lest he become a casualty of war. In the days that followed, Rinya was either engaged in missions or en route to undertake them, leaving Shimura Danzo and T-Rune Kamachi exasperated. On several occasions, the trio would return from a mission, their wounds still fresh, only for Rinya to immediately embark on another task. However, the results were palpable. Through numerous life and death encounters during their missions, their skills had significantly enhanced. Within a mere year, the trio had approached the level of Ch Nin. Senju Waisuk held them in high regard. At the border of the land of fire, T-Rune Kamachi, her eyes flickering with fatigue, suggested, "Rinya-kun, having completed this mission, shall we take a break?" This marked their 5th mission of the month. Excluding travel and rest periods, they had been almost continuously occupied. Upon hearing this, Danzo paused his bandaging, his gaze falling on Rinya. Though he remained silent, he too yearned for respite. Rinya lowered his gaze, wiping his blade, Muku, the edge reflecting the trio's disheveled appearance. T-Rune Kamachi was pale from overexertion of chakra, while Danzo and Appo's bandaged arm continued to bleed. In response to their unspoken wishes, Rinya nodded in agreement. A break was indeed warranted. Sheathing his blade, Rinya observed the tension in Danzo and Appo's expression eased slightly. Finally, we can rest. If we took on another mission, I might very well meet my end, he thought in exasperation. Kamachi, brimming with excitement, patted Rinya on the back and dashed towards the village, exclaiming, "Then it's settled. I intend to sleep for 3 days and 3 nights." With the mission concluded, they prepared for their return. The setting sun cast elongated shadows of the trio. Chapter 48. I would prefer you to become a chef in the residence of Shinju Tobarama. The weary figure emerged from the study. Little brat, you've returned just in time. Quickly prepare a meal for me, he said, fatigue etched upon his face. For the past year, Tobarama had been engrossed in research aimed at devising a jutsu capable of resurrecting the deceased to the ninja realm. After countless experiments, he had yet to yield any fruitful results. The crux of this technique lay in summoning the souls of the departed, a feat of considerable difficulty. In his pursuit of controlling these souls, he resolved to develop a specialized jutsu for soul confinement, tentatively named the soul confinement technique. Should he succeed in this endeavor, he would be able to command the souls of the deceased, thus facilitating their summoning. Tobarama's obsession with this research had led him to neglect his own well-being. During this period, aside from occasional visits from his sister-in-law bearing meals, he had relied on military rations to sustain himself, the monotony of which had left him longing for something more. Thus, upon seeing Rinya return, he promptly requested a meal. During Rinya's absence, Tobarama had often lamented his absence, grumbling about how the young man was constantly on missions and neglecting home. Rinya felt a twitch in his eyelids at Tobarama and Appo's words, inwardly muttering, "This old man is ordering me to cook again." The irony was not lost on him, considering he had barely crossed the threshold before being tasked with such a chore. "Uncle, I'm injured," Rinya replied helplessly. Only then did Tobarama notice the bandages wrapped around Rinya and Appo's abdomen. "It's just a minor injury, bear with it for now. I haven't eaten in days," Tobarama insisted. Rinya retorted, "Why should your days without food concern me? You're a grown man. Can't you cook for yourself?" His expression was one of incredulity, akin to observing someone lacking common sense. Tobarama's face flushed with embarrassment as he explained, "I've been too occupied with developing jutsu to spare any time for cooking." "Uncle, you're secretly researching forbidden techniques behind cousin Hashirama's back again," Rinya sighed. In his memory, Tobarama had always been engaged in the development of grand and sophisticated techniques. However, witnessing the abstract nature of Tobarama's jutsu scrolls firsthand, Rinya realized some of these techniques bordered on the morally reprehensible. It was no wonder Hashirama had prohibited Tobarama from further pursuit of jutsu research. If this continued, who could predict what unfathomable techniques he might conjure? Despite Hashirama's explicit orders, the old man persisted in his clandestine studies, even going so far as to threaten Rinya to keep his silence. Rinya could only turn a blind eye to this situation. "The jutsu I'm developing is not forbidden. It is for the preservation of our village's heritage," Tobarama asserted with a serious demeanor. He believed these jutsu, while undeniably dangerous, held the potential to unleash formidable power. Even in the eventuality of his and Hashirama's absence, these techniques would enable the village to withstand invasions from foreign lands. Rinya remained non-committal to Tobarama's declarations. While the techniques were indeed powerful, mastery of even one could significantly enhance one's capabilities, akin to the multiple shadow clone technique or the flying thunder god technique. After Naruto and his son learned these techniques, they became their signature skills. Yet, the only drawback of Tobarama's jutsu was the high demands placed upon the user. The multiple shadow clone technique required an abundance of chakra. Insufficient chakra could lead to dire consequences. Meanwhile, the flying thunder god technique necessitated a deep understanding of complex space-time jutsu principles, not to mention an extraordinary innate talent. In summary, these techniques were challenging for the average individual to master. Rinya had long desired to learn the flying thunder god technique, but had never found the opportunity to voice his wish. Even if Tobarama were willing to teach him, he was uncertain if he possessed the requisite skill to succeed. "All right, little brat, hurry and prepare a meal," Tobarama urged. With a resigned sigh, Rinya trudged into the kitchen, feeling more like a chef than a ninja. Ever since being taken in by Tobarama, he had become the family's designated cook. Upon returning from missions, the first order of business was never to rest, but to cook. Initially, it was manageable. Rinya only had to prepare meals without any other responsibilities. However, that had changed. Now he was tasked with not only cooking but also shopping for ingredients and washing dishes. Tobarama, forever claiming to be busy, left all the unpleasant chores to him. Tobarama watched Rinya enter the kitchen with a complex expression, whispering softly, "Little brat, I truly wish you would choose to become a chef instead. The world of ninjas was perilously treacherous, a reality where one could lose their life at any moment." He would prefer if Rinya lacked the aptitude for being a ninja and instead ran a restaurant in the village. As long as Konoha remained intact, Rinya could live a fulfilling life as an ordinary person. After all, having lived together for so long, he had developed a bond with Rinya, akin to raising a dog. How much deeper was the connection with a living being? Tobirama could not bear the thought of Rinya falling in battle. Yet, there was little he could do. Once one chose the path of a ninja, certain realities were unavoidable. He could not possibly protect the young man for eternity at the dining table. The aroma of the meal made Tobirama forget his fatigue and worries. Indeed, the culinary skills of the young man were exceptional. After devouring 2 bowls of rice, he still felt unsatisfied and requested another. The young man frequently undertook missions, sometimes disappearing for weeks on end. If he did not indulge now, he would be relegated to consuming military rations in the lab once more. As Tobirama savored the delightful meal, Rinya inquired, "Uncle, is Sister Sakura about to give birth?" The Sakura he referred to was none other than Tobirama's daughter-in-law, Tsunade's mother. It should be soon. Tobirama set down his chopsticks, estimating it would occur within the next few days. "I understand. I will go visit Sister Sakura when the time comes." "Yes. Remember to send your blessings to Fuin and Sakura," Tobirama replied reassuringly. Fuin was Tobirama's nephew, the son of Hashirama. Initially, Rinya had been curious about the whereabouts of Hashirama's son. He later learned that Hashirama had arranged for his son to enter into a marriage alliance with a feudal lord's family. Fuin had been living with his wife in the capital of the Land of Fire and had not returned to Konoha. It was only natural for Rinya to be unaware of this. Had it not been for his wife and Appo's impending childbirth, Fuin might not have returned at all. Rinya gathered from Tobirama that the relationship between Hashirama and his son was strained, as they had not been in contact for quite some time. The root of this discord lay in the marriage arrangement. Fuin's situation could be described as being sent to marry into another family. It was perplexing that Hashirama would allow his son to be married off in such a manner. This event had precipitated a deterioration in their father-son relationship. As for why Fuin had returned, Rinya speculated it might be due to the allure of familial bonds. After all, Sister Sakura was quite the beauty. Chapter 49, The Birth of Tsunade. As Tsunade's birth approached, Rinya refrained from taking on any missions, granting a few days of leave to Shimura Danzo and T-Kake Haru. This delighted the two, allowing them to relish their hard-earned respite. A few days later, at the Senja residence, Senja Hashirama paced anxiously in the courtyard. Sakura was about to give birth, and he was consumed with curiosity. Would it be a boy or a girl? Senja Tobirama looked at his father in bewilderment. Shuden and Appo's. These words belonged to him? After all, he was the child and Appo's as father. Uzumaki Mito rolled her eyes in exasperation. Hashirama, please do not cause a ruckus. Ha. It and Appo's. As my first time being a grandfather, I and Appo's am a bit nervous. Hashirama sheepishly scratched his head. After a year of recuperation, his injuries had healed completely, yet he could distinctly feel that his physical vitality was no longer what it once was. He realized that he was not far from death, and to spare Mito and Tobirama from worry, he chose to keep this knowledge to himself. Thus, he cherished the present moments even more. The thought of becoming a grandfather filled him with immense joy. He had not anticipated such a delightful surprise in the twilight of his life. At that moment, Tobirama and Rinya rushed in. "What is happening, brother?" Tobirama asked, his voice tinged with concern. After all, a grandchild was soon to arrive. "Are you all right, Tika?" Rinya approached Tobirama, noticing the sweat beading on his forehead and the pallor of his face, his legs quivering slightly. Hearing Rinya and Appo's concern, Tobirama and Appo's voice trembled. "Rinya, I and Appo's I'm a bit anxious." He genuinely feared for the safety of his wife and child. Childbirth in the shinobi world was perilous, and a moment's carelessness could lead to tragedy. "Relax, Sister Sakura and the baby will be just fine," Rinya softly reassured him, confident that the worst would not come to pass. After all, Tsunade would eventually have a younger brother, SHJ. At least until SHJ's birth, Tobirama and Sakura were unlikely to encounter misfortune. As for what lay beyond that, Rinya was uncertain, for the original text provided no specifics regarding their fates. However, living in the daimyo's mansion, they were likely to remain safe. "Thank you, Rinya," Tobirama said, his tension easing somewhat. Experiencing such a situation for the first time was undeniably nerve-wracking. He truly feared the calamity of losing both his wife and child. Fortunately, not long after, the sound of a newborn and Appo's cry echoed from the room. The group hurried to the door, their faces alight with anticipation. "Tobirama, do you prefer a boy or a girl?" Hashirama inquired, looking toward his son. I like both," Tobirama replied, his cheeks flushed. The midwife opened the door, cradling the child in her arms, and smiled. "Everyone, there's no need to be anxious. The delivery went smoothly, and both mother and daughter are safe." Upon hearing this, the group rushed forward to witness the moment. Hashirama took the child into his arms, beaming with joy. "Ha, it's a girl. I have a granddaughter. Brother, let me hold her," Tobirama urged eagerly. Hashirama, too quick for his brother to react, held the granddaughter securely in his embrace. "Tobirama, don't rush. Let me hold her for a moment," he said jovially. After all, with his granddaughter in hand, he He could decide how long to cherish her, regardless of Tobirama and Imp, Appo's impatience. Rinya, wishing to catch a glimpse of Tsunade just after her birth, found it impossible to squeeze in. Not only him, but even Tobirama, the father, could only watch as his brother and uncle vied for their child. However, Tobirama soon thought of Sakura and, disregarding Tsunade for the moment, rushed into the room. Seeing this, Rinya raised an eyebrow. He understood that Tobirama and Sakura shared a profound love, and Tsunade was merely a delightful surprise. Hashirama, hand over my granddaughter. Mito extended her hand, eager to hold the child. Reluctant, Hashirama finally relented, yielding the granddaughter to his wife. DSA, I haven't held her yet, Tobirama weakly protested. It was he who had arrived first. How could his sister-in-law cut in line? Tobirama, please be patient. Let me see my granddaughter first, Mito replied with a smile. Very well. Tobirama sighed, hoping that Mito would soon pass the child to him. After an undetermined period, while Tobirama anxiously awaited, Mito finally prepared to hand the granddaughter over to him. He extended his hands, ready to receive Tsunade. Holding my granddaughter for the first time, I and Appo's, am quite excited. At that moment, Tobirama emerged from the room, supporting a weary Sakura. Mother, may I see the child? Sakura asked. Of course, Mito replied without hesitation, passing Tsunade to Sakura. After all, Sakura was the child and Appo's mother. Watching Sakura take his granddaughter, Tobirama felt as though the sky had fallen upon him. After waiting so long, he never expected this outcome. Rinya, witnessing Tobirama's expression, nearly burst with laughter. This old fellow was truly amusing. Mito, noticing Tobirama's forlorn look, shrugged her shoulders helplessly. Tobirama, I can't help it. The child's mother has spoken. Tobirama. Fortunately, in the end, Tobirama did fulfill his wish and held his granddaughter. His gaze upon Tsunade was imbued with tenderness. Rinya was utterly astonished by this scene. Had he not seen it with his own eyes, he would scarcely believe that this old fellow possessed such a gentle side. Sakura named her daughter Tsunade, and naturally, she would carry her mother's surname. For Tobirama had married into the family. Hashirama, however, was indifferent to this matter. To him, it did not matter whose name she bore, as long as Tsunade was his granddaughter. Rinya finally understood why Tsunade did not bear the Senju surname in the original text. Her father was, after all, a son-in-law. After Tsunade and Appo's birth, everyone lavished affection upon the child. Regrettably, it was not long before Tobirama and Sakura took Tsunade to the capital. This greatly distressed Hashirama. On the day of their departure, he clutched Tobirama's sleeve, tears streaming down his face as he pleaded for them to stay. Seeing his father's embarrassing display, Tobirama felt helpless. Ultimately, he promised to visit frequently with Tsunade, which finally allowed Hashirama to release him. True to his word, Tobirama returned regularly with Tsunade, much to the delight of both Hashirama and Mito, who relished the frequent visits from their granddaughter. With this minor interlude concluded, Rinya resumed his ordinary life as a shinobi. Notably, during Rinya's missions, Hashirama convened a summit of the 5 Kages, selling the captured tailed beasts to various villages. Uzumaki Mito employed the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan to seal the 9 tails within her own body. Other shinobi villages soon followed suit. Thus, the era of Jinchuriki began. Chapter 50. Is there really no theoretical component in the Chunin exam? At the gates of Konoha, Rinya and his companions had just returned from their mission. During this task, they had successfully eliminated a team of Chunin from the Land of Wind. At that moment, Rinya noticed that Waisuk Senju had unexpectedly arrived at the entrance. Waisuk-sensei, what brings you here? The trio inquired, puzzled. Hey, you 3 really don't regard me, your guiding teacher, very highly, do you? Waisuk complained, rubbing his forehead in distress. As the leading jonin, he was theoretically responsible for accompanying them on missions to ensure their safety. However, Rinya never informed him when they went to accept tasks. By the time Waisuk learned of their departure, they had often already set out to complete the mission. At times, he would only find out after they had finished. In principle, a team of Genin was required to be accompanied by a Chunin or Jonin instructor to receive missions at the task hall. Yet, due to the trio's unique circumstances and their strength, which had reached the level of Chunin, the staff responsible for mission registration chose to turn a blind eye. After all, their teacher was Lord Tobirama. The reason Rinya was reluctant to have Waisuk accompany them was straightforward. With a Jonin like Waisuk secretly protecting them, they would become overly reliant and would not fight with the same fervor during missions. Subconsciously, they might wait for the Jonin to resolve crises instead of actively considering how to employ their training and work together to overcome challenges. Over time, their combat awareness would deteriorate, potentially fostering a dangerous complacency, believing that someone would always have their backs. This mindset could prove fatal. Upon realizing this, Rinya ceased to inform Waisuk about their missions. Initially, Tru and K-Haru did not understand, but gradually, they came to grasp his reasoning during their tasks. Of course, the missions Rinya accepted were well within the team's capabilities. He desired to grow stronger, not to undertake foolish risks. Going beyond their limits would be tantamount to courting death. Rinya recalled an instance when their target was a team of Chunin. only to discover upon arrival that they were led by a Jonin, estimating that the likelihood of successfully ambushing them was merely 40. He promptly abandoned the mission and led his companions to safety. Jonin who had survived the Warring States period possessed immense battle experience and caution. They would not underestimate Renya's group due to their youth. Instead, they would fight with all their might, swiftly resolving the conflict. After all, those who had been arrogant enough to underestimate their opponents were likely long gone. Ninjas were akin to high-damage, low-defense assassins, with physical resilience not being their strong suit. Even a Jonin could fall to Chunin or Jinin under the right circumstances. Renya was not inclined to engage with a Jonin who had survived the Warring States era unless absolutely necessary. Otherwise, he preferred to retreat when possible. For there was no shame in it. Wysok understood Renya and Appos as thoughts and felt a sense of relief. However, this also left him feeling rather insignificant. In times of peace, when the village's Jonin were busy mentoring students, he found himself wandering aimlessly in the village, feeling like a drifter. Those Jonin who were close to Wysok often teased him about being isolated by his students. During such moments, Wysok could only force a smile, concealing his inner turmoil. While independence in students is commendable, it can also be detrimental. Determined not to remain a mere idle figure in the village, he pondered deeply and ultimately made a decision. You three have performed admirably, so I have registered you for the upcoming Chunin exam, Wysok announced. With your abilities, passing the exam should be a breeze. This way, I can also begin mentoring newly graduated Genin. The trio stood in stunned silence, caught off guard by Wysok's declaration. Wysok-sensei, are you giving up on us? Renya swallowed hard, pondering. Could it be that our refusal to include him in our missions has upset him? They exchanged glances, each reflecting shock in their eyes. Please don't be angry. Wysok-sensei, Keiharu said timidly, next time, we'll take you along on a mission. Indeed, Wysok-sensei, you are a Jonin after all, surely. You can't be upset with us? TRU added, seemingly aware of his teacher's feelings. Renya remained silent, letting out a resigned sigh. His expression seemed to convey a multitude of unspoken words. Wysok was taken aback. He had initially felt guilty towards the trio, but now that guilt dissipated entirely, he was immensely relieved to have made the right choice. Otherwise, he would have been driven to frustration by their antics. The Chunin exam is in 5 days. During this time, you should refrain from undertaking any missions and focus on your preparations, Wysok stated, eager to distance himself from the trio. Just as he was about to leave, Renya called out to him. Wysok-sensei, wait. Wysok turned to Renya, puzzled. What is it, kid? That is, I was wondering if the Chunin exam really doesn't have any theoretical questions? Renya inquired hesitantly. Of course, it does, Wysok replied, curious about Renya's line of questioning. Suddenly, he noticed the boy's pallor. Are you all right, Renya? Nothing. I'm fine, Renya stammered, still somewhat dazed. Well then, I'll take my leave, Wysok said, and with that, he vanished from sight. Renya-kun, don't be anxious. The theoretical exam is quite simple, Keiharu reassured him. Renya remained silent, gazing up at the sky. In that moment, he felt an unprecedented sense of helplessness. Did he not know whether the theoretical portion was easy? After all, the dazzling score of 5 still hung on the wall at his home. He had thought that becoming a ninja would free him from academic studies, only to discover that the Chunin exam awaited him. His grades had never been stellar, and having graduated over a year ago, Renya felt certain that he would never achieve the rank of Chunin. TRU sighed in resignation, aware of Renya's academic struggles. Perhaps we can find a way to cheat during the exam, he mused. Chapter 51, the CH-NIN exams in the evening, at the residence of Shinji Tobarama. After a long day of toil in the laboratory, Tobarama returned home. As he stepped into the living room, a look of disbelief crossed his face. There sat Renya, immersed in his studies, clutching a book with fervor. The dust on the book's surface suggested that its owner had not perused it in quite some time. Witnessing this scene, Tobarama instinctively disrupted the chakra within him. He would rather believe he had fallen victim to an illusion than accept that Renya was actually reading. Ultimately, to his astonishment, he realized he was not under a jinjutsu. The boy was genuinely engrossed in his book. For a moment, it felt surreal. The sight of Renya reading was as shocking to him as receiving news of his son's death. Child, are you reading? Tobarama inquired, his voice laced with uncertainty. Renya rolled his eyes at the question, thinking the old man was unnecessarily probing. Displaying the book's cover, he retorted, what else could it be? Tobarama fell silent as he gazed at the title, History of the Ninja World. Indeed, the boy was reading, and what else more? It was a work authored by Tobarama himself. He nodded in approval. Very well, reading is indeed beneficial. Previously, he had urged Renya to study, but the boy had shown little interest in theoretical knowledge, making it difficult for him to absorb any material. Now, witnessing Renya's newfound dedication to learning, Tobarama felt a sense of satisfaction. If it weren't for the theoretical portion of the CH-NIN exams, I wouldn't even bother, Renya scoffed, tossing the book onto the table. I can't grasp a thing from this. After an entire afternoon, it feels as if I learned nothing. The knowledge just slips away. Upon hearing this, Tobarama understood the rare motivation behind Renya's reading. The boy was preparing for the CH-NIN exams. The mere thought of Renya's theoretical performance filled Tobarama with dread. He simply could not fathom why the boy and theoretical scores were so dismal. In fact, he had even conducted a study on Rinya and Appo's intellect, but found no discrepancies, leaving him utterly perplexed. Thus, Tobarama concluded that Rinya was simply not cut out for academics. Since you and Appo's VE signed up for the CHNIN exams, you ought to study diligently. It would be quite humiliating if you fail, Tobarama advised. Suddenly, Rinya had a thought and turned to Tobarama. Uncle, I believe there is no need for a theoretical exam in the CHNIN exams. I suggest it be abolished. Tobarama fixed a calm gaze on Rinya, showing no inclination to respond. Well, if that and Appo's the case, I and Appo's head to the kitchen, Rinya said hastily as he made his way to prepare a meal. The theoretical exam could easily be bypassed, much like Sasuke did in the original story, using his Sharingan to replicate others and Appo's actions and cheat. After all, learning was simply not an option for him. After spending an entire afternoon reading, Rinya had come to a profound realization: he was simply not made for academia. 5 days later, at the venue for the CHNIN exams, Rinya and his companions had just arrived when a familiar voice called out to them. Rinya-kun, are you also participating in the exams? Turning around, Rinya saw Sarutobi Hizashi, Uchiha Kagami, and Mito Gate and approaching. Long time no see, Rinya greeted. The group engaged in pleasantries, recounting their experiences since graduation. The passage of a year seemed to have matured them considerably. Tobarama's gaze fell upon his close friend. His expression somewhat complex. Hizashi had grown stronger. He had once believed that through diligent training, he could match Hizashi and Appo's prowess. Yet, the reality was that the gap between them had only widened, leaving him with a sense of disappointment. Haha, Tobarama, it's been a while. Hizashi exclaimed excitedly as he embraced Tobarama. It had been far too long since he had seen his dear friend, and he missed him dearly. Shinichi Tobarama managed a strained smile. Although he and Hizashi shared a close bond, it was human nature to feel uneasy about being overshadowed by a friend. Rinya approached Kagami, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Kagami, feeling somewhat uncomfortable, asked, Rinya-kun, is there something you need? Have you awakened your eyes? Rinya suddenly inquired. Kagami momentarily stunned. Quickly regained composure. Why yes, I have awakened them. Rinya's expression shifted to one of knowing acknowledgement. The moment he laid eyes on Kagami, he had sensed a change in the chakra emanating from him, a clear sign of the Sharingan's awakening. At that moment, the proctor ascended the stage, his gaze piercing like that of a hawk as he surveyed the assembled shinobi. Upon spotting Rinya and his companions, a look of surprise flickered across his face. It was uncommon for individuals as young as 11 or 12 to participate in the CHNIN exams, which typically attracted those aged 15 or 16 and above. This CHNIN exam will assess your strength, intelligence, and teamwork, he announced. With that, the first round officially commenced. Rinya let out a resigned sigh. He hadn't anticipated that the first round would be a written test. However, he was relieved that he could utilize his Sharingan to replicate the actions of others. As soon as the exam began, he mimicked the movements of Tina and Haru, successfully passing through the initial hurdle. The format of this CHNIN exam mirrored that of Naruto's generation. Following the written test, the candidates were thrust into a brutal elimination round. The participants were taken to the Forest of Death, where the rules stipulated that they must acquire a specified number of scrolls within 3 days and reach the designated endpoint. Rinya's team and Hizashi's team set out separately. After 3 days of searching and battling, they ultimately secured the necessary scrolls and reached their destination by the evening of the 3rd day. The final exam consisted of one-on-one duels. Rinya's opponent was a young man in his 20s. Upon realizing his opponent was merely a child, the youth felt confident that achieving CHNIN status was now within his grasp. The young man, skilled in water techniques, immediately conjured a thick mist, enveloping the battlefield. Rinya activated his Sharingan, remaining vigilant amid the haze. He understood that the opponent would likely launch a surprise attack in such conditions. Sure enough, a water blade shot out from the mist. Rinya deftly sidestepped it, swiftly forming hand seals to unleash the fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Countless fireballs whirled through the mist, forcing the young man to reveal himself. The two engaged in an intense close-quarters battle. Leveraging the advantage of his Sharingan, Rinya gained the upper hand, ultimately employing Jinjutsu to subdue his opponent. Shinichi Tobarama, Sarutobi Hizashi, Teen Haru, Uchiha Kagami, and Mito Gate and were fortunate not to be grouped together. Each showcased their formidable prowess in their respective battles. In the end, all 6 successfully advanced to the rank of CHNIN. Rinya was presented with the exclusive green vest of a CHNIN. After becoming a Genin, one received a ninja headband, and upon attaining CHNIN status, they were awarded the green vest. Rinya was astonished to have achieved CHNIN rank at the tender age of 11, feeling quite satisfied with the velocity of his progression. His only frustration lay in the fact that his Sharingan had yet to evolve, remaining a single tome. Had he been able to awaken the 3 tomo, his strength would undoubtedly see a significant enhancement. What truly constituted a profound emotional stimulus? How intense must it be? Chapter 52. I was just joking with you, Rinya-kun. Why do you seem so distracted? A few days later, within the merchant caravan, the inquisitive gaze of Konoha and Appo's Haru fell upon the pensive Rinya, who sat lost in thought atop the cart. Their current mission was to escort the caravan to the land of Earth. However, throughout the journey, Rinya remained silent, clutching his weapon, seemingly absorbed in his own contemplations. Initially, Sukun refrained from probing. Everyone harbored their own thoughts, and it was unnecessary to pry into them. Yet Rinya was different, as the core of their team. His distraction could pose a significant risk during their mission. Shimura Danzo cast a sidelong glance at Rinya, noting that he had never witnessed such a state in him before. Curiosity piqued, he pondered what could have so thoroughly ensnared Rinya's attention. Rinya was contemplating the intricacies of ocular awakening when he finally snapped back to reality upon hearing the inquiry. Turning towards his two companions, he explained, I was pondering how to swiftly evolve the Sharingan from a single tomo to a double, and perhaps even to a triple. Rinya-kun, is it truly difficult for the Uchiha to awaken their eyes? Sukun asked. At this, Danzo instinctively frowned, casting an annoyed glance at Sukun. He perceived her question as rather intrusive, akin to inquiring about the secrets of another clan. Were it not for Rinya being their ally, another Uchiha might have taken offense and interrogated her. After all, the process of ocular awakening was a closely guarded secret of the Uchiha clan. Surprisingly, Rinya did not regard it as a secret worth concealing. Indeed, it can be somewhat challenging. Danzo was taken aback. He had not anticipated Rinya would address such a sensitive topic, and he leaned in, eager to glean more. This was an excellent opportunity to understand the Uchiha better. The evolution of the Sharingan necessitated intense emotional stimuli, coupled with an ample supply of chakra, which would lead to a natural progression. While this sounded straightforward, the execution was far more complex. Among the Uchiha, the majority of clansmen could only achieve the second tomo, with only a select few capable of awakening the third. The challenge lay in the abstraction of intense emotions. Some Uchiha possessed an exceedingly high threshold for emotional endurance, rendering ordinary feelings insufficient to catalyze ocular evolution. Only the profound grief of witnessing a beloved and Appo's death could potentially trigger such awakening. Thus, in the Uchiha clan, having an excessively strong emotional fortitude was not necessarily advantageous. For Rinya, the path to ocular evolution was even more arduous. As a time traveler, he perpetually felt a sense of alienation from this world, unable to forge deep emotional connections. This very aspect troubled him greatly. Ordinary emotions rarely provoked any reaction. Unless he were to witness the death of a close comrade or friend, the chances of awakening the Sharingan remained slim. Of course, intense emotions were not limited to anger. Joy, excitement, and fear could also incite evolution. In life-threatening situations, the eyes might evolve as well. Is it true that the evolution of the Sharingan requires profound emotions? Sukun pondered, realization dawning upon her. Danzo, somewhat bewildered, murmured, is mere emotion sufficient? He had assumed the evolution of the Sharingan was an intricate process, only to discover that it could hinge solely on intense feelings. A twinge of jealousy crept into his heart. Damn it, for those from prominent clans, gaining strength was so much easier. For the lesser clans like theirs, without the advantage of potent bloodlines, the path to power lay solely in relentless training. After exhausting efforts to become stronger, witnessing the Uchiha awaken their Sharingan in a fit of anger, surpassing their own abilities, felt like a collapse of the heavens. Rinya, oblivious to Danzo and Appo's thoughts, would have surely countered had he known. Awakening the Uchiha eyes was far from simple. Gently stroking the hilt of his sword, Rinya mused aloud. Tell me, if you were to die before me, would that allow me to awaken my eyes? At this remark, both of them widened their eyes in disbelief. Was Rinya truly so desperate to awaken his eyes? Rinya-kun, please Dawn and Appo's say such things. Sukun stammered, swallowing nervously. Haha, Rinya, please spare us your jokes. Danzo chuckled awkwardly. Rinya's notion was dangerously unsettling, and they felt compelled to dissuade him from such thoughts. Otherwise, they genuinely feared that Rinya might act on his desire to awaken his eyes during their mission, leaving them to perish without intervention. In that moment, both Sukun and Danzo finally grasped the weight of their mentor Tobirama and Appo's words. The Uchiha clan tends toward extreme behaviors, often leading to perilous outcomes. Rinya fixed his icy gaze upon them, his voice devoid of warmth. I am not jesting. As he spoke, he placed his hand upon the hilt of his sword, the metallic hum resonating as the blade slid from its sheath by several inches. Danzo and Sukun and Appo's eyes widened in terror at the sight. Oh no. This is worse than betraying a teammate. He is actually going to strike us. Rinya, please remain calm. Killing us might not even lead to your awakening. They had not anticipated Rinya and Appo's intent to truly engage them. The sight of his crimson eyes paired with his indifferent expression sent chills down their spines. If a confrontation ensued, they knew they would stand no chance against him. Alarm bells rang in their minds. They were truly in danger. Overwhelmed by sheer terror, their legs grew weak, and they forgot how to flee. Observing their pallid faces, Rinya smiled faintly, sheathing his sword. TSK, Dawn and Appo's, be so tense. I was merely joking with you. Upon hearing this, both of them twitched at the corners of their mouths. Had they been capable of overpowering Rinya, they would have gladly beaten him senseless. What a terrible joke. They had nearly been frightened to the point of losing control. Rinya-kun, you really startled me. Sukun huffed, landing a playful punch on Rinya and Appo's chest. Haha, my apologies. Rinya laughed, scratching his head sheepishly. Danzo regarded Rinya with a complex expression, feeling that perhaps Rinya had not been joking after all. In that fleeting moment, it had seemed as though he genuinely intended to strike them. The palpable aura of malice was no mere pretense. Tobirama-sensei was right. The Uchiha clan was indeed unhinged. No wonder their mentor had always cautioned against underestimating the Uchiha. Who would dare disregard them in such a situation? At that instant, Danzo comprehended the depth of his mentor and Appo's concerns. With this realization, he instinctively distanced himself from Rinya. Should Rinya exhibit any further signs of such tendencies, he would not hesitate to flee. Rinya and Appo's actions had instilled a sense of dread within him regarding the Uchiha. Such unpredictable elements should be eradicated promptly to prevent harm to others. Danzo, do not be alarmed. I truly was just joking, Rinya said, observing Danzo and Appo's anxious movements with a hint of exasperation. Boredom during the journey had prompted him to lighten the mood with a jest, yet he had inadvertently frightened his companions. Danzo remained silent, continuing to keep his distance from Rinya. Uncertain of what to say next, Rinya contemplated whether he had truly been joking. Perhaps only he could discern the truth of that moment. Chapter 53. The Malice of Noki, another chapter to follow. Throughout their journey, the trio encountered no peril. They successfully escorted the merchant convoy to the hidden stone village in the land of Earth. In this era of peace, with the legendary ninja Hashirama Senju, the god of shinobi, present, even minor skirmishes among the 5 great nations were virtually non-existent. Other countries were likewise disinclined to provoke the ninjas of Konohagakure. As Rinya and his companions registered at the entrance, they followed the merchant group into the village. It was their first visit to Awagakure, and they curiously surveyed their surroundings. It was indeed a time of tranquility, allowing for a more lenient approach to the interactions between shinobi from various villages. Had it been during wartime, the moment they set foot in the village, they would have been surrounded by a throng of IWA ninja. Currently, however, only 2 IWA shinobi trailed them from a distance, keeping watch to thwart any ill intentions. Rinya and Appo's gaze fell upon the architecture of Awagakure, where cliffs of stone had been sculpted into various edifices. The tallest structure, a testament to their craftsmanship, was the Tsuchikage and Appo's tower. A gust of wind swept through, stirring up clouds of dust. In such an environment, did the villagers not inhale copious amounts of particulate matter? Rinya mused. He found himself wondering if the lungs of the IWA citizens were compromised. It seemed prudent to consider targeting their lungs in future encounters with IWA ninja, should the opportunity arise. Rinya-kun, stop daydreaming. Once we replenish our supplies, we shall depart, urged Rune Kohara. This was indeed the territory of Awagakure, and as Konoha shinobi, lingering too long here could prove detrimental. Understood, Rinya replied, hastily catching up with his companions. The trio made their way to a bustling marketplace within Awagakure to procure necessary supplies. At that moment, Rinya suddenly sensed a gaze filled with malice fixated upon him. Instinctively, he turned to identify the source of this hostility, and upon recognizing its owner, he was momentarily taken aback. The individual before him was a diminutive youth with thick eyebrows, large eyes, and a notably prominent nose. This young man, with an expression of disdain, was none other than Noki, the future 3rd Tsuchikage, known as the Elder of the Shinobi world. Confused, Rinya pondered why Noki harbored such animosity toward him, given that this was their first encounter. As Noki approached with his short legs, an unmistakable scowl adorned his face. Are you a member of the Uchiha clan? Realization dawned on Rinya, as he understood that the emblem on his attire had betrayed him. No wonder Noki regarded him with such hostility. I am indeed an Uchiha, Rinya admitted, neither denying nor attempting to refute the claim. It appeared he ought to avoid wearing garments adorned with his clan's insignia in the future. Although the Uchiha clan typically preferred to distance themselves from Rinya, he remained one of their own, and he would not be deprived of any resources available to his kin. Upon hearing Rinya and Appo's admission, Noki instinctively clenched his fists, his mind conjuring the visage of Uchiha Madara. Years prior, news had reached Awagakure that the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju, was willing to forge alliances with other nations. Consequently, Noki accompanied his teacher to Konohagakure, seeking to establish an alliance. However, it was not Hashirama who received them, but rather Uchiha Madara. Upon learning of their intentions, Madara had coldly rejected their overtures. Noki, perplexed, had inquired, why is this different from what was previously conveyed? Lord Hashirama, before he could finish, he was abruptly interrupted by Madara and Appo's dark glare. There is no such alliance. Before the might of Konoha, all you can do is submit. Madara and Appo's eyes narrowed, the tomo transforming into the kaleidoscopic patterns of the Sharingan. Furthermore, do not dare to utter that man and Appo's name in my presence. Overwhelmed by Madara and Appo's formidable presence, Noki felt both astonished and fearful, yet the boldness of youth emboldened him. He stepped forward and queried, can such rigidity truly bring about peace? Noki and Appo's challenge irked Madara. When did even the smallest of insects presume to question me? In an instant, Madara activated his Susanoo, a wave of overwhelming power forcing Noki and his companion to their knees, rendering them speechless with terror. Yet, Noki persisted, struggling to rise and fixating his gaze upon Madara. It was then that he fell victim to Madara and Appo's genjutsu, leaving him with an enduring psychological scar. Upon returning to his village, he languished in despair until he learned of Madara's demise last year, which finally allowed him to emerge from the shadows of his trauma. Encountering Rinya now summoned vivid memories of that fateful day, evoking an intense animosity toward him. "You Konoha scum, who permitted your presence in Awagakure." Noki and Appo's voice was frigid. Rinya, displeased, frowned at this affront. So this little pest seeks a confrontation? Despite Noki and Appo's short stature of merely 1 meter 30. He was already 18 or 19 years old and had attained the rank of Jonin. In a skirmish, Rinya and his companions would undoubtedly be outmatched, especially given Noki and Appo's mastery of the powerful dust release technique. However, Rinya was acutely aware that Noki would not dare to act against them, not while Hashirama still lived. Nonetheless, the seeds of animosity had been sown. "What do you intend to do?" Shimura Danzo cast a discontented glance at Noki, noting the increasing audacity of the IWA ninja. Given that it was Noki who initiated the confrontation, Danzo, with his fiery temperament, would not relent. "You." Noki glared at Danzo, irked that this interloper dared to interrupt his conversation with an Uchiha. "And you what?" Danzo retorted, towering over Noki. "Does Awagakure seek war with Konoha?" At this, Noki and Appo's face flushed crimson with indignation, nearly prompting him to retaliate. Rinya was unexpectedly impressed by Danzo and Appo's boldness, recognizing his fearlessness in provoking trouble. Perhaps he indeed possessed the qualities to become Hokage. "My apologies, we shall replenish our supplies and depart immediately." Tirun Koharu interjected, sensing the tension in the air. She quickly ushered Rinya and Danzo away. Noki glowered at the retreating figures, the Uchiha emblem on Rinya and Appo's clothing a glaring affront to his pride. "Uchiha, one day, I shall make you pay." He may have been unable to contend with Uchiha Madara, but he would not spare the clan and Appo's members. Nor would he forget the insolent fool who had dared to confront him. At the gates of Awagakure, "You two truly frightened me." Tirun Koharu chided her companions. She had genuinely feared a confrontation would ensue. After all, this was Awagakure and Appo's territory, and any conflict would certainly disadvantage them. "Humph. That little squirt was the one who instigated it," Danzo scoffed. Indeed, Rinya concurred, uncharacteristically aligning with Danzo and Appo's perspective. He understood that Noki would refrain from resorting to violence. After all, he was destined to become the Tsuchikage, and he possessed the discernment to recognize the futility of such actions. Noki was no reckless fool like A. With a resigned sigh, Tirun Koharu acknowledged the stubbornness of her teammates. Having completed their mission, the trio set their course toward the Land of Fire. Throughout their journey, Koharu remained apprehensive, fearing potential retaliation from Noki. Fortunately, her concerns proved unnecessary, as they encountered no further dangers on their return. Chapter 54. "Brother, what are you doing?" "Oh, you have just returned from your mission, Haven and Appo's. To you?" As Rinya and his companions stepped through the gates of Konoha, a familiar voice echoed from a distance. It was Senju Yusuke, accompanied by 3 genin, approaching them. Upon noticing the 3 behind Yusuke, a flicker of astonishment crossed Rinya and Appo's face. Seeing the expression on Rinya and Appo's countenance, Yusuke chuckled and explained, "They are my newly assigned students." He then turned to the trio, urging, "Come over and greet your seniors." The 3 exchanged uneasy glances. "TSK. Naruto, you've already forgotten me?" Rinya clicked his tongue, glancing at the boy with Byakugan beside him. "What do you think, Byakugan?" "Haha, Rinya-kun, long time no see." Naruto scratched his head awkwardly. They had all enrolled together, yet Rinya had already become a chunin while they had just graduated from the ninja academy. How could that be justified? Hyuga Yoshiki maintained a stoic expression and stated blandly, "Uchiha Rinya, long time no see." He had heard of Rinya and Appo's promotion to chunin but remained indifferent. His sole ambition was to elevate the Hyuga clan to greatness. That was his mission in the ninja world. Since the age of 3, he had diligently trained in the clan and Appo's secret techniques, dedicating 8 uninterrupted years to his practice. The only instance he had slacked was when he went out for a meal with Rinya and the others, yet he still returned to train afterward. Observing Yoshiki and Appo's demeanor, Rinya felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, silently scoffing. As expected of Byakugan, he plays the part too convincingly. A year had passed, yet Byakugan had not changed a bit. Yusuke was momentarily taken aback. "Wait, do you two know each other?" Shinju Tenzu chimed in, "Yusuke-sensei. We were in the same class at the Ninja Academy." Realization dawned on Yusuke. "Oh, I see. Wait, what did you just call me?" If he hadn't and Appo's, T misheard. This kid was not addressing him as and Appo's, teacher and Appo's, but as and Appo's, Jonin and Appo's. "Is there a problem with calling you Jonin, Yusuke-sensei?" Tenzu replied, perplexed. "You are no longer our instructor. So calling you Jonin is perfectly fine, right?" Yusuke and Appo's eyelids twitched. It had barely been days since the Chunin exams. This kid has forgotten his roots too quickly, he thought. "All right, I'll remember you." He glared at Tenzu. "You better watch out." "Haha, Yusuke-sensei, I was just joking." Tenzu laughed nervously. "How could I, Shinji Tenzu, Be that kind of person? Haha, I knew you were joking. Yusuke patted Tenzu on the shoulder, then shifted the topic. But I'm not joking. Be careful on your journey. With that, he led his students away. In the distance, Yusuke and Appo's voice rang out. Make sure not to follow that bunch of idiots, understood? Understood. Yusuke-sensei. The trio chorused, leaving Tenzu in a state of confusion. He had merely wanted to make a jest. Tenzu, why would you joke around like that? Rinya questioned, perplexed. Tenzu never struck him as the type to joke. How can you even ask that? Tenzu grumbled, aren't I just learning from you? Rinya, well, look at that. He managed to blame it on me. Tenzu truly did embody the essence of Konoha and Appo's mischief maker. At such a young age, he had already mastered the art of shifting blame. Perhaps you two should refrain from joking in the future. It's not amusing at all, remarked Naruto, chuckling. At the Senju Tobarama and Appo's residence. Humph. I have finally succeeded. Senju Tobarama gazed at the scroll of ninjutsu in his hand, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. The next step was to find a suitable test subject. Through his tireless endeavors, he had developed a jutsu capable of resurrecting the deceased to fight in the ninja world. He tentatively named this jutsu Edo Tensei. As he inscribed the name onto the scroll, he sensed a familiar chakra approaching. Why is this kid back? Tobarama hastily concealed the scroll. Such knowledge could not fall into anyone in Appo's hands. If it reached his brother and Appo's ears, it would undoubtedly be strictly forbidden, particularly since this jutsu required a sacrifice. Just as he tucked the scroll away, Rinya entered the room. Uncle, you're actually home. How rare. In Rinya and Appo's recollection, this elder was always out early and returning late, only coming home for meals, the rest of the time a mystery. He suspected the elder must be secretly researching forbidden techniques, as Shinja Hashirama had expressly prohibited him from developing any forbidden jutsu, forcing him to conduct such experiments in secrecy. Tobarama had many incomplete jutsu that were halted after being discovered by his elder brother. Otherwise, he would have invented far more. I've nothing pressing these past few days, so I'm at home, Tobarama explained. Is that so? Rinya was skeptical of this excuse. He believed it was more likely that he had been caught researching forbidden techniques by Hashirama, and after having the scroll confiscated, he returned home in a sulk. However, Rinya saw no need to expose him. Uncle, have you eaten? By now, mealtime had passed. Having just returned from a mission, he was unsure if the elder had eaten. Not yet. Make a bit more, Tobarama replied without hesitation. He had consumed a soldier pill for lunch, but nothing compared to a proper meal. Rinya was often out on missions, leaving him with fewer opportunities to savor culinary delights. What once was 3 meals a day had dwindled to one every 3 days. Or even one a week. He found himself nostalgic for the days when Rinya was still in school. Back then, he was indeed blissfully unaware of his fortune. At the dining table, the two had barely seated themselves when Shinja Hashirama walked in, cradling Tsunade. Hey, you're having a meal without inviting me. Uncle Hashirama, please sit down, Rinya urged, rising to fetch another set of utensils. Brother, what brings you here? Tobarama inquired, have you completed your administrative duties? With his mouth full, Hashirama mumbled, Tsunade is here, so I used my wood clone to handle the paperwork. In truth, he had intended to sneak in to see if Tobarama was clandestinely researching jutsu, only to stumble upon them dining. Reluctantly, he had to add a place setting. Understanding dawned on Tobarama as his gaze fell upon little Tsunade, who was fixated on the array of dishes, waving her hands eagerly. Humph, Tsunade. You can't eat just yet, Tobarama said, his expression softening with affection. At that moment, his countenance suddenly shifted, exclaiming, Brother, what are you doing? He saw Hashirama feeding a small piece of food to Tsunade. I noticed little Tsunade wanted to eat, so I fed her, Hashirama explained. Tobarama, feeling exasperated, retorted, Brother? She doesn't even have her teeth yet. But before he could finish, he watched as Tsunade swallowed the food and continued to gesture for more. Senju Tobarama? Ha ha ha. Little Tsunade, don't rush. Grandpa will feed you more.